I don't want to get into how long they're prepared to wait for this, but as Dave said, I think the forecast is supposed to break anyway, so here we are.
Listen, they're going to play the game tonight, Mark. There's no way we're going to see a repeat of last year in Regina where they, didn't play the game and then they had to play the next day. This is a preseason game. The Stampeders don't have hotel rooms booked. I'm convinced we're going to play this game. When are we going to play this game? Well, that is still to be determined, but I'm pretty sure we're going to play this game. Let's go around the table here, guys. Let's talk about the Edmonton Elks for a second. Because, this team has not been very good the last number of years. As Dave McIver said earlier, they have changed a lot of coaches. Mark Killam is there now. There is high expectations. There is big pressure, not only on Mark Killam, on Ed Hervey, to turn this organization around. We can project that maybe they're going to be a playoff team, but maybe they're not. Maybe they're going to suck again this year. How good do you think this Edmonton team is? Greg Peterson, why don't you start?
Well, I think that they're going to be decent on offense because they got a veteran quarterback. They got a great return guy, running back in Leak. Offensive line, they got a lot of Corte, a lot of veterans there. So they got a veteran team. I think they're going to do okay. In their defense, with their defensive coordinator now have a couple of years under his belt as D coordinator, I think they'll be going to be a lot better on the defensive side. So I do believe that they're going to be a better team than previously. And it might come down to injuries again because they're not a team full of depth.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that because they did spend money in the offseason on that offensive line. And what was the big issue for the Edmonton Elks last year, Mark Steven? The fact that, Cody Fajardo was on his ass most of the night because he was under pressure, he was under fire. And even though, he got some wins when he was finally named the starter over Trey Ford, he was still under an intense amount of pressure. So I think keeping the quarterback upright is going to be really important for Edmonton this year.
Well, just from my vantage point, just knowing who the starting quarterback is. Look, I know they wanted to help Trey Ford and his great Canadian story. He was 1-6, okay? And, it's nice to be part of a nice story, but Mark Killam's got to think about wins. So this is why I think the Elks will certainly compete for a playoff spot. They've got their quarterback picture sorted out. There was a stretch in the mid part of the season after that 1-6 start, but I think they were right up there with some of the top teams in the league. They played at 6-3. They went out and signed a lot of free agents, especially on the offensive line, where they paid a humongous amount of money to Woodmansey, the right guard, and they hope that he's going to be the guy to make it happen. And they lost some special teamers, some Canadians to free agency and retirement. But I think if this team gets anything going, they'll be a very good team. I think Rankin, their running back, is fabulous. I think he's the guy that could have the first 1,000 season in CFL history. I think he is that talented. So I do expect big things from the Edmonton Elks, but the key to them is getting off to a big start. And Dave, you touched on their bad records. Here's their record the last 5 seasons combined: 25-61. Okay, it's 291. They haven't been about 500 at home since 2017. So that's kind of grim, isn't it?
It's very, very grim, and I believe it was you, Greg, that mentioned, you think their offense is going to be, pretty good. Defensively, they took a hit earlier today, or at least in training camp, because torn Achilles for 2 defensive linemen, Brendan Barlow and Darian Newell. And Newell is an interesting story, Mark, because he was the 10th overall pick in 2025. He was suspended all of last year because of a positive drug test. And now, this young player who they had high expectations for, especially from a ratio perspective, is now out for the entire 2026 season. How much is that being talked about in Edmonton right now?
Yeah, quite a bit. It's a huge blow for the exact reason you mentioned. They were, hoping, all right, they give him the year. They said that they were going to stand by him. They did. And as a result, they were ready to play him this year, and suddenly he's injured and gone for the year. So, yeah, that's crazy.
I don't know. They're such a mystery to me because it felt like 2 years ago they had a real tough time winning the close game. Right? There was a lot of times where they were right there at the end of the game and they couldn't win the game. Last year they turned that around a little bit. They were able to beat the Montreal Alouettes by 1 point. They were able to win the close game against Winnipeg later in the season. They were able to, win the close game later in the season against the Saskatchewan Roughriders. So they didn't completely turn it around in those close game scenarios because they lost a close one to Hamilton in September. They lost a close one to the Argos by 1 point. in September as well. But it started trending in the right direction that they could start winning those close games. And sometimes that's the difference between making a playoff, taking a playoff spot and losing a playoff spot. So if you can improve that close game record, because you're clearly going to play a bunch of them if it's anything like the last few years, and you can win those close games, you put yourself in a position where you might be in a playoff spot this year. Heck, if things fall your way, who knows? You might host one.
Well, here's their season just broken down by segment. Their start was 1-6. The middle chunk of the season was 6-3. Again, you prorate that to a full season, that's 12 wins. The last couple of games, they were 0-2. So they showed flashes. That team last year obviously wasn't enough, but they've settled the quarterback picture. Fajardo signed a one-year deal. You guys mentioned Ford. I think it was best for all concerned that he moves on. There was a lot of pressure, the great Canadian savior. He did some great things. He is spectacular, but maybe there was just a little too much pressure and fans saying he should play, shouldn't play, and they've eliminated all the controversy. Cody Fajardo takes this team as far as it goes.
Yeah. Taylor Powell, of course, is going to be their backup quarterback, too, so we'll see how that one plays out. You know what? Let's see where this team is come Labor Day, because, you know, I'm very curious. As I said, I don't think they've won a game. I was talking to Dave Campbell, part of the 880 Chet play-by-play team, and he was saying they haven't won a game in June in you know, since 2019, I think, was the last time they had won a game in June. So they just can't afford, Mark, to get off to another slow start. And if they do, they're done.
Yeah, about the last 5 years, they've been fighting for their playoff lives by August the 1st. I mean, you know what? There's a lot more football after that. They've just been fighting for their lives, and it's a tough way to do business. It happens every once in a while. You crawl back into the playoffs, but that can't be your strategy, that's for sure.
Okay, this is the home to Calgary Stampeders. Of course, we are supposed to be having a football game tonight in Edmonton at Clark Stadium, a night at the knothole, as they are calling it. But as you might have, well, probably picked up if you're listening to our conversation here tonight on QR Calgary, we are in a weather delay as there is some lightning in the area. It was a heavy downpour earlier. So hopefully we'll get to play-by-play action with Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson in probably the next 15 or 20 minutes. I'm Jock Wilson along with Dave McIver. So we're just sort of setting the scene, setting the table for you. Let's go back to the Calgary Stampeders, Mark. You have been at training camp every single day. What are some of the storylines for this training camp that you think are important that we should be talking about right now? Well, where are some of the key battles that you're seeing taking place?
Well, I want to see the quarterback picture behind Vernon Adams, obviously, who's just waiting for the game to, begin next week. I'm also looking forward to seeing the linebacker Moulton, who I think has shot through the ranks and doing very, very well. I want to see how the line sorts out. Can Wiley, and I think he can, fill the spot vacated by Jaden Hutchings, who departed. So those are some of the issues there. Can the receivers, the Canadians, Brissett, Barnes, and Philpott take the next step? Can Dedrick Mills regain his form as a return, I guess, as the league's rushing champion? And those are some of the things that I'll be watching for. The secondary was good last year. I thought maybe the top, veteran Canadian in camp was Adrian Green. That was fantastic. He seemed to be out there all the time, picking off and disrupting things. So those are some of the things that I'll be watching for. And, obviously, the team is going to be set tomorrow, and then we'll see what happens. They were 11-7 last year. I think they're more than capable of at least matching that and going further.
How healthy is Dijon Brissett? Because, he was the big free agent signing for this team. We haven't really seen him do his thing yet in training camp, and, of course, didn't play last week and wasn't going to play in this game tonight, is not going to play in this game tonight. Is he going to be healthy enough to start week one?
That's a great question. He hasn't done much after the first few days. We'll see. Clark Barnes also, Sunday that he suffered some kind of a groin or a calf pull, so he's out. I don't know his status. I'm convinced that Jalen Philpott will play. Just my opinion. You talked about Rennie Paredes there. He's going to try. I don't think he'll be playing on Friday against Winnipeg. That's just me right now. He's got to get himself put back into shape because they do have the bye week after that. So give him another few days instead of trying to push it. That's just the way I see it right now.
Yeah, true enough. It is going to be such an intriguing season for the Calgary Stampeders because, we talked about this, in week one when the Stampeders played the Saskatchewan Roughriders. You have a situation where, John Huffnagel is no longer here. You made one coaching change, Dakota Prokof. And then you look at the other changes. Josh Coker goes to the BC Lions. Fraser Mazin goes to the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Gary Johnson Jr., he doesn't get re-signed because of an injury. You have all these retirements, and Brady Breeze and P.K. Walker and Will Langlaw and Anthony Federico. Lorenzo Malden retires. Adam Bighill retires. Dominic Rhymes retires. Malik Henry retires. Jalen Hutchins goes to the NFL. Jacob Roberts, goes to the NFL with the Vikings. You lose the Moose, Damian Alford, to the NFL Saints. Rodeem Brown is released. Kalen St. Cyr is released. That's just the wave in the Canadian Football League, isn't it, Greg Peterson? You have all these changes, and yet there is still a lot of optimism here in Calgary.
Yeah, it's the way pro sports is now. It's the way the CFL is. You're going to have a lot of turnover. It's the way we talked about how college football is. So free agency, and you're just not going to keep a lot of your guys for year after year. And especially in the CFL, so you get a guy like Dominic Grimes. You know what? He wants to maybe move on with his life. He played a long time and made so much money, but after a while you start saying, hey, I got to get a new career. I got to, supply for my family for another 30, 40 years. What am I going to do? And those hard decisions are made. So, yeah, every year we are going to have a turnover like this. I think we might as well get used to it. It's not like the old days. This is the reality of the new CFL. Mark?
I just have information from the dressing room that was sent to me. Tentative kickoff 8:01, which is 26 minutes away. So I presume that means they're going to let the players on for an additional warm-up, maybe 5 to 10 minutes. That I don't know, but 8:01 kickoff is now the scheduled time. As there's clouds,
still
rain
lightning
is
going on.
Well, if there is lightning, yeah, they have the monitors here, and there is a rep from the CFL to check on it. So that's where we are, but it's tentatively scheduled for 8:01. Why not 8 o'clock? Why not 8:02? I don't know, but just
yeah, it's not like TSN is broadcasting this game tonight. We didn't ask you when we went around the CFL in the pregame show, and we probably should have. Dev Bynum, he was released earlier today. He was one of the the new faces that was signed in the offseason. A lot of people are wondering about the timing of that, Mark, because he was on the roster. He was on the roster for this game today. We thought he was going to be playing. Did he actually travel to Edmonton? Was he cut today, from Edmonton? I'm just trying to wrap my head around this release today.
Yeah, I didn't see him, and because it's all over the place, I haven't had a chance to corner Dave Dickinson to ask him exactly that. He's been running around setting up things, so have I, so I'll try to get to him. Just based on, first of all, he did not lock down his starting spot. He was not generally working out with the top group, okay? He was working out with number 2 and occasionally the number 3 group, sometimes with the 1, but they signed him to be, a certified player at that position. This has happened in the past, and I don't know if it happened here, but it could have happened where he just went to him and say, I don't think I'm making this team, am I? And Dave Dickinson said, no, we don't think you are. And he'd say, release me now so that he can get ahead of tomorrow, because tomorrow there's going to be about 50 defensive backs on the market, and none of them can talk to any other team. Maybe he can get out there and talk to some teams tonight. I don't know that. We'll try to corner Dave Dickinson, but those are some of the scenarios. But I would say, for a guy that was signed, it was really good here in Edmonton a couple of years ago. He probably didn't live up to those standards, and here's where we are.
If we go back to, the opening weekends, at least the first 5 games in the CFL preseason, there was a really intriguing trend. And this was for preseason football. And the trend was these games were pretty quick. And everybody points to the new rules and the 35-second play clock. Like that game at McMahon Stadium against the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
It was great.
That was done in just about 2.5 hours. And most of the preseason games, there was not one preseason game over 3 hours in the opening weekend, which I thought was unbelievable. Was it all about the time clock? Mark, go ahead.
I think it certainly made a difference. You're right. That game took 2 hours and 33 minutes to play, and it went very quick with one game at 2:58. But the rest of them were under 2:45. I do think it made a difference, and particularly to the Stamps game, there weren't many on-field injuries and other things. So I do think it made a difference. And the CFL did some stats, Greg. I know we were on a call there. They figure there's going to be about 4 to 6 less plays because of the timing rules, just the way they work out in every game this year. So I do think, and that's the best takeaway from the first week, Greg.
Well, I think that was a factor, but I don't think it was the only reason. We didn't have any challenges, which we know sometimes those can take 5 minutes. We had not too many injuries, and the referees, and Mark and I sat in on a referee's phone call, and they are trying to eliminate all these conferences that the refs have. And I thought the refs did a very good job. They can now get the communication. They don't need to have these big huddles. And a couple of years ago, it just frustrated me like crazy. Every other play, the referees were going into a council, having a big huddle. And the CFL said, we got to stop that. So I think it's not just the new rule. It's a lot the fact that you can't do the challenges because those take a lot, and that you didn't have a lot of injuries.
Mark, my question to you is what about TSN not really being involved? Was there less in terms of timeouts that we had to deal with in those games? Because I know you're locked in when we have to take our breaks. So you generally take them when TSN takes theirs. Okay.
Less timeouts. All those factors made a difference.
I just want to set the scene here, so just quickly, that some of the fans are coming out from under the stands, going back for the seats. One of the Stampede, I think that's Bruce from the Stamps video department, went to the far side. Ed Hervey, the Elks GM, is on this side of the field. He doesn't have his team with him, but he's out there, and he's on the phone, or was momentarily. I'm sure he's asking the league exactly what's going on, but he's pacing in front of his bench and waiting for a team to come out. Tentative kickoff 8:01, so that's the lay of the land here.
Okay, well, I can say the Carolina Hurricanes are going to be playing the Vegas Golden Knights in the Stanley Cup Final. Early in the second period, or at least midway through the second period, the Carolina Hurricanes are beating the Montreal Canadiens 4-0. So that is certainly not good if you are a fan of the Montreal Canadiens. The Blue Jays, bottom of the ninth, they have a 6-5 lead over the Baltimore Orioles. That is interesting. There are also some other games going on in the Canadian Football League tonight, as this is the final weekend of the CFL preseason. As Mark mentioned, a cut-down day will happen tomorrow. 8 o'clock, the cuts are going to have to come in. The Ottawa Red Blacks are beating the Montreal Alouettes by a score of 27-3. And it's so interesting. We talked about it in the pregame show that, Jake Mayer was named the starting quarterback. He completed 6 of 9 for 35 yards. But then Drew Brown came in, and Drew Brown lit it up as he completed 7 of 8, 69 yards through 2 touchdown passes. And then you've had a couple of other quarterbacks come into that game. Dugan comes in and Barnes comes in as well. But Greg, I would love your thought on that, because there's a veteran quarterback, Drew Brown. Ottawa went out, they signed him, a couple of years ago. Hasn't really lived up to expectations. A new manager, a new coach comes in Ryan Dinwiddie, and right away, before even the final preseason game, he says, Drew, you're demoted to number 2. Jake Mayer, you're my starting quarterback. How did you see that one playing out?
I didn't see it, and as a player, you get benched or you lose your starting job. I had that happen. It ticks you off, and you want to go out and show them wrong. And some guys like Drew Brown can rise to the occasion and show them. And, a lot of coaches use it as tactics. I'm not saying that happened here, but a lot of coaches, they kind of try to play with your mind a little bit. And I don't think it works in today's world with today's athletes, but I just think Drew Brown was ticked off that he did not get the starting job, and the team didn't, the coach didn't show him the confidence that the previous coach did. And I'm going to go out and show him, and he did. So good for him.
Yeah, I should tell you one thing. They've opened the gates that would allow the Stampeders to run onto the field, so outside of their dressing room. So I just want to tell you that. But just quickly back to the Ottawa picture. Don't dispute the success and the knowledge. That's why he's there. Ryan Dinwiddie picking quarterbacks. I mean, McLeod Bethel Thompson had his best season under him. He won a Grey Cup with Nick Arbuckle. He's just been a quarterback whisperer. He's been fabulous. So if he says Jake Mayer's the guy, he's the guy.
Yeah, but we're going to see how that one plays out. We know Bo Levi Mitchell is the guy in Hamilton. Bo Levi Mitchell did not get in the game tonight as it's late in the fourth quarter. Hamilton Tiger Cats are leading the Toronto Argonauts 20-14. What's the over-under, guys, for the Toronto Argonauts this year as far as wins? Will they win more than 4 games? Greg Peterson, you first.
I think they'll win more than 4 games. I don't think they'll make playoffs.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. I think they're one team that I've got scratched out of the playoffs.
Oh,
Even next year.
I think it's going to be tough for them to win 4 games this year. I really, and I guess it all boils down to Chad Kelly. Dave McIver, what do you think?
I don't think they do. I don't. There's always one team in the league that wins 3 or 4 games, so maybe they win more than 4, maybe they win 5, but we're talking about how strong the West is, and Edmonton might get in, and we think Calgary's a playoff team, and we think Saskatchewan's got a good shot, and we think BC's pretty good. Well, we think Hamilton's good. We know Montreal's good. Eventually, there's got to be some teams on that list who have to lose a bunch of games.
Yeah.
So I think Toronto's just in that part of, you're an organization that had success, you're a contender for a few years, and now you've gone the other way. And could that be the Winnipeg Blue Bombers? Yeah, but I don't see the Winnipeg Blue Bombers being a 4 or 5 win team. I don't think they win 6 or 7. So
well, the Toronto Argonauts have a schedule from hell because they've got to play all these home games in other people's barns. They've got a new head coach, they've got a new management team, and hey, I love Jim Barker. John Huffnagel is a really good football mind. Don't get me wrong, but I just don't like that team, so I don't see them winning a lot of games, Mark.
I'm with you. I mean, they put a lot in Chad Kelly. Is he going to bounce back from a series of injuries and things? I don't know. And I don't know if they have a running attack. By the way, we should tell you, they've just put 16 minutes on the clock. Here come the Edmonton Elks on the field. They've begun the countdown, so the Elks are out. I guess they're going to get a shortened warm-up period, or re-warm up, whatever you want to call it. We haven't seen the Stampeders, except that they've opened up the gate and they're shooing the fans away from their pathway to the field. So I imagine they're on the field any second as well. So we are going to play football, it appears.
Okay, well, that's certainly good news. The other game is at the half right now. The BC Lions are taking on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. The BC Lions have a 20-13 lead over the Blue Bombers. Taylor Elgersma has gone the whole distance for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in the first half at home. He has completed 10 of 17 for 125 yards. I don't think there is a more anticipated rookie in the Canadian Football League in 2026 than Taylor Elgersma. We know Zach Collaros is getting older. We know Zach Collaros is going to be the starting quarterback in Winnipeg. However, when was the last time Zach Collaros played all 18 games in the Canadian Football League? It is going to be interesting to see where Taylor Elgersma shakes down Greg Peterson.
I just want to tell you the Stampeders now are on the field and beginning their stretches, so obviously we're gearing up towards the game. As for Winnipeg, that's the one team I think they may have seen the top of the mountain, and they're on the other side. There's a number of playing Hall of Famers there. You hit it right on about Zach Collaros. Again, it's a fabulous lineup full of great players. They're all going to be lined up in the Hall of Fame in a few years, but I'm not sure. I know they spent heavily on free agents. They got Ceresna away from here. But we'll see.
And Jock, Winnipeg lost their biggest weapon. They no longer can drag the clock out because that is the Winnipeg rule. They lost it. So that alone is going to make them lose less games.
Yeah, I think you're right. But Mike O'Shea is a good coach, and we'll see how that one plays out. I think the West is going to be interesting. I think the East is going to be interesting. Guys, I think it's going to be a really, really exciting season. Okay, guys, I tell you what we'll do for Steve back at the radio station. Why don't we take a quick time out? We'll reset, and then Mark and Greg, you can take it over because Dave and our food is getting a little cold here at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
It's freezing.
So thanks, guys, and have a good broadcast tonight, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll take a break, and we'll be back to Clark Stadium in Edmonton, a night at the Knothole. The Stampeders and the Edmonton Elks, after a lengthy delay because of the weather, it looks like things are clearing up. The teams have returned to the field, so we should be getting to some play-by-play action in about 12 minutes' time. This is the home of the Calgary Stampeders. You're listening to QR Calgary on 7-7.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford, it's a big deal event is on. Really? Now. Until June 1st, lease an eligible 2026 F-150 STX with black appearance package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford It's a Big Deal event. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Spring has sprung at Spruce It Up. Spring bulbs, seeds, and grower supplies are now in stock, and our annuals and veggie plants are arriving daily. Freshen up your space with beautiful houseplants, pots, and home decor as well. Ready to transform your yard? Book now with our landscape design team before spots fill up. And for the greenest grass and healthiest trees on the block, sign up today for our Green It Up fertilizer program and deep root injections. Spruce it up, green it up, prune it up. We got you covered.
QR Calgary is the proud radio home of your Calgary Stampeders. Now in our 35th season, Stampeders football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770.
And you bet. Welcome back to your Alberta Ford dealer Stampeder football on QR Calgary 770 CHQR. If you've tuned in, and we really appreciate wherever you are listening in Calgary, online, driving around, wherever. This game was delayed. We are scheduled. The countdown clock says now 11:59 to kickoff. We had a lightning delay. There was a storm that went past the stadium earlier today, but I guess maybe the tail end of it or something came back. And while the rain fell, it was quite heavy. What they worry about more than anything is lightning. That came, and Dave Dickinson on the far sidelines now, just wandering around and getting ready for a much delayed game. But this will be an important game for a lot of these players. And, you know, as mentioned, I've talked to a lot of the management and just observations and just what I've seen. This is a good group of guys, but somebody is going to have to tell them their football dream is over, because there's been not a single player that's had any issues with any other player, and it's just tough, but it's part of the business of professional football that the coaches have to make decisions somewhere down the line, and this will be that time. It'll be tomorrow. As Jock and Company mentioned, it must be submitted to the league by 8 o'clock tomorrow night, so you know we'll probably know closer to that time. There will be a lot of players on the list. Some will be going back to school. Other players will be offered practice roster spots. They'll have 24 hours to decide what they want to do with it. Some will accept. Some will just say, it doesn't fit my life circumstances up here. I'm just not going to be able to do it. And they will decline the spot, or maybe they think there's an opportunity somewhere else. But it's a very individual decision. I should tell you where we are. We're at Clark Park in Edmonton. This is just south of the normal home of the Elks, Clark Stadium, at least the Commonwealth Stadium. It is being used for a soccer game, international soccer game, Canada-Uzbekistan. So that's why I've got the boot to move next door and play this game in Edmonton. So it's going to be interesting. Teams are warming up, and they'll just be on the field in a few minutes' time to start playing this game. The Stampeders won their preseason opener, of course, against Saskatchewan. Edmonton won theirs as well. I thought played pretty well, 34-16, and they had a grand total of 343 yards passing and only one turnover. So there you go. Pretty interesting to see the Stampeders facing an Edmonton team that, as we mentioned, is really under the gun to turn things around. You know, new management the last couple of years with Chris Morris, the president, Ed Hervey, the GM, Mark Killam, the coach. And these are guys that have to turn it around and revive this proud franchise that has certainly fallen on hard times. Let's not kid anyone. It's been a tough stretch of seasons for the Edmonton Elks. A lot of coaches have gone through here, and, you know, it's been a struggle, but maybe these are the guys to turn it around. As long as they finish 1 point behind the Stamps, that's all that counts. Just kidding. Anyway, there does not appear there's going to be any wind here, or very little wind. But the higher you go, there is wind. The flags are flapping on top of Commonwealth Stadium. And as mentioned, the Elks are using their regular dressing room, so it's a bit of a longer walk, but they're using their regular dressing room. The Stampeders are using an improvised dressing room. Now the officials are back on the field, and they are gathered and huddling, and they're ready to get things going. Craig Dickinson walking on the field to work with the kicking units as well, and they're throwing the football in front of the bench. So they are prepping for a game. Kickoff now is 8 minutes, 48 seconds away. The Stampeders and the Edmonton Elks. Just a quick peek at the Stampeders schedule. They open up their 81st season next week against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Then they get a bye week. There's a lot of early byes because both BC and Toronto have been kicked out of their stadium, so a lot of byes in the early week. Then they'll have Saskatchewan in town on the 27th. Then we go, to another interim facility. That'll be in Kelowna, BC, where we take on the BC Lions at the end of the month. So that's sort of the Stampeders picture. Greg, I know you just went and walked downstairs for a moment. How are conditions?
Well, fans seem to be in a good mood. Everybody's kind of very rambunctious and looking forward to getting this game on. There's a little bit of a different atmosphere for a CFL game, kind of a nostalgia atmosphere going back to Clark Stadium here. And, the fans, I thought a couple of them might be in a little bit more of a nasty mood. They're all quite excited for this game.
Well, it is a nice night. I mean, it's quite warm out, so it's pleasant. Yeah. It's rainy, but it is very
Still
pleasant.
Raining out there. It's going to be a wet one, but you know what? I think the rain's going to stop. It's even projected about 8:30, 9 o'clock. Blue skies come out. So, I think the rest of the night's going to be pretty nice.
I guess the source of this rain, it was hot here yesterday and hot earlier today. I don't mean warm. I mean hot. It was over 30. And then I was driving out today. It was 33 in the part of the city I was in. So that's Phoenix weather in Edmonton, I guess.
Well, and it's going to be the fact that we're not going to have a pouring rain coming down. So it should be pretty good football conditions.
Yeah, Stampeders are now going to their bench on the far side. I assume we're going to go through the regular circumstances of having a national anthem and get ready for the game. And then we'll sit down and get ready for the football game. Stampeders in their road white uniforms with the red numerals, the red pants with the red striping down the side. And that is the last time they will wear these uniforms because the new uniforms will debut next week in their home opener. Looking forward to those. The Edmonton Elks are in their home green tops with the gold numerals, the gold name bars, the gold pants with the green and gold striping down the side. The Elks will open the season next week. They take on the Ottawa Red Blacks. So they'll fly across the country, and their home opener is the 20th as they take on the BC Lions. So that's the scenario for these two teams, the Stampeders and the Edmonton Elks. They'll be getting ready to open the season next week, and they'll make all of their moves. They're carting the gigantic Canadian flag out, and we'll soon have our national anthem. There's a barbershop, they call it a quartet, but it looks like there's about 20 of them out. So let's see. So we'll have the national anthem here as we'll get ready for this football game. Kickoff scheduled 8:01, but first our national anthem. All right, so the anthem has been sung, and Greg, looks like some of the folks are either remaining under the seats or maybe went home during that rain delay. But anyway, that's the way it is. A lot of ponchos on the far side.
Well, of course, now we got both the teams, which I think is a good decision by the league to have the teams on opposite ends, and it has been that way in here in Edmonton, but Stamps are on the far side, and we got Edmonton on the near side, and our side here with the it's pretty full, but on the other side, lots of empty seats in the. So a lot of fans maybe went home. I don't know, but
Yeah, anyway, that's one of the new developments in the CFL. I wouldn't call it, it's not a major one for the Stampeders or the Elks because they have always had their benches on opposite side of the field. Same thing in Saskatchewan with the Rough Riders and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. The BC Lions will have to go back. They'll have to change those, and all the Eastern teams will have to change their stadiums as well. So, anyway, it's just a
well,
thing.
it was just not right that you had to, when your teams are on the same sideline, you would have guys that would have to run 50 yards if you're a big guy to get in, and, they're trying to shuffle in defensive linemen to give them a break, and it was counterproductive because they got to run 50 yards to get there. So I definitely agree with the new rule.
Yeah, and it's, same thing, our goal line situation where you lose different personnel. You have to run 50 yards, get into the huddle, get down, and stop their biggest guy. So having the coin toss out, the Stampeders tonight sending up Hunter Mark Bassett and Tevin Jones, who's certainly a versatile guy. He played here for a year and in Edmonton, but with the Stampeders, he's a unique guy, Tevin Jones, in the sense, Greg, that he plays on cover units. That is rare for receivers, and he does.
Good special teams player, and you don't get that as wide receivers. They're not used to tackling. They like to avoid the contact and the hits, but he's one that's really done a good job, and he's very versatile, and it's going to help you to continue to make the team. But in his fifth year, as you said, started here and did a really good job last year for the Stampeders.
All right, well, we'll get the game going momentarily. The Stampeders and the Edmonton Elks. If you're wondering about the game, we have had a almost hour-long lightning delay, but that is gone. We're going to kick this thing off in just a few minutes' time. The Stampeders are going to kick off in the south end to our broadcast right. The Elks will return from our broadcast left, the north end of the stadium. Still some cloud around the stadium, but certainly nothing to get worried about, or at least easy for me to say, but it doesn't look like there'll be anything to be worried about. The Edmonton Elks moving because of a soccer game to play the game here.
Yeah, they ripped out the artificial turf, which was not that old, put in grass, and then my understanding is they're going to put artificial turf back in. That's a lot to do in, about 4 weeks, Mark?
Yep. All right, the Calgary Stampeders will be kicking off from the 30-yard line. The Edmonton Elks have two returners back for the ball. Powell is going to return, along with Cephas, a receiver. So let's see what they do. Ball is on the tee. Let's get things going here. McAdamy is going to kick off, puts the ball on the tee. Officials are ready to signal in the start of the ball game. The clock says 1:16. I don't know if they're going to let that run off or require it. Or ask them to shut it off because the players are bouncing. They're ready to go. They don't want to.
They're ready to go a little bit, a minute ahead of time. Now they got to wait for that clock to tick down, and probably with this older clock here, they can't just restart it.
That's they brought in temporary scoreboards here. It is the big unit they have in Commonwealth Stadium. By the way, your Alberta Ford dealer Stampeder football has a home, and it's QR Calgary. We're just about to get underway. The Stampeders and the Edmonton Elks.
Now they got it.
Now they got it. All right. Let's get her going here. Let's kick it off. Final preseason game of the season. Stampeders behind the kicker, Menachmi. And time is whistled in, and he strokes the ball downfield. Underway, 8:01 local. Kick to the far side, where it'll be returned by the Elks. Bringing it up the field, Powell. He's at the 15, veer left 20, 25 at the 30, outside 35 at the 40, before he runs out of bounds. Sean Peterson in hot pursuit of him to send him out of bounds. So it'll be Elks ball. They will start out, and let's see where they spotted. Not the
very good kickoff, though, real deep.
Up to about the 50. Oh, my goodness, that's a generous spot.
Yeah, pretty generous, but good return, but that was a good kickoff. That's what you want.
Actually, the 40, the 50 is where the first down marker is. All right, Edmonton Elks in their green uniforms. They're out of the huddle. The veteran Cody Fajardo at the controls, and he is the man here in Edmonton. He has dangerous Rankin with them in the backfield. Pre-snap motion behind the quarterback. Fajardo will go to the air, pitching across the middle. That is caught right over the middle. O'Leary Orange making the catch, and he's dragged down at the 49-yard line. Back to Lici and Yalovecchi, and that'll be about a 8-yard gain, second and short.
Yeah.
Or is it a first down? It is.
It's first down a little bit. They motioned and had four wide receivers go all the way across, so they kind of flooded one side, and the third guy in just did a little stop route and then got a couple of yak yards and picked up 12.
Mack, one of their free agent signings, splits right, comes to the near side, being watched closely on the corner by Johnson on first down. They'll go to the ground. Rankin dances up the middle, busts through a hole, veers right, looking to get the edge. Midfield, Calgary 50, Calgary 45, Calgary 40. And the dangerous little guy flies finally brought down by the safety Somback, but Greg read the whole opening to his right. He'd already committed to go upfield. That is vision.
Well, they pulled both their guard and their tackle on the left side over the right side, and they wanted that to kind of go to the off tackle of the right side, but he saw it and Stamps had stopped that, so he popped it outside and outran the linebacker and got another big 20 yards.
And the Elks advance to the Stampeder 41-yard line. That's where they are. Two receivers come in motion near side. Calling out signals. Here's Fajardo. Stops, pitches to O'Leary Orange. He catches at the Calgary 35, then is put down right away by Sheldon Arnold. That'll be maybe a 5-yard gain. 2nd and 5, just underway in the opening quarter, scoreless.
Well, this is what Cody Fajardo does. He loves the little quick passes. And then he tries to maybe get you sleeping a little bit and goes deep, but short passes and, again, another stop route and just throw it and picking up a couple of yak yards, 5 yards on that gain.
Welcome back to Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeder football on QR Calgary as the Elks march. 2nd and 5. Stampeder 35-yard line. 5 receivers out. Now Fajardo checking off at the line. Stampeder sending 4. Fajardo is back, throws a ball downfield, turn around, and caught at the 25-yard line by Edmonton. Pulled in on the play by Luther and has a first down before he's wrapped up. Micah Theit's over.
Another stop route, Mark, and DB's just got to not give so much cushion. This is Cody Fajardo. He does not like to throw deep, but he's good at just timing. Guys that aren't even turning around yet, and just they turn around, the ball's right there.
First down, Edmonton, Stampeder 26-yard line. 2 receivers right, including the big, tall Mathis. He starts in motion to the line. But no, play fake. No, they give it to Rankin. He runs left. This time the Stamps were waiting. They put him on the ground, and Yelavici is over to put him down. Big tackle by the Calgary Stampeders. Very little gain.
Yeah, little gain. It was exact same play where he got 20 yards. This time ran it the other way, but this time he couldn't pop it outside. Defensive end got up there, stopped that, and pursuit tackled him. So good play by the Stampeder defense.
Actually, it's a loss of a couple. 2nd down and 12. Ball on the left side, hash marks. Elks fan out. They have Mack, one of their key free agent signings, going left with Mathis. Fajardo calls out signals. Takes the snap. Pressure is on by the Stampeders. He sets up a screen. Left flat caught by Mack. He has a Calgary 20. Calgary 25. 15-yard line before he's tackled on the far side by Jackson Somback. But he just pitched that off to Mack. And the Elks are on the march again.
Well executed football play. 2nd and long and throw a little screen pass. He had 4 offensive linemen out in front of him. And they're not that quick out in the open field. But they just got to get in the way of the pursuing linebackers. And he popped it outside. Got taken out of bounds. But good call by the offense of the Elks.
At the 14-yard line, now the Stampeders shuffle up their defensive line, bringing in 4 new people. Max splits wide, lines up behind the line of scrimmage, inside the yard marker, starts in motion to the line. Fajardo takes the snap. Play fake. He's rolling right on the move, being pursued. Turns the corner, 15, 10, slides at about the 8-yard line. Morris Brash in hot pursuit, but that is going to get him about 6 yards. I'm sure Mark Killam gulped on the sidelines with his star quarterback running like crazy in a preseason game. But
a little read pass option. He pulls it out, and he wanted to throw the ball, but well covered down the field. So good job by our defensive lineman, though, to track Cody Fajardo. Anytime your D lineman can outrun your quarterback and bring him down, but Cody still got 5 yards on that play.
Down to the 9-yard line of the Stampeders. Ball on the right side, hash marks. Fajardo lines up in the gun. O'Leary Orange moves down the line in front of the quarterback. Fajardo takes the snap. Back, standing, waiting, throwing. That ball is tipped at the line of scrimmage, then ends up in the hands of the receiver on the far side, going down to pick up the ball for the Edmonton Elks. Nice catch by Luther. Somebody tipped that at the line. Jackson Soundback and the tackle.
No, he just slipped out, but it looks like it's going to be maybe short or no. Yeah, it's going to be short by about a yard. But again, just our defensive back playing way off that time. And I think that was Anthony Johnson. And another big stop route. And by the time you come up, the ball's already there with the timing between the quarterback and the wideout.
3rd down, inches to go for the Elks at the Stampeder 5. 9:37 to play in our first quarter. Cody Fajardo in the gun. Rankin in the backfield. Now Fajardo moves to the line. Checks off. Backs up. Fajardo with the ball. Fumbles it. Throws into the end zone. And that is broken up on a slant route. A superb play by Anthony Johnson to go up the back of the receiver. Mack knock it away. And it's a turnover on downs. Nice play by the 2nd-year star Johnson.
Yeah, good play by Johnson. This time I'm very surprised they went for, they only had about a foot or a bit yard to go, Mark, and they ran a slant route, and Anthony Johnson, he's very good at the slant route. This time he wasn't playing so far off because he's backed up with the goal line there, and he made a good strip of the ball. So that was a great drive, opening drive by the Elks to move it all the way down to the 5-yard line, not capitalized. A little bit surprised by the play call on that last play.
Maybe they got Rankin, just power, run them up the middle.
Exactly. That's what I thought. Get the first down.
Yeah, but anyway, they got to experiment on some of those things. Now the players are getting some water as the Stampeders will start out on their first drive. Time now for the opening drive. They'll start out on the 5 with Josh Bell. And Greg, I think we talked about it. He's a guy, he's a great study. I think he was good, but they're expecting more than good in the first preseason game.
That's exactly what you need when what's expected of you if you're in that second year. So this is a big quarter. Let's see how he does on this opening drive.
9:22 remaining in the quarter. We are scoreless. Regular receivers that are home for the Stampeders: Jalen Philpott, Clark Barnes will also be at home, and so is Dijon Brissett. Will they be ready for next week's opener? I don't know. That's something to be determined. Stampeders will have a couple days off, of course, just to make the roster. Players have got to find, in some cases, somewhere to live.
Going back to Josh Love, you couldn't have started at a worse position way back on your 5-yard line, and very tough. You got to have a good first couple of plays to get you outside the shadows of your own goalpost, because it's tough to run any plays when you're right down there in the 5-yard line. Most of the time you try and run the ball to get that first down, but we'll see what Josh does.
As they huddle up, waiting for time to be whistled in. Mills in the backfield. Diedrich, the league rushing champion, of course, did not play in game 1, and he'll get some work here tonight. Takes enough hits, I think, 257.
Yeah, he's probably going to get about 8-9 carries, and then he's probably going to get pulled, and you're not going to see him the rest of the game. Nope.
Peters clap and break the huddle. They're on their 5-yard line, far sidelines, with Love standing in the end zone. Shifting to his right is Diedrich Mills. Love with the ball. Gives inside to Mills. He's hit at the point of attack. Falls forward to about the 7 or 8-yard line. So he gets about 3 yards at the most.
Well, the Elks totally anticipated they were going to run the ball to Diedrich Mills. They blitzed everyone, and he got nothing. It's pretty tough to run when you're blitzing your middle linebacker, you're blitzing your Sam linebacker, attacking the outside edges. So I think the Elks knew that was coming, and they consequently, Stamps only got 1 yard.
Second down, 8 yards to go. The Stampeders out of the 5 receivers set. Horton to the near side. Jones in the slot this way. Ball on the right side. Hashmarks. That back to the quarterback in the end zone. Pitching it downfield. That ball is in and out of the hands of the intended target. Hatter has some great close coverage as well. After the play, a flag is in the air. I think there may have been some taunting or unsportsmanlike conduct. Regardless, a good defensive play. A tough catch.
I think this is going to go on the outs, and that's not going to. Mark Killen's not going to be too happy about that. They got him first down, or they're going to be punting from their own end zone, and now that's going to give the Stampeders probably a first down. So undisciplined penalty, and Mark Killen's not going to like that.
No.
I think the Stamps are going to get probably another play. It's third down and about 7, so we'll have to see what sorts out here as the referees doing what I don't like to see them do, and that's have a big conference. Had hardly any of those last game, and now we got big conference going on, which, talking to the CFL head officials, they want to eliminate a lot of these big conferences.
Yeah. Let's see if we do get the call here.
We have an unnecessary roughness penalty, misconduct, against Edmonton, number 2. We have a 10-yard misconduct penalty against Calgary, number 60. It'll be an automatic first down.
Okay, that's Dante DeMurray for the Stampeders and Lee Carney for Edmonton. So renewing hostilities. Yeah.
Well, Calgary's going to come out of that. In fact, they get the first down out of that.
First quarter action, 0-0 Stamps and Elks. From Clark Field in Edmonton, Stampeders will be on the 11-yard line. Hunter out of the huddle left. Deshaun Janusa, second-year receiver with him. Love looks over the defense. Love gives to Mills, explodes up the middle, breaks the tackle, bounces off a body, goes up to about the 20-yard line. That's hard, tough running.
That's what you want.
Yep.
Just a straight handoff, no creativity out of that. Just right, they call it the pop hole or the A gap. It's between the guard and the tackle. Just a quick hitter, and Mills shot it through, and we're going to go to a timeout.
Or do we have an injured player? I think we We have an injured member of the Elks.
I think we do, and I think it was the guy that Dietrich Mills kind of hammered. He ran that one real hard.
Sure
That's typical Dietrich Mills. Quick hitter, and I like the quick hitters instead of deep in the backfield. Sometimes just let him get a full head of steam, and he hit the middle linebacker, and I think that's who it was, and kind of made him. We're now going to go to a timeout, Mark.
We're scoreless in the first quarter. We're going to step aside. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary. Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak are proud sponsors of Stampeder football on QR Calgary, bringing you all your CFL action for 35 years.
The 0% event is back at the all-new Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, featuring the all-new Buick Envision, designed to make every day an occasion. The compact SUV featuring stunning design, intuitive technology, and the power to explore new horizons. Available now for 84 months at 0% OAC, only at Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, giving you more. Become part of the Wolf Pack. Check out the new state-of-the-art dealership at 768 101st Street Southwest or online at wolfcalgary.com.
2026 is the year of the horse and the year of the Calgary Stampeders. It all kicks off with our home opener on June 5th, presented by Tim Hortons, when we host the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Don't miss the start of the season and see the 2001 Grey Cup champion Stampeders team who will be in attendance. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. and tickets are available now. Visit stampeders.com to secure your seat. 2026 is the year of the horse and the Calgary Stampeders. Together we ride.
Only in Calgary can you wake up to snow and need your air conditioner by lunch. Fortunately, when the forecast fails, the experts at Plumbing and Heating Paramedics don't. From plumbing emergencies and water heaters to furnaces, air conditioning, and boilers, the Plumbing and Heating Paramedics have your back 24/7. Certified, local, standing by when you need us the most. Don't wait. We're one click or call away for any comfort crisis.
We Plumbing and Heating Paramedics to the rescue. Don't forget cooling and boilers.
Hi, this is Clarence Hicks. Congratulations to QR Calgary for 35 years of Stampeder football broadcasts.
The Calgary Stampeders, that was Cordell Jackson, the defensive back that went out after taking that blast from Dietrich Mills. Mills in the backfield, second down and 2 yards to go for the Stampeders. And they'll go again to Mills. He lowers his shoulder, pushes ahead. This time the Elks push back, and let's wait and see when they unpile. A lot of bodies pushing. Mogensen, the middle linebacker, up. And when they unpile, I have no idea. Oh, they signal first down. Okay.
Yeah, the Stamps, that's what they want to do, establish that running attack. And as I said, they're probably going to give Dietrich 8, 9, maybe 10 or 12 carries, and he's going to be out, but he's already carried the ball 4 times this game.
No. Actually, I thought they were signaling first down. Instead, they were. Yeah, they did. Okay. I thought they were motioning the players to get back away from the ball.
And that was, again, good, tough running because Dietrich was, first point of contact was probably a yard back in the line of scrimmage, and he just kept the legs a-chucking and got that first down on his total effort.
First down, Stampeders at their 21-yard line. Lights on. There's cloud above the stadium, but the temperature, it's a very pleasant night, actually. Just all the rain that fell. Jeremiah Hunter in the slot. Now comes back to the formation in front of the quarterback. Well, with the snap. Play fake to the line. He is back, throws to the far sideline. That is caught by Hunter. He gets up to the 25, falls ahead to about the 30. Mogensen, the linebacker, helps bring him down, and that's about a 6-yard gain, 2nd and 4.
Yeah, Hunter, they just move him across the line of scrimmage, put him in the flat, and one thing they want Josh Love to do a lot better at, and that's get the ball out of his hands pretty quick. He did that on that play and picked up 6 yards.
6:29 remaining in the quarter. Stampeders on the march. We're scoreless in the first quarter. Stampeders moving right to left to the Commonwealth Stadium end of this park field. On 2nd and 6. Love takes the snap. Love in the pocket. He's in trouble, and he is sacked back at the 16-yard line. Brinkman, the linebacker, busts through, and the Stamps drive stalls.
Well, Love's not getting much of a deep drop at all, but good pressure by only 4. The Elks only rushed 4. They just couldn't hold him back, but he might want to try and get a little bit of a deeper drive. It looked like he and the wide receiver weren't on the same page.
Big Bassett, the All-Canadian punter last year, is on to kick it away. Leak, a speedy returner, stands adjacent to the Elks logo at center field. Snap is back, punted downfield. Terrific spiral kick. Chases him back to about the Edmonton 45, starts ahead, up at midfield, brought down at the 50-yard line of Calgary, so the Elks will start out with the short field. Let's step aside right now. This is first quarter Stampeder football. We're here at Clark Field. We are scoreless, and this is Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
Red Tag Days are wrapping up at South Point Toyota. Save up to $10,000 on in-stock 2025 and 26 Crown Signias, Tacomas, Prius plug-ins, and fully electric DZ models. Plus, financing as low as 0%. Plus, free winter tires and a free tire and rim warranty. Plus, up to $10,000 off in-stock 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days end soon under the tower at South Point Toyota.
Football fans know it can get pretty rowdy when a big play is made. But they're also respectful of their neighbors.
Sorry, my bad.
That's what makes Shane Holmes duplexes in Calgary, Airdrie, and Chestermere so special. Each duplex passes the yell test. So while this is going on, all they can hear next door is this. So you can maintain harmony with your neighbors. Visit ShaneHolmes.com. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Holmes.
You count on knowing what the weather's going to be. That's why you count on us. QR Calgary 770.
From Edmonton, Alberta, it's the Calgary Stampeders. Welcome back to the broadcast. Elks start on the 48-yard line. It's actually Johnson, the defensive back, that returned. Him and Leak looking very similar. But the Elks will start out. They had a terrific drive, but got nothing out of it. So let's see what they do with this drive.
Yeah, they got great field position. Pretty good punt. It was kicked outside the numbers, but good job by Leak. Once again, they get around 12 yards on the return. He gets shot right up the field. So Elks kind of winning there. 1 first down for Calgary and 4 for the Elks. So far they're winning the battle of this game.
5 minutes, 21 seconds remaining in this quarter, the first quarter. We are scoreless. Max splitting wide right, lines up outside the numbers in front of the Elks bench. 3 receivers with him. Pujado is back. He pitches downfield. Caught by Luther. He gets ahead and gets up to close to first down yardage at about the 34-yard line.
Well,
and as a Stampeder slow to get up, that's Sheldon Arnold, the defensive back.
Yeah, that's not what we want. Sheldon Arnold, one of our good defensive backs.
Oh, boy. Yeah, he went down hard. He's fighting for that job. Had it last year. He kind of got moved down the depth chart a little bit in camp, but he's bounced right back. And
looks like
I don't like what I see, but I'm not going to play doctor in the press box.
They're looking at his knee right now, and the Elks are really they're overloading one side and either running the ball or throwing a lot of stop routes, and also not just the stop routes, but a little quick snap screen that time, and they're really getting good stock blocks. They're bringing out a couple more of the athletic therapists, so this does not look good at all.
Now Dave Dickinson is walking on the field. He's coming out to the far side hash marks. I think he's going to walk.
This is not looking good, Mark.
Yeah.
Something to do with his knee, and I think they're going to have to get the cart.
Good boy. Well, Dave Dickinson is now crossing the field. He's coming towards him to try and get the update.
Sheldon Arnold had such a good year last year. He's 6'1", 202 pounds. Second year out of Central Florida, Mark, and all those halfbacks come in, and now they're going to bring the. That's going to be the doctor coming on.
Boy. You know, he's got one of these guys, Greg. You like him. He's got a smile. He's confident, but guess what? He backs it up. He doesn't. He's more doesn't trash talk others. He just says, "I'm going to do it. I've got the skill. I got to do it." You know what? Can't fault a guy for that. He doesn't get out there and say he's going to do a bunch of things that he won't do. By the way, welcome back to Stampeders Football in QR Calgary, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers.
Well, we talked in the long pregame about injuries. You can't have injuries, and already Stamps were pretty good last game. I don't think they had one injury, and now we go into this game and we have it. And, obviously, up top, they saw something. His knee kind of maybe got turned out because right away the athletic therapists of the Stampeders are running on the field, and usually they don't do that unless they know something's really wrong.
Yeah, well, he's down on his back at the 35-yard line, and several of his teammates are gathered around him.
They're getting the old little brace thing that they put, so that says to me it's the ankle.
Okay.
And they're strapping that brace on to keep it all strapped up and carry him off. I don't even know if they got a cart here. I don't see one, Mark, which is kind of unusual. They should. But... Yeah, they got like 5 got 5, yeah, sort of 5 or 6 of the Stampeders. So he's done something to his ankle, and I don't think he's going to be back.
I'd say not given that amount of medical attention.
Yeah, here comes the cart. I knew they'd
I think
gotta
they
have a cart. Yeah.
And they have to have an ambulance within easy reach, too. I don't see it, but it's got to be somewhere
It's
close.
not too difficult to just bring a cart over from Commonwealth Stadium.
Yep. Yeah. So this is not good news for Sheldon Arnold.
He plays that very difficult halfback position, that weak side, and he's done a really good job. So,
well, he did most of it last year. Of course, Jaden Grant at the other. Those were 2 guys that arrived when the season started, and we were good for them.
Yeah, we were really worried about it because they had such a young secondary, and you're looking for a really good second year after a great rookie season, a little bit of an unexpected rookie season.
So he is sitting up. That's the good news.
I think he's totally turned his ankle out, but it's not his knee, it's his ankle. They've got it totally, they put that plastic now, they're lifting him up, and they're going to put him in the cart.
Well, just a smattering of applause from the crowd here in Edmonton. Well, not great when you have to put your arms around teammates for support. Medical staff get taken to the cart. They're backing the cart up so he can be seated in it.
Well, the team now has around 5 or 6 athletic therapists and team doctors down there, and right away they were running on the field before the play was almost even, just as it was over. So that is an indication to me that the coaches upstairs were telling the other coaches down on the sidelines that, look, we saw it happen. There's no replay screen. We don't have any TV here, so we can't really see any replay, but coaches up top certainly can see it.
Yeah, Steve Wadey, the athletic therapist, they do have extra trainers on staff just because of the sheer numbers in training campus.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
We got the team doctor down there, so players all wishing him good luck, and he's going to get carted off.
Yeah, we'll see, but you're right, he's got that walking boot on or brace of some kind. Now the Stampeder therapists are running off to the far side. This is all happening with 5:02 remaining in the quarter.
Last game, we didn't have any injuries, and we didn't have many penalties. We didn't have any conferences by the referees, and already had many of that already this game.
Well, the cart is now making its way to the southwest corner of this stadium where the Stampeders will dress. Anyway, the aftermath of the play does give the Elks a first down. They're at the Stampeder 37-yard line with veteran Cody Fajardo from Nevada directing the attack. Now ready to get things going. They line up with a tight end right, the Elks do. Time now whistled in. Fajardo gives to Rankin. We have flags in the air and whistles sounding. So
we're going to have a delay game, or I think they didn't get the play off in time. Procedure.
Yeah. Okay. We did, you know what, Greg? I'll give credit to both teams, to the Rough Riders, the Stance. We didn't have many of those kind of penalties in the first game, and that is tough, boy, especially the first one with so many guys.
Well, all what we had last game for preseason, unexpected, we got going on in this game.
So we're making up for the time we saved last game. Mathis and Cephas going left, part of a 4-pack. O'Leary Orange that way to the far side. First and 15 from the Stampeder 42-yard line. Fajardo, one-step drop, throws downfield to his knees. Mathis makes the catch, and then he's wrapped up and grabbed by Larson, the halfback, and it's 7 yards by the time they spot it. Second down and about 8.
Pretty consistent offense by the Elks. All they're doing is having 4 receivers flood to one side. They clear out 2 of them. One guy runs a stop route. Another guy kind of comes across the middle. So they ran that same play, but that time they picked another 6 yards just because our defensive backs are playing a little too far off.
There they are. Fajardo looks over that Calgary front. The Stampeders are showing blitz on second down and 9. They blitz. Back is the quarterback, Fajardo. Quick release over the middle, off his feet. Makes the catch at the 15. Then is got down. Luther with the grab. Great pass. He picked up the blitz. Great throw. And the Elks are on the doorstep.
Yeah, on the doorstep they had a wide receiver on a linebacker, Sam linebacker, and run a deep slant. And Cody Fajardo, good deep drop and a The guy was on. We had more. He was right on him, but Cody threw it anyways, and the big guy came down with it.
Yeah, nice play.
That's trusting your wide receiver.
You bet it is. So the Elks are at the 11-yard line. 3:29 remaining in the quarter. Cody Fajardo calling out signals. Griffith, the tight end, into the backfield. And they'll give to Rankin. Stop and start. Veers left in the hole, but the Stampeder read that and pulled him down, led by Wiley, who's on the bottom of the pack and gets up slowly off the field. So they saw that coming and hold him to what? Maybe no gain.
That's kind of like they call it a lead play when you put a lead running back into the hole. That time the Elks even brought a slot back. You almost call it a double lead, so they kind of overpower into the hole. But just a great job by him. A guy Charles Wiley and Miles Brown to push upfield and make that tackle for no gain.
They actually lost half a yard. 2:46 remaining. Elks again deep in Calgary territory at the 12. Full blitz on by the Stampeders. Fajardo is back. Pitching to the near sidelines. Overthrows in the end zone. Mathis, the tight end. It is incomplete. So the drive stalls again.
Yeah, good coverage that time by Ike Larson from Utah State. He was right there, little post corner. He was right with his guy all the way, looking back, and maybe jumped a little bit early, but he was right there. Good play by the halfback.
That was.
I think you told me his dad's here from Utah to see. And
well, the 3rd down and 11. I doubt they'd in a regular season go for this, but they're going to go for it now. From the Stampeder 11-yard line, Edmondson ball.
Yeah, why kick 3 when you know you can easily get it? Let's have another play.
Just get an extra play in for the offense and learn some stuff. The receivers to the far side of the field. Fajardo in his count. Fajardo takes the ball. He is back, fired strike by the goal line. That is caught. Was he in the end zone? The referee hasn't signaled yet. No. Ike Larson made the tackle. I think he caught him on the 1-yard line and held him out. And now Larson is down on his back. Yeah. Another defensive. But that was a terrific play, Greg, because he went into the end zone. And I think by the time, as the full medical team again runs on, Ike Larson is down.
It's going to be a first down. I think it's going to be a first down. They got to. But again, just a stop route, and our DB's playing a little bit too deep, and we got Larson now, another halfback. Looks like he's hurt and gone down.
Yes.
It's going to be it's his right knee that they're looking at. So,
well, that was a fabulous play by the little guy to push him out. I think he was in the end zone, Greg, when he broke back on his pattern and reached for the ball. And
I totally agree. But once the guy gets in the end zone, there's no sense as a defensive back standing behind him because all they got to do is catch it, and it's a touchdown. So if once he's in the end zone, it's almost better to be in front of the guy. But you can't just keep that cushion when the end zone happens. It's a little bit different out in the open field.
Well, this is bad news. Ike Larson is down on his back. They have already lost Sheldon Arnold.
Yeah, they're losing their halfbacks like crazy.
Yeah, both halfbacks facing a lot of medical time. And so. They bring here.
They're looking at. They're not bringing everybody out all like last time, but they are looking at his right knee.
They brought 11 defensive backs here, but
well, they might need them all.
I'd say they're down a couple already. Yeah,
all halfbacks too. We're going to run out of halfbacks.
Yeah. The 208. He's on his back. Inside the 5 on the near side. The medical staff attending to him.
He just previously made a really good play on that post corner, and then. The Stampeders are playing a little bit of a zone down there, and it's going to be a long game the way this is going.
And as I mentioned, this is the toughest night of the year for the coaches, not just because of the decision, but the fact they have to make them so quickly. The support staff, they have to turn around and get ready for the season. And this is the last. I mean, these delays are never much fun, but this is the last night you need it.
Well, I just say Sheldon Arnold, they're carting him off. It looks like they're going to take him to the hospital, Mark, because I'm not a doctor. I don't know what's going on, but that usually means a severe tear or break. As now Ike Larson is sitting up, but they're tending to his right knee.
Yuck. So they do have Corey Coley and Ashton Miller-Melanson as other defensive backs.
Those guys are going to be playing the entire game.
They are. Yeah. So
he's standing up. So maybe just tweaked his knee a little bit because he's even putting some pressure on it. He's even walking on it. So
very, very slowly.
I think maybe just tweaked it. So it's looking good. He's limping going off the field, but he's going off without the cart.
Yeah, and under his own power. The training staff
not,
is beside him, but they're not helping him.
Yeah.
Elkson in their short yardage unit.
Well, it's first down, so
from the one, yeah.
I don't think they're going to be trying to slant route like they did last time on the one. If I'm them, I'm just powering this ball in there.
They brought in Snyder, who was one of the backup quarterbacks. They're short yardage guys, and brought in some extra help along the line. So waiting for Larson to get off the field to the Stampeder bench, and he is now in the bench. So they'll whistle time in.
You know, they're just going to power this one with the quarterback sneak. Nobody even in the backfield.
Snyder up and under center. Lines are down. He runs right, pushes ahead. He's in the end zone. Touchdown, Edmonton.
Well, the Elks certainly dominating this game, Mark. They now have 8 first downs to Calgary's 1. They've had 17 offensive plays to Calgary's 5. So Cody Fajardo has really done a number on our defense, and our offense really hasn't been able to get anything going.
Well, of course, you never have the ball because Edmonton's running these big drives.
Yeah, well, and the Stamps, you know, if you're a defensive back, you just have to not give so much cushion. It's just a bunch of stop routes, 5 yards here, 5 yards there, first down.
Extra point is kicked through by Blanchard. Their kicker from last year, and is good. So Edmonton is up by a score of 7-0.
Yep, Calgary's got to get something going. Because a lot of these guys, they're going to play the first quarter, first half, and that's the only reps they're going to get. So they got to get some good ones.
Yeah. So let's see how they handle this as they huddle up on the far side. 1:44 remaining, opening quarter. If you've just tuned in, yes, this game was pushed back by an hour because of lightning in the Edmonton area. The players were sent off, then came back on the field for a 15-minute warm-up.
Yep. Well, I was down on the field, and before the game, Mark, I usually like to go down and just walk around and look at a couple of players, and I saw Tariq McAllister, and over comes Craig Dickinson, and he says, oh, by the way, Tariq, you're not going to get a return this game. Why not? Well, you're not going to get a return this game. So
made the team, big guy.
Well, and he's going to probably be our returner, so we want to see some of these other guys.
Yeah, for sure. They worked them into some offensive sets as well, but he's here to return.
Yeah,
Elks kickoff from the 30-yard line. There's a line drive kick to the far side. That will bounce and take a hop out of bounds at about the 4-yard line. It's out of bounds, and a flag is thrown.
Oh, good play by our returner. Who was that back there?
Jeremiah Hunter.
Okay, good job. Good smart play. Let it bounce out of bounds. That's what you want to do. Be a smart returner. Don't get too greedy and say, I can field this popping ball out there and get it up the field. So Stamps are going to get a pretty good field position because it went out of bounds.
Yeah, McAllister can, just back to him, carry the ball out of the backfield if needed. He can act as a receiver, a check down guy if needed. Well, but he's a receiver, or he's a returner first. They'll sort out all the rest of the stuff.
And the new rule, Mark, is you get the ball up at the 50. Yep. So that's a pretty good field position. So Craig Dickinson goes over and slaps him and says, good job, good decision.
Well, Hunter's right back out there after that play, part of a 4-receiver set to the far side. There's Love with the ball, leans in. Play clock is at 10. Now flags in the air, and whistle stops. I think somebody went across the line.
What's called a hard snap, where he goes hut real quick, and you know what? He drew him offside, but our left tackle popped up, so drew your own guy offside. That's frustrating on a coach. Yeah. You specifically call a cadence to draw the other team offside, and because of the whole voice insinuation of the quarterback, it draws our left tackle off.
Well, remember, Love, didn't play a lot last year. Anyway, here come the Stampeders out, 1st and 15 on the 45-yard line. Love takes the snap. In his pocket, looks left, looks middle, pitches on a crossing route, caught by McAllister at midfield, and the Elks stand him up, actually at the 50-yard line before Bogensen and DeBlanco linebackers bring him down. They're back to the original line of scrimmage. 10 yards to go, second down.
Well, this looks to me like Josh Love is just he's getting a snap at 5 yards, and he's dropping another 2, and he's just not getting much depth in that pocket, collapsing around. And that time he did a good job. He just dumping it to the guy coming across the field to at least get 5 yards.
49 seconds to play in this quarter. 7-0 Edmonton. McAllister is the setback for the Stampeders to the right of Love. Love takes the snap. It is dropped, steps up, pitches across the middle, and that is incomplete. Mathis went for the ball, but I think Kobe Williams, the former Stampeder, is going to be flagged for pass interference.
Yeah, they're going to say that. A little deep curl that time, and Josh Love tried on a rifle in. A good throw. Guy was well covered, but yeah, they're going to call previous Stampeder Kobe Williams for over their back.
You get the call here in a moment.
Pass interference, Edmonton, number 25. It's a 10-yard penalty and an automatic first down.
All right, it's Garnes the safety as well. They were both in the area, so they call Garnes the safety. Anyway, 34 seconds remaining in the quarter. Stampeders are at the Elk 50-yard line. Gallster again in the backfield. Bell over the ball to snap. Love takes the ball. Love is back. There's a slant route across the middle. That ball is caught at the Edmonton 43-yard line before Keelan Horton is put down. That'll be about a 7, maybe 8-yard gain.
Yeah, good football play by the Stampeders. Their outside guy, they had 2 receivers to the right. The outside guy kind of does a slant route, and our inside guy goes quickly out, and just a good solid throw by Josh Love to pick up about 7-8 yards.
2nd down and 2. They bring in a tight end. Extra help. Well, Vaughn's going to line up as a receiver. McAllister in the backfield. From the gun is Love. Now the receivers come back to the formation to block. Love has the ball, rolls right, sets up a one-on-one streak route down the far side of the field. Right makes the catch. Right goes to the end zone. Touchdown! Calgary Stampeders. That was an electric pass and run to end this quarter. My goodness, what a throw and what a reception.
Yeah, Matt Sibley, wasn't it, Mark? Was that who it was? I can't see on the outside, but just a great throw. If you're going to throw the deep route, you want to throw it to the outside shoulder, and just an excellent catch that time by the receiver. I think that was Matt Sibley.
I think it was right, actually.
Okay, right. That's right. So just an excellent, but that was a super throw by Josh Love, the best one he's had so far this year.
By far. That was a long 49-yard pass and run. They showed every sign, Greg, of this being a passing play, instead, or at least a running play. Instead, it ends up being a passing play and puts them on the board as the extra point is kicked through. Well, that does it for the opening quarter of our ball game. A little drama to end it. That's it for the first quarter. The score is the Stampeders 7, the Elks 7. Up in a moment, second quarter football action. You're listening to Stampeders Football on QR Calgary 770 CHQR.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant. Safety that protects what matters most. And technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at VolvoCarsCalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
Calgary, come on down to play Prize is Right, only at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
Enter your free ballot Friday nights with hourly draws from 6 to 10 p.m. for your chance to spin the Prize is Right wheel to win your share of over $5,000 cash. They've already given away over $105,000 with lots more to go around. Prize is Right every Friday night at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
We're fun!
It's the final days. This is it. Hearth & Home Spring Savings Event ends May 31st. Savings like this only happens once a year. Demo and discounted units are up to 80% off. New models 10 to 25% off. These are showroom specials. Beautiful fireplaces built for your home, not a warehouse shelf. Limited quantities are available, so shop early for best selection. When they're gone, they're gone. Hearth & Home Fireplace, bringing family together. Visit their showroom at 5740 1A Street Southwest or hearthandhomefireplace.com.
Thanks for listening. This is Rene Paredes, kicker for the Calgary Stampeders. Now back to Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
And welcome back to Edmonton. It's 7-7. We're live from the Billy Powers broadcast booth, brought to you by South Point Toyota. Welcome to the second quarter. The Elks have 2 returners deep. Greg will get to the stats momentarily. As the Stamps end that quarter with real drama, Jude McAtamy is on the line. Puts the ball at the 30-yard line. Elks with 2 receivers back. And the Stampeders kick the ball off. High kick. Powell catches. Shoulder height at the 5. Get ahead. 10 at the 20. Up at the 25-yard line. Spins off a tackle. Finally dragged out of bounds or pushed out of bounds by first-round pick Rasko on a good return. So, Greg, give us the stats you have. I know we're not up to regular CFL standards here, but just give us what you got.
What I got here, first down, Stamps have 3. The Elks have 8. But, of course, Stamps doing a pretty good job with that big, long pass. Offensive play, Stamps 8. The Elks had 16 total offense. Elks 116, Stamps 63. So Elks really had a lot more plays, but Stampeders hitting on that big one. Great pass that time by Josh Love.
On the 33-yard line, Taylor Powell at the controls now for the Elks. Has Knight in the backfield. And first down, Powell is back. Looks left. Throws left. Out of the backfield is Skylar Griffith. Sidesteps the tackle, gets 40 to the 46-yard line.
Well, good play by Powell to step up into the pocket, Mark, and then find somebody open in the flat. Then our corner comes up, and can't be lunging. He's got to just break down and make the tackle, because you don't, he's going to get the first down, and that's what happened on that play.
Yeah, Griffin ripped the catch, gets up to the 47-yard line. First down, Powell is in. He's free agent signing. In effect, him and Trey Ford are kind of like traded for each other. Powell's the backup at Hamilton last year. Ford was the backup here. Now they're the backups in their new venues. On first down, play fake by Powell. He looks left. He throws the ball, and he was being rushed and just threw that ball. Stephen Kepe, the rookie, was in pursuit, and he just unloaded that ball, skips it, incomplete.
Yeah, well, you know what? Again, this time he gets the ball. He's in the gun, if you can picture this, and he 5-yard, and he just stood there and did a little fake handoff, and he just stood there. And you got to get yourself a little depth, because before you know it, you got a big defensive end right in your face, and you're going to throw the ball in the dirt.
Elks out of the huddle on second down, just underway in our second quarter. It's a 7-7 ball game. Long count, play clock at 8. Powell is back. Plants, throws across the middle, on across the ground. Caught by O'Leary Orange. He's hit at midfield and put to the ground. And Yelabici in on the tackle for the Stampeders.
Yeah, Yelabici played a great game last game and did a good job this time. He's super tackler, and they're going to bring him short, so we have to see what the flag is. So good job by the Stamps to get them probably 2 and out, unless we have a penalty on the Stampeders, which I think we do. Let's see what the referee says here. Is he going to call it?
I hope.
No, I don't know what the penalty was.
Okay. Here we go. Well, whatever it happened, it's on the 52-yard line. Yeah, it's on the Stampeder 52-yard line. Taylor Powell is the quarterback, and he'll give to Knight. He veers right and turns straight up the field. He goes on the ground. Another flag. Kepe on the tackle.
You know, it just like exactly what we saw last game, with no flags and no injuries and no huddles. Just flag. And it's 3 flags in a row by the officials. Looks like it's going to be a
first down.
That's Bordner, one of their free agent signings. Called for holding, so they'll back it up.
Yeah, back it up. Becoming a preseason game, so.
The sun trying to fight through now. We do have the first sun in quite a while.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. And like I said, pretty warm night here still.
Yeah. Shadows beginning to lengthen. As the Elks are 1st and 20 back at the 47-yard line. 5 receivers for Edmonton. Powell takes his time. Powell takes the ball. Throws a screen pass to the right flat. Caught by Knight. He gets up to the Edmonton 50 at midfield. Sidestep to tackle. Gets up to about the 53 and tackled by Micah Tights in the open field there.
You know, a little pretty good 10-yard gain on a 2nd and 20. Just kind of a little swing route. And you got to time it so as you're swinging and you're going up the field, you're catching the ball going up to get that momentum. That's what the Elks did, and it takes a lot of practice. You think it's an easy pass catch. It's not.
To the 53 of the Stampeders. That'll make it 2nd down and about 10. Micah Tights missed the first game following the birth of his child and said to me this week, I need a couple of weeks to get me going, or a couple of quarters at least. Yeah, that's right. Snap back to Powell. Pocket holding. Powell dancing. Throws on a crossing route. It's low, and receiver goes down for Edmonton.
Calgary's happy with that.
Yeah.
So, you know, let him throw it underneath. That's good. Powell stepping in. He didn't want to throw it deep. Didn't want to take a chance getting the interception. Dumping in. Good job to get no yak yards and yards after the catch. So good job by the Stampeder D.
Cephas
What's the
makes
name?
the catch.
Cephas, okay. Well, the Stampeder defense now is starting to play a little bit better.
Here's Jake Julian on to punt the ball away. Fabulous season last year. Ball snap back to him. He pounds that ball downfield. Horton is the returner. Kicks it outside the numbers. A coffin corner kick. That hits at about the 4 or so and bounces out of bounds. That is a fabulous, fabulous kick.
Yep.
Well, we're going to step aside here with the Elks and the Stampeders tied at 7. You're listening to Stampeder Football, racking up another great season of football. Now in our 35th season, this is QR Calgary.
Red Tag Days are coming to an end at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. It's your last chance to save $10,000 on Prius plug-ins, Tacomas, Crown Signias, and Toyota BZ models with financing as low as 0%. Get free winter tires, lifetime free oil and filter offer, and free tire and rim warranty. Plus, save over $10,000 on remaining 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days ends May 31st at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
The PGA Tour's biggest names are coming to Calgary. The Rogers Charity Classic returns August 17th to 23rd at Canyon Meadows Golf and Country Club. And QR Calgary has your chance to win a pair of tickets. Enter online now at QRCalgary.com. A must-see for golf fans, the Rogers Charity Classic features PGA Tour champions. And since 2013, has raised over $164 million for children in need. It's world-class golf right in our own backyard. The Rogers Charity Classic, proudly supported by QR Calgary.
Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play for 35 years. QR Calgary.
7-7 our score as the Calgary Stampeders step on the field. That ball was spotted at the 3 grade. That was a fabulous
great kick.
And Loverbane's in the game at quarterback. He's in the backfield. Stewart in the backfield as a running back. And Love takes the ball. He looks left to the far side. Now he's going to step up, throws on the run downfield. And that is caught by a sliding receiver by Sean Janusis.
Yeah, good play by Love.
Tackle,
Step up into the pocket, and as you're doing, keep your eyes down the field. Find somebody over the middle for a first down. And Love kind of, just like previous game, Mark, he struggled to begin the part of the game, and now he's starting to really get in a groove.
Mm-hmm. And that ball advances to the 15-yard line. That's where the Stampeders are, moving left to right to the south end of the stadium. Love will take the ball again. Back throwing. That's a stop route, kind of about the 20-yard line.
Well, another good throw, Mark. You got to throw that low and away from a little bit. That's a stop route, a little bit of a curl route, more like, because it was about 7-8 yards.
Yep.
And Love threw it right down where the defensive back could not get to it, and so a good solid throw, good route, 7-yard gain.
Yeah, Owens makes the reception. And Peters have changed up their offensive line. Sheshinger, a rookie, now in at center. As Love accepts the snap. And he just threw it out of the backfield. He cuts left, tries to shed a tackle, still on his feet. 30 up to the 33-yard line. That was a nice run as he shed a tackle and kept going.
Yeah, Terrion Stewart from Virginia Tech, and kind of a little sidestep to the left and got up the field right away and got a good 8-9 yards. Got the first down, and that could have been stopped at the line of scrimmage. That's what you impressed with your first carry in the CFL.
You bets. Yeah, signed a few days ago. First and 10 at the 33-yard line. That's where the Stampeders are. 9:17 to play in this quarter. Pre-snap motion behind the quarterback, and Love takes the ball. Play fake, now on the roll right. Pitches on a ball caught by Sean Janusis in the opening field, and he's knocked down immediately. Very little gain on the play.
Yeah, it was just good defensive play. They had Janusis coming across the formation, threw it to him right away in the flat, and I like that. Get it to the receiver right away, don't delay, but that's just great defensive play to come up and snap the legs from right underneath him and limit that gain to only a yard.
Halfback read up to make the tackle. Stampeders are, it's called a second down and about 9 to go at their 43-yard line. Sun at their backs. Love has a 5-receiver set. Love takes the snap. 4-man pressure. Love back. Leans back, firing deep down the far sideline, looking for a target and overthrew the intended target, trying to find the speedy Horton on the far side, and it is incomplete.
Yeah, that's one that Love maybe well covered, Horton, but just 50-50 ball, a little bit overthrown, but you'd rather have it overthrown than underthrown. Yeah. If the wide receiver is not going to catch it, the defensive back isn't going to catch it, but Love at least got him out of the shadows of their own goalpost. Got it to the 3, up to about the 30, so it's decent field position.
On time for Mark Bassett. Really no wind at all, so if there is, it's gently favoring him. Play clock at 3 as Bassett accepts the snap. There's a bit of a shank job up the side of his foot. He's coming to the near side, takes a couple of bounces, and goes out of bounds into the Edmonton bench area. So that's a rare shank by him.
Totally shanked that. Went off the side of his foot.
Well, let's step aside. Stampeder defense running on the field. The score 7-7. This is second quarter CFL action on QR Calgary.
What did winter really do to your trees? Damage isn't obvious. Dead wood and weak limbs can quickly become a safety risk in the spring. Get your entire yard spring ready. Call Prune It Up, Calgary's trusted tree care professionals, for expert pruning for all types of trees and safe removals to protect your home. Ask about our tree and lawn package and bundle your services and save. Improve tree health with deep root injections and green grass with our Green It Up fertilizer. Spruce it up, green it up, prune it up. We got you covered.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant. Safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down, and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
2026 is the year of the horse and the year of the Calgary Stampeders. It all kicks off with our home opener on June 5th, presented by Tim Hortons, when we host the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Don't miss the start of the season and see the 2001 Grey Cup champion Stampeders team who will be in attendance. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. and tickets are available now. Visit stampeders.com to secure your seat. 2026 is the year of the horse and the Calgary Stampeders. Together we ride.
Hi, this is Jalen Philpott. Your Stampeders play here on QR Calgary.
The action is back. The Elks take over on their 40-yard line. Taylor Powell is the quarterback. Knight to his left in the backfield as time is whistled in. Powell takes the ball. Sprints right to the far side of the field, seeking a target. Nobody open. He's on the run and throws it away.
Yeah, good play by Tights. He's playing that middle linebacker position. And he sees that rollout, and he's got a time when he's going to just rush up to the quarterback and force the throw. He did a great job of getting there very quick, and that was all like a Tights. Good play.
Here's something we also didn't see in the first game in Calgary last week. We've just had our first drunk thrown out of the stands, escorted by 3 Edmonton City policemen.
Three policemen throwing them out. Never saw that, but we really maybe can't see it. Like, we're right down here in the action with all the fans.
Yeah, so. Second down at 10 on the 40-yard line for Taylor Powell. 2 receivers to the short side. 4-man pressure by the Stampeders. All is back, dancing in the pocket, steps up, pitches on the run downfield, and that is in and out of the hands of the intended target, Luther, for the Elks. But great coverage coming right off his back by Moulton to help jar it loose, and it's now third down.
Yeah, that Moulton, he's really impressed the rookie out of Florida. He's not tall, 6 feet, but 225 pounds, and just impressed the coaches just all over the field and made a good job that time.
Dad was drafted in the NFL, so he's got football experience. Here's Jake Julian on to kick the ball away. Jalen Horton awaits. Steps into that ball, a fluttering kick. Al runs up, catch at the 30. He's knocked down right away.
But he did a good job at catching it, Mark. That's the thing.
Special teamers read downfield and knock him on the ground. All right. We are going to step aside just for a moment here. Calgary 7, Edmonton 7. This is Calgary Stampeder football, and we're the voice of the red and white. QR Calgary, 770 CHQR.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big deal. Not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford, it's a big deal event is on. Really? Now. Until June 1st, lease an eligible 2026 F-150 STX with black appearance package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford It's a Big Deal event. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca.
Comfort can turn into a crisis quickly. Good thing there's a team built for emergencies. The Plumbing and Heating Paramedics. From burst pipes and broken water heaters to furnaces, air conditioning, and boilers, we handle it all 24/7. Fast response, skilled pros, no delays or surprise cost. Because even when the forecast fails, the experts at Plumbing and Heating Paramedics don't. We're just one click or call away to save you from any comfort crisis.
We Plumbing and Heating Paramedics to the rescue. Don't forget cooling and boilers.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant. Safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $72.50 down, and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
Hi, this is Micah Tights, number 42, linebacker. Congratulations to QR Calgary for 35 years of Stampeder football broadcasts.
And congratulations, new baby. The Stampeders and Elks are tied at 7. 6:59 to play as now we got a change in quarterback. Woolridge is in for the Stampeders. Let's see how he does. Stewart in the backfield with them. And stretch handoff to Stewart. He runs right, but then the Elks are right there, Greg. He slowed up, didn't realize that there's some fast guys like Juvenile out there for Edmonton to bring him down.
Well, you just the defensive line just shot up the field. And he had deep handoff in the backfield. He had a guy right on him. He had no chance that time to get a good run like he did the last one.
Woolridge from Louisiana, time with the UFL of St. Louis. He's a big guy, and he's going to get a chance here.
Well, no chance he got that time, so he can't fault him on that play.
No. Second down and 13 yards to go on the loss on that play. Stampede 5 receivers out. Woolridge is back. Standing, waiting, firing across the route. Caught by Owens in full stride. Gets up to midfield before the Elks bring him down. Bird on the tackle, and that's a big first down. Nice pitch, nice catch.
Great throw that time by Woolridge to Rashawn Owens, a big guy, 6'2", 200 from Oklahoma State. And that had to be thrown right in a window about 25 yards right over the middle linebacker and in another tight window on the vertical side between the defensive backs. And so good throw, good catch.
Ball right in the middle of the field on the 55-yard line between the hash marks. Woolridge is the quarterback. Elks show blitz. Now Woolridge is checking off at the line. 4 receivers right. Play clock at 3. He'll take the ball. Play fake and then rolls right, seeking a target. Nobody there, and wisely throws the ball away.
Yeah, a little fake handoff that time, and just a great job by the defensive tackle who kind of did a little loop around, and he was, as that time, Woolridge just rolling to the right, and he just couldn't get that play off. Hard to throw the ball when you got a guy right in your face.
Sun is poking through. There are clouds around Commonwealth Stadium and this area of Edmonton, but the sun is through, and it's been a nice night. It is a nice night. Just a lot of rain. So here are the Stampeders, second down and 10 from midfield. Clock runs. It says 5:02 to play. First half. Elk come with a linebacker blitz. Woodis is back, pitches downfield, and that is knocked away by Bird as Matt Sibley did a slant. That was good timing by Bird as Sibley reached up, but the ball was knocked away.
Yeah, that time you're right. And a little bit high of a throw, so I don't know if he would have caught it in any event, but a little slant and just a good play by the defensive back. Quarterback Woolridge probably predetermined where he was going to throw it right away, and defensive back read the quarterback's eyes and just made the jump on that ball, and a good play.
So the Elks have Johnson back to return. Bassett on to punt. Low kick, angling towards the far side.
Another
it goes out of bounds, and that was not a great kick. That flag is in the air.
Good. That one just went off the other side of his foot, so he's got 2 bad kicks in a row, and Bassett just not having it right now.
Well, Craig Dickinson, the special team coordinator, came on the field kind of saying, talk to me, say, hey, what's going on here? Come on.
Well, the first kick, it went off the outside of his foot, and that only went about 20 yards, and that one kind of kicked it and went on the inside of the foot. And Sometimes you're trying to do too much. So the ball is going to be placed because it went out of bounds way back. So the Stampeders netted about 10 yards on that kick, all because of that bad kick. Sometimes you just don't think, just blast away on it, and you're trying to aim the ball too much, and you drop it not very well on your foot, and that happens.
Edmonton on the 42-yard line. And they'll go on the ground with Knight. Pushes ahead, drives the legs, gets up to about the 48-yard line.
Yeah,
where he's tackled, about a 7-yard pickup.
Not good defense. Just kept forward pushed by the O-line, and they were just out-muscling our defensive line in there right now. Yeah. Stampeders starting to substitute on the defense.
Johnson on the return. I think earlier I said Powell. The two numbers close together. Johnson on the return. And Edmonton is now up to the, let's make it the 49-yard line, their own. Coming up on our 3-minute warning. Quarterback looks in. Now Powell takes the ball. Powell is back. Looks right, throws right. There's a streak route far down the field, and receiver couldn't catch up with it at all as he tried to find it out. But Alexander, the corner, was harassing Johnson, the receiver, as well.
Yeah, Alexander, the Zy Alexander, rookie out of Louisiana State, right with him. That's how you cover a post corner. You stay on his outside all the way. They tried to have him come in on that post fake, and just good job by Alexander.
Jake Julian on to punt the ball away. As say, there's no wind advantage for anybody right now. Speedy Kalen Horton is to return at the 15, outside the hash marks. The snap of the ball is kicked away. There is a booming kick.
Great
that
kick.
Is going back, lands at about the 5. Bounces towards the end zone. It's right on the goal line. He'll pick it up and go down.
Good job, too, because that barely got in the end zone, so you kind of just got to go down right away. We're going to continue with no timeout here, Mark, but that's both of our returners are really doing a good job.
All right, stay tuned for the final minutes of the second quarter. It's 8-7 Edmonton. You're listening to Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
Red Tag Days are wrapping up at South Point Toyota. Save up to $10,000 on in-stock 2025 and 26 Crown Signias, Tacomas, Prius plug-ins, and fully electric BZ models. Plus, financing as low as 0%. Plus, free winter tires and a free tire and rim warranty. Plus, up to $10,000 off in-stock 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days end soon under the tower at South Point Toyota.
It's the final days. This is it. Hearth & Home Spring Savings Event ends May 31st. Savings like this only happens once a year. Demo and discounted units are up to 80% off. New models 10 to 25% off. These are showroom specials. Beautiful fireplaces built for your home, not a warehouse shelf. Limited quantities are available, so shop early for best selection. When they're gone, they're gone. Hearth & Home Fireplace, bringing family together. Visit their showroom at 5740 1A Street Southwest or hearthandhomefireplace.com.
Wolf Cadillac has brought back the 0% event. Get 0% financing on 2026 XT5s, 2026 Vistix, Lyrics, and the all-new 2026 Optic. No matter your needs, no matter your roads, there's a Cadillac for you. Wolf Cadillac makes the car buying process efficient, hassle-free, and transparent. Discover the Wolf Cadillac Advantage today and become part of the Wolf Pack. A luxury experience at our new Cadillac location, 756 101st Street Southwest, or online at wolfcalgary.com.
Traffic headaches. Traffic mornings and afternoons. Traffic when you need it all day long. QR Calgary 770.
Welcome back, 8-7 Edmonton. Time is whistled in as the Stampeders will start out at their 40-yard line. Stewart, a newcomer, just signed. Stocky back is in the backfield. To left the quarterback, Ben Woldridge. Woldridge takes the snap. He pitches left on a stop route. The ball is caught by Owens. He gets up to the 45, tackle at the 47, where he goes down, and that'll be about 3 yards short of the first down.
Yeah, good play again by Rashad Owens. He was the one that caught that deep one across the middle, and that time an excellent throw by Woodridge to get out there on that snap screen to the wide side, give your wide receiver some chance as the stock blocks are starting to get cratered, and Owens did a good job of getting up the field. Big Canadian.
Second down, about 2 yards to go. Stampeders at their own 48-yard line. Stewart to the right of the quarterback. Crouches. And Woolridge will give to the back. Stewart up the hash marks on the far side and weaves his way, has enough for the first down, right up near midfield.
Good vision that time. You get that ball, you keep your eyes down the field as the quarterback's putting it into your gut. And then you got a little bit of sidestep there from the defenseman. I've been impressed so far in the blocking, and Stewart's now had 2 good carries, 2 good runs.
Joseph on the tackle, one of the halfbacks. 2:21 remaining, 8-7 Edmonton. Matt Sibley, the Calgary product, goes right. Vashon Janusis, Robinson inside him. Again, Woolridge takes the ball, looks to the far side of the field, throws there, and that is broken up. That was a dangerous play.
Yeah, it really was.
Owens reached back, but the back was right there, and if he hangs on, he is gone.
Well, yeah, he's a little bit again. Woodridge kind of gets on projecting where he's going to throw the ball. Right away, he's just looking at the receiver, and quarterbacks can read the eye, or the cornerback can read the eyes of the quarterback, and read the eyes and jumped on that. You're right. He could have pulled that and gone for 6 the other way.
Yeah, if he hangs on, he's gone. Little Robinson from Mercyhurst goes right. Sibley outside him. 2 minutes and 6 seconds remaining in the half. Second down at the 54-yard line. Full blitz is coming. And back is the quarterback. And I think the Elks jumped the gun with that blitz.
They like to time their blitzes. They like to be about 5-6 yards off and then run right up and time them. But Calgary's going on some different snap counts, and that time Woolridge is going on a long count, and so they're not even stopping. They're just trying to get up there right away. You're right. They blitzed everybody on that play.
Waka Clements, the linebacker, is flagged for the infraction, but I think they could have picked about 4 guys. Yeah. So 2nd and 5 at the 51-yard line. 8-7 Edmonton. Each team has a touchdown. Woolridge is the quarterback. Second quarterback to play for the Stampeders. Janusa starts in motion to the line on the near side. Woolridge is back. Deep drop. Steps up in the pocket. Now he will run. Breaks the tackle at the 50 up to the 48 of Edmonton. Really close to the first down. Fort Hubert puts them on the ground for it.
Go for it.
Yeah.
It's a preseason. They're a good 2 yards short, but why not go for it? Maybe, a good 2 yards, but good job to step up in the middle and run the football.
Coaches told me they really like his speed in the open field. I mean, you can't really practice that.
You can't teach that either, but he right away, I like his, you make a decision, you're going to run the ball, run it. Don't dance and just get up the field. That's what he did.
Short yardage play. Now they're going to keep Woolridge in at quarterback. Lines are down. He runs left, pushes ahead. Elks push back, but I'm sure he has the first down.
Yeah, he was pushed back, but his forward progression should get him. So, they didn't bring Vaughn in and let Woolridge run that short yardage.
Thank you for making us part of your Friday night. Stampeders and the Edmonton Elks approaching halftime. Our next broadcast is next Friday. The regular season begins. 81st season of Stampeder football. They'll honor the 2001 team. 7 o'clock kickoff with Winnipeg in town and a 5:30 kickoff. Stampeders break the huddle, send 4 receivers right. Sibley is the wide man to the near side of the field. Outside blitz is on. Play fake by Davidson. He rolls right. Woolridge throwing downfield. Caught by Davidson, who catches at the Edmonton 39. Then is dragged down by Bird, the halfback, and that's about a 6-yard gain.
Good decision. They had 4 receivers to the wide side, and they rolled Woolridge out to that wide side. He wanted to go down the field. He had nobody in his face. He looked, says, I'll just throw it to my guy in the flat and get a good 6 yards. That's good quarterback play.
1:13 remaining, 2nd down and 4. Stampeders are at the 38-yard line of Edmonton. Ball on these near right hash marks. Really glad you're with us as the sun breaks through. Stampeders have 4 receivers right, and I think there's some confusion. Yeah, Stampeders took a timeout. I think there was some confusion in the alignment. Dave Dickinson, I could see, is jawing at some of his players.
Didn't like that, and
so we'll get the play going after that penalty from the 38-yard line of Edmonton. Stampeders huddle up. And they break that huddle. Stampeders again. 2 receivers right. Horton lines up on the numbers at the 40-yard line. Now tracks down towards the formation. Play clock is at 7 as Woolridge accepts the snap. Rollers back, standing, waiting, now scrambling right, away from the pressure, coming near side, throwing on the run downfield. Owens reaches up, makes the catch at the 20, pushed out of bounds at the 18-yard line. That is bailing out your quarterback. Really nice play as he stepped out of bounds. And the Stampeders, with 54 seconds remaining, are on the 17-yard line of Edmonton. Lights on, and nice drive executed by Woolridge. He's been on their neg list. They thought about bringing him up last year, but when they have expanded roster stuff, just weren't sure, and this is the route they went. Matt Sibley starts in motion to the line on the near side. Woolridge takes the snap. Woolridge pumps. Nobody open now. Scrambles right, and he's just going to heave the ball out of bounds. But behind the play in the Edmonton secondary, there is a flag. I'm not sure of the call. 48 seconds remain. Okay, well, a big break for the Stampeders. You heard that. Illegal contact. They're out to the 9, ball on the right side. Hash marks, can the Stamps punch it in with 48 seconds remaining in the half. Already had one sensational touchdown reception. I don't know if this is throw territory, but we'll let them figure that out. Goal to go from the 9-yard line for the Stampeders. Woolridge stands straight, awaits the snap. Woolridge takes the ball. Blitz is coming. He takes the ball, burst up the middle, and is hit just as he got into the hole. Somebody for Edmonton on the inside. I'll have to see who it was. Somebody saved the touchdown, though, as he sprinted right up the middle. There was a clear lane, but somebody just stuck a hand out on the inside. That was a superb run, but an equally superb defensive play by an Elk defender. 42 seconds to play. Goal to go from the 6 for the Stampeders. Schetchinger, a rookie over the ball. Woolridge looks over the defense. 2 on the clock. He accepts the snap. He is back, throwing right, throwing into the corner of the end zone. Horton off his feet, went up. He was hit, the ball stripped away, and it's pass interference on Edmonton. 2 flags were thrown, so it's pass interference. And the Stampeders will advance. So a little Horton went up, but there's pass interference on the call.
And goal, ball will be placed at the 1, and an automatic first down.
Let's read the defensive back. So the Stampeders, with 20 seconds remaining in the half, get an absolutely golden opportunity. 3 cracks from here. Well, Woolridge is in the gun. Now he comes under center. Lines are down. Woolridge pushes right, goes to the end zone. The arms are raised. Touchdown, Stampeders. So the Stampeders with a tremendous drive. Then Woolridge and the Stampeders now reassume the lead at 13-8. Soon to be 14 with 18 seconds remaining in our opening half. You did tune in late. We did have a lightning delay of an hour, and that's why we're only at halftime right now. So a penalty-aided drive. The Stampeders take advantage. And they'll try the extra point with McAtney. Ball is back, it's placed, and he kicks it through. Stampeders leading 14-8. So, the Edmonton Elks will be getting ready to return this kick. Mark Killam on the sideline, second year after 2 decades with the Calgary Stampeders. Taking some notes. He'll have just as difficult a night as Dave Dickinson will. The difference is he's at home. They'll have a 3-hour travel window to deal with. Stampeders will send the kick unit on. Elk sends Cephas back as a returner along with Powell. And we'll get things going with just seconds to go in this half. Ball teed up on the 30-yard line. Look at that, and he paces. And forward is the kicker, McNamee. He hooks this kick. That is a bomb. Bounces once in the end zone and goes out the end. Now, that is not a single anymore in the CFL. So, nice kick, but doesn't do anything.
And he's done a great job on the kickoffs, Mark. He's really getting lots of good distance, showing his leg strength. So, yeah, he's really done well.
Yep, no question.
Good drive that time by the rookie quarterback. Yep. Brought him right down the field and looked pretty impressive as he was doing it.
Sure did. 18 seconds remain as the Edmonton Elks will take over possession. Powell remains in the game as the quarterback. Knight is set back. Product UBC lining up to his left. And first down, Powell retreats. Deep in his pocket. Slings it on a crossing route. O'Leary Orens catches and then was clobbered by that Micah Tights, I believe.
Yeah, and he's slow getting
Micah Tights, slow getting. He just nailed him, but he took the worst of that.
Yeah, he did, and they might want to get him out of the game, but he's popping up, and I think they're going to take Tights out. Yep.
And they're going to send in the rookie Roscoe, whom the coaches love. They think he's done everything right. 44-yard line, second down and 6 for Edmonton. In the snap as Powell is back. He throws to the far side. That ball is tipped by Moulton, the linebacker, out of bounds. That was not a well-thrown ball. Moulton closed on the ball and got his mitts on it. Greg, in practice, I get it. Practice is practice. But he intercepted consecutive passes on 2 different plays. He was just in the right spot.
Well, it's all a matter of good linebackers read quarterbacks' eyes and have got good speed to break on the ball. And that time, if he would have got to it a little bit quicker, he could have been 6 the other way.
Well, on third,
they're punting this away.
Why?
Yeah, really. There's 3 seconds left, and just give but they don't want to punt gets that punted out of bounds. It ends on a penalty, but whatever.
Nunu Watley, a small, speedy receiver from Arizona, back to return. And that's a high kick by Julian going towards the far sidelines. It lands at the 20, then bounces out of bounds to end the opening half of our ball game. So that's it through the first 30 minutes of this game from Clark Field in Edmonton. We go to the dressing room. The Calgary Stampeders 14, Edmonton 8. That's your second quarter. This is your radio home for football, QR Calgary.
Calgary, come on down to play Prize is Right. Only at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
Enter your free ballot Friday nights with hourly draws from 6 to 10 p.m. for your chance to spin the Prize is Right wheel to win your share of over $5,000 cash. They've already given away over $105,000 with lots more to go around. Prize is Right every Friday night at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
We're fun!
Red Tag Days are coming to an end at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. It's your last chance to save $10,000 on Prius plug-ins, Tacomas, Crown Signias, and Toyota BZ models with financing as low as 0%. Get free winter tires, lifetime free oil and filter offer, and free tire and rim warranty. Plus, save over $10,000 on remaining 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days ends May 31st at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Spring has sprung at Spruce It Up. Spring bulbs, seeds, and grower supplies are now in stock, and our annuals and veggie plants are arriving daily. Freshen up your space with beautiful houseplants, pots, and home decor as well. Ready to transform your yard? Book now with our landscape design team before spots fill up. And for the greenest grass and healthiest trees on the block, sign up today for our Green It Up fertilizer program and deep root injections. Spruce it up, green it up, prune it up. We got you covered.
2 quarters down, 2 quarters to go on your Alberta Ford dealer Stampeders football. As the players catch a breather, we turn to our all-star analysis team of Jock Wilson and Dave McIver to break down what we've seen so far. It's the Halftime Show on your home of Stampeders football for 35 years, QR Calgary.
Now the receivers come back to the formation to block. Love has the ball, rolls right, sets up a one-on-one streak route down the far side of the field. Right takes the catch, right goes to the end zone. Touchdown! Calgary Stampeders. That was an electric pass and run to end this quarter.
That's good operating by Steve Norton and bad hosting by Dave McIver, as I told him to play that play and then forgot I told him to play that play. It only takes 3 minutes for me to forget, folks. Welcome to the halftime show here on QR Calgary. The Calgary Stampeders, a 14-8 lead in the half, or at the half. Dave McIver and Jock Wilson. We are live from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. A beautiful pass, by the way, Josh Love to Dante Wright on that score there. And let's get into the first half summary, because it was the Edmonton Elks kicking off the scoring in this one. It was an 8-play drive, an 8-play 32-yard drive for the Edmonton Elks, 42-yard drive for the Edmonton Elks. Cole Snyder would pop that in from the 1-yard line. It was a sneak. But on the very next drive, the Calgary Stampeders would take a 60-yard drive, all the way back from their 50. It was Josh Love hitting Dante Wright on a 42-yard strike. The PAT was good, and it was 7-7 at the end of the first quarter. It would be the Calgary Stampeders who would be falling behind after a punt single halfway through the second quarter, but then it was another 60-yard 10-play drive for the Calgary Stampeders. Ben Woldridge was in the game for the Calgary Stampeders at this point at quarterback, and he would run in for a 1-yard touchdown. The Calgary Stampeders have the 14-8 lead. One injury note to mark as we do go through this first two quarters. Sheldon Arnold, the weak side halfback, most likely your starter at the weak side halfback, was carted off with an apparent ankle injury in the first quarter. So that will certainly be something to watch as we move forward here throughout the next few weeks, because Sheldon Arnold, a very important part of this Calgary Stampeder defense. Before we get to the stat story, our game day sponsor today is Valentine Volvo and Volvo Coors Royal Oak, proudly supporting our community in the Stampeders since 1946. The stat story, Josh Love, very strong in his start. 7 for 8, 80 yards, had the 42-yard bomb to Dante Wright for the touchdown. Ben Woldridge so far at the QB spot, 4 for 7, 57 yards, but some nice throws and catches there for Ben Woldridge and his receivers. Rushing, Dedrick Mills, he played a little bit in the first quarter. He had 3 carries for 12 yards, an 8-yard being his longest scamper. On the other side, the Edmonton Elks, Cody Fajardo, he looked good, 9 for 11, 96 yards. And, numbers-wise, in terms of the team stats, first downs, Calgary had 12 to Edmonton's 10, 164 yards of net offense for the Stamps, just 155 for the Edmonton Elks. So pretty even game here, Jock Wilson. Same amount of offensive plays, 26 each for both these teams. We talked about the quarterback battle in the pregame show. Your thoughts on what both guys did in that first half?
The bottom line is the Edmonton Elks came out pretty strong with Cody Fajardo. They had a very nice opening drive. The Calgary Stampeder defense, stuffed them on that third down gamble. It gave the Calgary Stampeders not great field position. Josh Love came into the game. Didn't look great, to be honest, on that opening drive, but he got a first down thanks to a penalty. Then he got sacked. So I wouldn't say it was a great opening drive for Josh Love, but after that, I really thought he settled in, kind of like the game we saw in Calgary, where he did settle in after a couple of 2-and-outs early. So I think that's very, very good news for the Calgary Stampeder offense. Good news for Josh Love. I think if you're Jarius Jackson, you were pretty happy, and you'd probably give Josh Love a nice passing grade for his performance in the first half. And then, as you say, Ben Woolridge comes in. He's tall, he's lanky, he's got a really, really good arm, threw a couple of nice bullets out there today. So that was kind of fun to watch. But the biggest concern for me as we head into a brand new season is the injury. Sheldon Arnold, that's a big one. You've already got Bailey Devine-Scott on the 6-game injured list. You got Preston Nichols on the 6-game injured list. Justin Sambu on the 6-game injured list. Daniel Joseph on the 6-game injured list. You don't know the extent of the injury to Rene Paredes, to Clark Barnes, to Dejon Brissett, to Damon Webb, to Flo Remalade, to Reggie Begelton. Where did they play out, when the rosters are finalized tomorrow night? These are going to be the big concerns for me heading into a new season.
Yeah, just like that. We were talking about injuries in the first, or in the pregame show, rather, and we're back kind of talking about that again. I thought a very nice half for number 86, Rashad Owens, for the Calgary Stampeders. He was the go-to target at receiver 4 receptions, 59 yards for Mr. Owens. So a nice little half for him. Of course, Dante Wright had the 42-yard catch.
That was a great
touchdown.
catch and throw.
That was a great throw. Like, he put that to the sideline. Didn't put Josh Love put that ball to the sideline, not the middle of the field. It was just a great over-the-shoulder catch by Wright. Really a nice pass and catch for the touchdown. Defensively, Micah Tights, that's also a name to watch. He was a little shaken up there in the second last series of that first half, but he stood out with 4 defensive tackles and 1 special team tackle in the first half. So the Stamps with an 14-8 lead as we go to our first break of halftime. We'll be back in just a few minutes here on the QR Calgary Stampeder broadcast, and Jock Wilson and Dave McIver live at the Deerfoot Inn Casino.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford, it's a big deal event is on. Really? Now. Until June 1st, lease an eligible 2026 F-150 STX with black appearance package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford, it's a big deal event. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca.
Football fans know it can get pretty rowdy when a big play is made. But they're also respectful of their neighbors.
Sorry, my bad.
That's what makes Shane Holmes duplexes in Calgary, Airdrie, and Chestermere so special. Each duplex passes the yell test. So while this is going on, all they can hear next door is this. So you can maintain harmony with your neighbors. Visit ShaneHolmes.com. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Holmes.
This is Kalon Thomas, number 77. Thanks for listening. Go Stamps.
When the Stamps are on the road, our pregame, halftime, and postgame shows are broadcast live from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. Dave McIver with Jock Wilson hanging out at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino after a nice little first half of football, 14-8.
I thought you were going to say after a nice little delay, because if you're wondering, it's 9:30 in the evening. We should be almost done.
We should be done.
Tonight.
2 averages.
But the fact of the matter is, if you're just tuning into QR Calgary, we did have a weather delay, lightning in the area. So this game didn't kick off until just after 8 o'clock. 8:01 was the official kickoff. So that is why we are here now at 9:30. Doing the halftime show.
It was the last weekend of preseason football in the CFL. Jock, we'll go around the league quick here. The Ottawa Red Blacks 27-3 over the Montreal Alouettes. The Hamilton Ticats scored 6 in the fourth quarter to take a 20-14 win over the Toronto Argonauts, and it was a 10-point second half for the BC Lions. They won 30-19 versus the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. The Calgary Stampeders up 14-8 here at Clark Stadium in our last preseason game of the CFL preseason.
And of course, the big hockey game tonight. The Carolina
What was the final
Hurricanes
score?
are through 6-1. Was the final. The Carolina Hurricanes knocking off the Montreal Canadiens. So the Stanley Cup final will start on June the 2nd. So that is next week as things get rolling on Tuesday night, as the Carolina Hurricanes will take on the Vegas Golden Knights. Who do you got?
I got Carolina right now, but give me what's Tuesday, right?
Yeah.
It's supposed to start Tuesday, so give me a couple days.
Okay.
Give me a couple days.
Okay.
Carolina's got something going with Tortorella, so we'll see what goes on there.
Carolina's got something going with Tortorella?
Vegas has got something going on with Tortorella. Tortellini is one of my good buddies likes to call him that we work with, but I don't want to out him on the radio. So yeah, it'll be an interesting series. We got about a minute left here, Jock. What are you thinking for the second half here? What are you looking at?
Yeah, I just hope it's a clean half of football and the Stampeders can get out of it unscathed, because as we've talked about so far, you got some younger players that are trying to make an impression. I do like some of the young receivers that we're seeing in this game tonight. They've been, nice catches. We did think the quarterbacking issue was going to be front and center tonight, and I would say a passing grade, obviously, for Josh Love. We're not going to see him anymore in this game. How much more will we see Ben Woolridge? I guess we will wait and see. But ultimately, at this point, I think the real gut punch is the loss of Sheldon Arnold. The two young halfbacks with Jaden Grant and Sheldon Arnold, they are just, highlight points, for this team moving forward. So Hopefully that's not too serious. We'll find out probably a little bit more later.
We'll find out a lot in the next couple days when it comes to the Calgary Stampeders. That'll do it for your halftime show. Second half action is 5 minutes away. But first, this information update from the Global Newsroom.
The 0% event is back at the all-new Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, featuring the all-new Buick Envision, designed to make every day an occasion. The compact SUV featuring stunning design, intuitive technology, and the power to explore new horizons. Available now for 84 months at 0% OAC, only at Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, giving you more. Become part of the Wolf Pack. Check out the new state-of-the-art dealership at 768 101st Street Southwest or online at wolfcalgary.com.
What did winter really do to your trees? Damage isn't obvious. Dead wood and weak limbs can quickly become a safety risk in the spring. Get your entire yard spring ready. Call Prune It Up, Calgary's trusted tree care professionals, for expert pruning for all types of trees and safe removals to protect your home. Ask about our tree and lawn package and bundle your services and save. Improve tree health with deep root injections and green grass with our Green It Up fertilizer. Spruce it up, green it up, prune it up. We got you covered.
This is Global News. I'm Russell Skeet. City of Calgary is closing some pathways and dropping the water level in the Glenmore Reservoir, all to get ready for higher river flows. The measures are necessary with days of rain in the forecast and a melting mountain snowpack brought on by warm weather this week. Between 50 and 90 millimeters of rain could fall by Wednesday, but some areas could see as much as 100 millimeters. The Calgary Fire Department's issued a boating advisory asking people to stay off the bow and elbow due to the higher volume of water. The rain is expected to start Saturday night or Sunday and continue until Wednesday. There's already been some flooding in low-lying areas around the Bow River in Banff and Lake Louise. Calgary fire crews remain at the scene of a high-rise fire at a building in the Beltline. Fire's now out, but fire officials are going through the building to see if anyone remained inside after it was evacuated, as well as to make sure the fire is out and there are no hot spots. Around 4:20 this afternoon, crews were called to the apartment building in the 1000 block of 13th Avenue Southwest. A second alarm was then called. Calgary police had closed 13th Avenue between 9th and 10th Street Southwest. Jurors in Calgary have begun deliberations on a case involving two men alleged to have fatally shot a worker on an Alberta roadside. Arthur Penner and Elijah Strawberry are on trial in court of King's Bench for the fatal shooting of Colin Huff on a road east of Calgary in August of 2024. The Crown prosecutor says with all the contrasting pieces of evidence, it's clear only Penner and Strawberry could have been responsible for the killing. Two people were shot that day, including Huff and power company worker Matthew Andres. Environment Canada Calgary weather, a special weather statement's in effect for heavy rain over the next few days. Increasing clouds overnight, a low down to 12. Clouds, a good chance of showers tomorrow with a high of 14. Periods of rain and 10 on Sunday. Breaking news when it happens. Our next scheduled news after the game. I'm Russell Skeet.
Red Tag Days are wrapping up at South Point Toyota. Save up to $10,000 on in-stock 2025 and 26 Crown Signias, Tacomas, Prius plug-ins, and fully electric BZ models. Plus, financing as low as 0%. Plus, free winter tires and a free tire and rim warranty. Plus, up to $10,000 off in-stock 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days end soon under the tower at South Point Toyota.
It always happens at the worst time. A pipe bursts, the furnace quits, the AC taps out, or the boiler decides it's done. That's when you call the team trained for it all. Plumbing and heating paramedics. Plumbing, heating, cooling, boilers. Handled quickly, properly, and whenever you need it. Fortunately, when the forecast fails, the experts at Plumbing and Heating Paramedics don't. We're one click or call for any comfort crisis.
Plumbing and Heating Paramedics to the rescue. Don't forget cooling and boilers.
Calgary, come on down to play Prize is Right. Only at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
Enter your free ballot Friday nights with hourly draws from 6 to 10 p.m. for your chance to spin the Prize is Right wheel to win your share of over $5,000 cash. They've already given away over $105,000 with lots more to go around. Prize is Right every Friday night at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
We're fun! Nobody calls the game like Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson. Stampeders football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770.
Stampeders 14, the Elks 8, as we're live from the Billy Powers broadcast booth, presented by South Point Toyota and Edmonton. Welcome to the third quarter, as Blanchard will kick off for the Elks. To our broadcast left, Stampeders have Janusis to return. Second year from Guelph, draft pick. And Watley, little Nunu Watley, the far side. So let's set things up. Let's kick the ball off. The second half is underway, and Watley tracks to his left. Will catch at the 5. Gets by him. He reached up, and the ball went by him. And that's because it was not touched. No points. Greg, how about stats?
Well, after that first half, Mark, first downs, Calgary had 11 and the Elks had 10. Pretty equal in stats. Offensive plays, Calgary 26, Elks 26. Total offense, Calgary 164, Elks 155. Rushing, Stamps 35, Elks 28. So, yeah, if you go through the rest of the stats, it's really pretty equal in the stats category.
Yeah, Watley was just about to reach and catch the ball, pulled back, and the ball bounced through the end zone. It is not a single anymore, so it's 14-8. Stampeders have the ball in the 40-yard line. Their own as Wooldridge remains in the game at quarterback. Ball on the left side hash marks. He'll take the ball. Back throws a snap screen. Caught by Watley at the 40. He tries to turn it upfield, but Edmonton is there to pull him down. Noah Curtis, defensive lineman, back from the season away, helps pull him down. It's maybe a yard pickup.
Yeah, that shows you sometimes when you run a route and it's a little snap, throw to the weak side, but you don't have much room there. So if you take your first couple of steps into the inside after catching the ball, that pursuit is going to bring you down, no gain.
Owens has had a strong game. He's in the slot left to this side. Watley lines up on the line of scrimmage outside the yard markers. On second down, blitz coming. Wooldridge is back. Sets up, throws downfield, and he missed the target. Not exactly sure who that was intended for.
Well, yeah, I think he thought the guy was going to come back to the ball deep, but he threw it with the guy in his face, and he didn't have much space to step into it, and that was a low throw.
Yep. Powell back to return as the Stampeders are going to put Dawson Hodge into punt. See how he does.
Yeah, Mark Fassett didn't really do a very good job in that game.
No, but eventually you got to see how other people in camp can do, too. Yeah. So Hodge ready to punt the ball away. There is a bit of a wind in his face as he punts this ball downfield. Wobbly kick up by Edmonton on the run across the 30s. Herky jerk move to the 40-42 before he's driven out of bounds by the Elks bench. And that'll take the ball all the way to, the 46-yard line.
Yeah, didn't kick that one too deep, Mark. And anytime you have to have the returner run up about 10 yards to catch it, but a good returner will always field the ball, and that's what the returner did, and got another 4 or 5 yards in the carries after that catch, and so Elks got pretty good field position.
They're at the 46, their own 46-yard line. And it appears they have switched quarterbacks. They have Zabrowski is in at quarterback, their third quarterback. Blitz is coming. He is back. Looks left to the wide side, throws that way, and overthrows Hilaire, the intended target. It's second down.
Well, again, not much of it. He's getting the ball at 5 yards in the gun formation, and he just stands there and tries to throw it, and has the defensive line get that upfield push, and then they're right in his face, cause him to throw that wayward pass. I don't know why they just don't step back a little bit and make it to 7-8 yards, and you get a little bit more space to throw the ball.
And Yelavici, Roscoe in as linebackers for the Calgary Stampeders. Second and 10, Edmonton at the 47-yard line. Zarowski has the ball. Pats it once, sends it near side. Ball is caught by Kettle, the local product, who gets a big hand here in Edmonton, and it's a first down. He's a U of A product.
Yeah, he did a good job of just sitting in the hole. Stampeders playing a zone defense, and linebacker couldn't get over in time, and the halfback couldn't get over to the inside quick enough, and good, well-thrown football, good catch.
It was. So Carter Kettle, local guy, grew up idolizing the Edmonton Eskimos / Elks. Now Zabrowski is the quarterback, first down. Play fake to the line. He scrambles right, looks for a target, slings it downfield. Coming back as Victor makes the catch, then pushed out of bounds by Alexander, the corner. That'll be close to a first down.
Read pass option. Good job to get to the outside. And you're going to run it's called a comeback route, where you push the defensive back upfield, get his hips turned, and then once he turns his hips, you plant your foot and you come back to the football. That's exactly what happened. Well run. route that time by the Elks wide receiver, and a good throw by the quarterback.
Down to the 42-yard line. Elks on the march. This will be a very short yardage play. Snyder's short yardage quarterback is in. He pushes ahead and has the first down.
Yeah, that first half there was more pushing and shoving going on, and now see some good aggressive play, but they're just walking away after the whistle.
Zabrowski was on the Elks practice roster last year, so he's back to try and crack the team this year. We have an injured Stampeder down.
That's going to be grabbing his knee. Third injury of his third leg injury. We're going to go to the timeout.
We do. It's the Stamps 14, the Elks 8. You're listening to third quarter football action. The score is Calgary 14, Edmonton 8. Stampeder defense on the field. This is Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant. Safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down, and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Football fans know it can get pretty rowdy when a big play is made. But they're also respectful of their neighbors.
Sorry, my bad.
That's what makes Shane Holmes duplexes in Calgary, Airdrie, and Chestermere so special. Each duplex passes the yell test. So while this is going on, all they can hear next door is this. So you can maintain harmony with your neighbors. Visit ShaneHolmes.com. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Holmes.
Hey, Stamps fans, this is Miles Brown. Keep it right here on QR Calgary all season long.
Edmonton from the 40-yard line. The Stampeders leading 14-8. They give in the backfield, trying to bust it outside, get some yards running to the far side before they finally knock them out of bounds. Edmonton.
Well, that was just a great cut that time by the running back and got Morris Brash. He kind of just stood there and grasped at air, but good job by the back to get to the outside. The back gets to the outside, and the linebackers pursuing Mark are not going to get there quick enough. You're not going to have a defensive lineman outrun him, so he got a good 7-8 yards.
Good run. Yep. And Edmonton advances to the 33 of Calgary. Clock runs, 10:59 remaining. As there's a cloud around the stadium, but now the sun beginning to set. Zabrowski is the quarterback. Pre-snap motion behind him. They'll go on the ground. Powell dances, darts, runs down the line, breaks a tackle, and gets inside the 26-yard line is where they'll spot it. And they'll beat you on the tackle, but that was a nice run. He was stopped immediately.
Yeah, and he bounced off a couple of guys and just kind of butt-headed it with them, and he just kept going forward. A good back always keeps his legs moving. That's what he did on that time, and got a good 7 yards to get the first down.
So Edmonton marching to the Stampeder 27-yard line. Stampeders holding a 14-8 lead, 10:14 remaining. Zabrowski calling out signals. Clock is at 6 as he takes the snap. As the ball rolls right wide side, throws, and that ball is almost intercepted, and he pounds the ground in frustration as Roscoe, the top pick of the Stampeders, had the ball in his hands, lost it, and he is unhappy with himself.
Well, he did a good job because he's got the curl to the flat, and he kind of went out to the flat, and they tried to throw the curl, but with his good range, he just got back and almost made that the big 6'1", 210-pounder. Good play.
Yeah, Roscoe had his hands on the ball. 2nd and 10 at the 27-yard line. Calgary leading 14-8. Snap is back. Zabrowski back. Dances in the pocket. Steps up. Comes to the line of scrimmage. Changes some. There he goes. Cuts it inside. Made a move. And a flag after the play. I thought he was going to dump it off to a player. He didn't. Flag as he goes down.
Well, I think it's going to be on our linebacker for going after the head, but there's first going to be a hold, so I bet we have 2 penalties here. The referee's now conversing.
He spun around. I almost thought he lost the ball. He's going to toss it up.
There are 2 fouls against Edmonton on the play. Holding Edmonton number 84. That penalty is declined. Holding Edmonton number 56. It's 10-yard penalty. Repeat second down.
All right, didn't catch Alamici. He went after the head of the quarterback and just missed him.
At the 37-yard line of the Stampeders, Edmonton second down, 10 yards to go. Make that 20 yards to go. Hilaire comes out of the huddle right. Ben LeBras watching him on the corner on this side. Zabrowski leans in. Low snap, picks it off the turf. He's in trouble. He's back, turns and just heaves it downfield. Caught by Powell, who was just right there. He almost threw it away. Peterson with the solo tackle. And the Elks are well short of the first down.
Good play by Peterson. He just knew exactly that was going to be a little screen pass and read it pretty good as a defensive end. Didn't get upfield. If you don't get upfield, you do the right thing. Read where the ball is going. He got there and made the good short tackle.
Blanchard is going to try a field goal here for Edmonton. So we'll see how he does from, let's make that 49. Elks trying to give their fans a win. Oh, a snap that is down. Blanchard steps into it, drives it. It's going, and it is wide left. It goes out the back of the end zone. And that's just out the back of the end zone. No more points on that play. You got her. All right, we are going to step aside for just a moment. Welcome back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary. This is the third quarter of Stampeder Football. The score is Calgary 14, Edmonton 8. Got HD radio. Tune us in to 105.1 Channel 2 for high-def radio quality.
Spring has sprung at Spruce It Up. Spring bulbs, seeds, and grower supplies are now in stock, and our annuals and veggie plants are arriving daily. Freshen up your space with beautiful houseplants, pots, and home decor as well. Ready to transform your yard? Book now with our landscape design team before spots fill up. And for the greenest grass and healthiest trees on the block, sign up today for our Green It Up fertilizer program and deep root injections. Spruce it up, green it up, prune it up. We got you covered.
Wolf Cadillac has brought back the 0% event. Get 0% financing on 2026 XT5s, 2026 Vistix, Lyrics, and the all-new 2026 Optic. No matter your needs, no matter your roads, there's a Cadillac for you. Wolf Cadillac makes the car buying process efficient, hassle-free, and transparent. Discover the Wolf Cadillac Advantage today and become part of the Wolf Pack. A luxury experience at our new Cadillac location, 756 101st Street Southwest, or online at wolfcalgary.com.
2026 is the year of the horse and the year of the Calgary Stampeders. It all kicks off with our home opener on June 5th, presented by Tim Hortons, when we host the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Don't miss the start of the season and see the 2001 Grey Cup champion Stampeders team who will be in attendance. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. and tickets are available now. Visit stampeders.com to secure your seat. 2026 is the year of the horse and the Calgary Stampeders. Together we ride.
Catch us on the go with the iHeartRadio app. QR Calgary is 770 CHQR AM, a Chorus Entertainment radio station.
And the action resumes. Welcome back. Stampeders 14, Edmonton 8. 8:27 to play in the third quarter.
Who we got at quarterback, Mark?
We have Woldridge. Remains in the game. He's doing very well. Stewart in a one-back set. The squat back to his left. And he'll get the call, shuffles his feet, runs left off tackle, turns it upfield, and the Elks are there to hold it to a modest gain on the play.
Bounced it outside again, Mark. Good decision, but good pursuit that time by the Elks.
Yep.
Limited that game to 3, so yep. Stewart's a good, tough guy. He's short, Mark, but he's about 230 pounds at 5'9", which is pretty stout guy.
Second down and 8 at the 42-yard line. Watley and Owens go right forward, quarterback. Then Woldridge. Woldridge calling out signals. Woldridge.
Calgary
takes the snap. Somebody's way offside. Flags in the air, play whistle down.
Our wide receivers just they're 5-10 yards offside, and that's what happens when you got lots of quarterbacks, different cadence. The refs have been pretty good about letting it go. They used to, like 5-10 years ago, it was like every other play they were calling the wideouts offside, and I think they told them kind of lay off, if it's 50-50, just don't stop the play. It doesn't really make a difference. But that one, Mark, you had to call.
2nd and 13 at the 37-yard line. 7:25 remaining. Third quarter. Woolridge barks out signals and takes the snap. 4-man pressure. He is back, shuffles left, he's in the grass, escapes the grass. Now he's on the move, flag behind the play. He gets to the 40, he is clobbered. The ball is loose, Edmonton appears to have picked it up. No, it rolls forward, and Woolridge finally picks it up. I believe, let's sort this out. The ball is bouncing on the field. There was a penalty, a hard hit. That was a crazy play.
Yeah, and Woolridge steps into the pocket, and then he stopped. And if you do that, that's probably not a good sign, Mark. If you're going to step into the pocket, either step in and go or get out of the pocket. And what he did is he stopped right in the middle of the pocket and did get out, but good hard hit.
Refs are sorting things out here.
68. Penalties declined. 3rd down.
Okay, so the play is declined. Calgary did recover, and they'll now punt it away.
Yeah, well, if you're quarterback and you decide to try and squeeze yourself out of the pocket, then you stop as you do it. Never happens. Never works out good.
Ball ready to return. Peters 3rd and 25. After that, ball was knocked loose. One else tried to pick it up, didn't. Finally, Woolridge did. Temperature has dropped a bit now. It's still a nice night, but noticeably cooler, yeah. Bunt by Hodge. A good towering kick. Chase Powell back inside his 30 at the 35, makes the catch. Up to the 40, 45 at the 50. Spins off a tackle and is finally dragged down by Polk, the defensive back, on a nice return. But behind the play, there is a flag. We'll sort that flag out in a moment. Well, we'll take a pause here. Welcome back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary. Remember, after the game, be sure to get up and be close to the team. Entertainment, live music, and your favorite Stampeders at every home game at Stamps House. You're listening to third quarter football action on QR Calgary. The score is Calgary 14, Edmonton 8.
Red Tag Days are wrapping up at South Point Toyota. Save up to $10,000 on in-stock 2025 and 26 Crown Signias, Tacomas, Prius plug-ins, and fully electric BZ models. Plus, financing as low as 0%. Plus, free winter tires and a free tire and rim warranty. Plus, up to $10,000 off in-stock 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days end soon under the tower at South Point Toyota.
It's the final days. This is it. Hearth and Home Spring Savings Event ends May 31st. Savings like this only happens once a year. Demo and discounted units are up to 80% off. New models 10 to 25% off. These are showroom specials. Beautiful fireplaces built for your home, not a warehouse shelf. Limited quantities are available, so shop early for best selection. When they're gone, they're gone. Hearth and Home Fireplace, bringing family together. Visit their showroom at 5740 1H Street Southwest or hearthandhomefireplace.com.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big deal. Not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford, it's a big deal event is on. Really? Now. Until June 1st, lease an eligible 2026 F-150 STX with black appearance package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford, it's a big deal event. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca.
This is your home for Stampeder football. I'm Deontay Demery, left tackle. Thanks for listening.
14-8 Stampeders as Edmonton starts a drive from their 25-yard line. Zabrowski in the game at quarterback. This time he'll go in a handoff right up the middle. All bulldozing and pushing ahead. Gets 5 or 6 yards. And Yelabici tackling him. He's been a little of everywhere today, Greg.
Yeah, he's been all over the field. Yelabici's just, it was great last week. And one of these guys just seems to get to the ball. He's got speed. And he'll attack. He doesn't slow up and gather his feet. Sometimes he misses tackles, but he gets there.
From Incarnate Word. 2nd down, 3 yards to go. Edmonton from the 32-yard line. Snap back to Zabrowski. Standing, waiting. He's caught from behind. Tried to move out of the pocket. Caught from behind by Morris Brash for a sack. And the Elks will punt it away.
Yeah, good play by Morris Brash. The defensive end just got around his tackle, and the quarterback started to roll to the right, and he just stripped him down. By the way, where is Incarnate Ward?
To the best of my knowledge, it's near San Antonio.
Okay, in Texas.
I would say it is not the biggest.
Because we seem to have a lot of Canadian players from that school.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's really odd. Never heard of it, and then all of a sudden we get all these players. Elks are going to punt it away. Julian with a bomb to the far side. That will land outside the numbers. Inside the 30, takes a big hop. Watley picks up the ball at 25, tries to dance down the sidelines, runs left, and looks to get the edge. He goes coast to coast. He's at the 40, and finally they string him out and run him out of bounds into the bench, but there is a marker on the field.
Well, there's two of them. I think Calgary had too many men on the field. Because the referees threw the flag immediately upon the snap of the ball. Usually that's an indication that it's too many men. We'll have to get the call here now from the referee.
Mm-hmm.
But both the back judges threw the flag, so they're the ones that kind of count. We'll have to. But
two penalties against Calgary. Too many players against Calgary, and we have a misconduct penalty against the bench. Up 20 yards, first down.
Oh.
Well, obviously the coaching staff were upset about something, and they gave it into the referees. So,
well, okay,
it's going to push the Stamps back, but maybe they felt like they didn't get enough time to get their guys on, or whatever. You always have a couple of those in preseason.
Mm-hmm.
You are shuffling your special teams so much. So does that mean I think the Elks get the ball back?
Yep. By the way, your Alberta Ford dealer Stampeder football on QR Calgary. 5:05 remaining. Have they called a timeout or no?
No.
The Stamps are standing around waiting.
Yeah, well, I think maybe they have, Mark. And right now that wind is starting to pick up here at night.
All right.
There's quite a wicked wind.
Stamp 14, Edmonton 8. We'll be back in a moment with more third quarter football action. This is QR Calgary.
Red Tag Days are coming to an end at your Toyota giant, Country Hills Toyota. It's your last chance to save $10,000 on Prius plug-ins, Tacomas, Crown Signias, and Toyota BZ models with financing as low as 0%. Get free winter tires, lifetime free oil and filter offer, and free tire and rim warranty. Plus, save over $10,000 on remaining 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days ends May 31st at your Toyota giant, Country Hills Toyota.
A beloved 75-year-old man washing up, getting ready for bed, is brutally beaten and killed. Despite an exhaustive investigation, the killer avoids arrest and then strikes again. I'm Global News crime reporter Nancy Hixt. You might listen to a lot of true crime podcasts this year, but they're not Crime Beat. Search for and follow the award-winning podcast Crime Beat on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, and wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
This is the only place to listen to Calgary Stampeders football. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. QR Calgary 770 or online at qrcalgary.com.
14-8 Stampeders. Edmonton starting out a drive. Handoff. Foul running left and is driven out of bounds into the Stampeder bench. At about the 40, making a 52, and a flag was in the air. I'm not sure if there was a hit out of bounds. Yeah,
starting to get lots of flags. We have, last game, we talked about it many times. Hardly any flags. This game, we're pushing 12, 13 penalties already.
Not sure if the flag was brought back by the official. Anyway, it's 1 yard to go for Edmonton. They're at their 51-yard line. They line up at the gun. Underground for Powell. Hesitation move. Runs left. Has room. And that side put down after making first down yards.
Yeah, just good forward push by the O-line. You get the defensive linemen so they can't get into right away. They went on a quick count that time. Sometimes you do that and your offensive linemen get to fire out and get that one, use that 1 yard you get in the CFL. And that time our defensive line just got pushed back.
Oh, here come the Elks down 14-8. Remember, last year they were over 500 at home, first time since 2017. They have a 4-pack to the near side of the field. Back is the quarterback, snaps it into the flat to Powell. He catches the 50 at midfield. Calgary 50, lowers the shoulder, pushes ahead. Calgary 45 before he is tackled. Has first down yardage. Polk, the defensive back, brings him down.
Yeah, they've run that play quite a bit, Mark. They called the quads. They put 4 receivers to one side. They have a back, and he just kind of flares out and does a swing route, and they throw him the ball right away, and all the wide receivers do is block. It's just power blocking, stock blocking. So you got to get off your block and get upfield if you're a defensive back or linebacker.
Elks huddle up. They're at the 44-yard line of the Stampeders. Kettle going right for Edmonton along with Victor. This time it's on the ground tonight. He dances to the left side of the line, finds a hole, but several Stampeders bring him down, wrapping up at the waist. Kalichi and Yalavici, and that's about a 4-yard gain, 2nd and 6.
Yalavici, he's been all over the field once again. As we talked about, just a good line. I don't know how you can not keep this guy. He's just been everywhere. Although we do have our 3 starting linebackers not even playing in this game.
Yeah. 2:33 remaining, 2nd down and 6. We're in the third quarter, 14-8 Stampeders. Knight at the backfield as quarterback Zabrowski takes the ball. Short drop, throws the ball to the far side, and that was very close to being picked off on the far side. As Delaney Robinson, the Canadian, got a hand on it, Greg. If he was there a split second earlier, maybe he picks it off and runs the distance.
Well, he had a big cushion there playing a zone coverage, so he's back there about 7-8 yards and kind of was watching the quarterback, and if that quarterback just takes a one-step drop, you don't even have to get into your back pedal, just break on the ball, and that's what he did and made a good play.
Elks will try a field goal here on 3rd down, a 47-yarder. Blanchard, the kicker, bit of a favoring breeze. It's snapped, it's spotted, he drives it towards the uprights, and it is good. So, 14-11.
Yeah, a nice tight game going into this fourth quarter. See now if we get a change of the quarterback from Oldridge.
No, he's running.
Yeah, they're really wanting to play him a lot and see what he can do. He started off with a bang, but hasn't done much the last couple of series.
Well, he's rounding up everybody in the huddle. Ball's on the 40-yard line. Calgary Stampeders. Offense on the field. No, they have made a change.
Yeah, I thought they would. They want to give
Griswold coming into the game.
They want to give Griswold at least some, so he's going to get probably the rest of the game, Mark.
Yeah. Joey Griswold signed at the start of camp. Kind of a stout, stocky guy.
Yeah, he can whip the ball, but he just hasn't seemed to grasp the offense in this Canadian game as quickly as Woolridge. But Woolridge signed earlier and had a lot more chance to study.
Players coming in and out. Griswold, 1st and 10 at the 40-yard line. He operates from the gun. They give the full blitz to welcome him. There's a handoff out of the backfield, running straight ahead. Stewart gets about 5 or 6 yards, and a flag thrown as he's on the ground.
Man, we've had so many flags. It's just becoming every 3-4 plays we got a flag. And I've been pretty impressed with this Stewart. He really hit the hole well there. Good blocking up front, but I think it's going to come back. One you didn't need because it was just a push after the fact.
Yeah. So that makes 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, they picked up Stewart. Obviously saw something because they've really played him a lot. He's been, besides Dietrich Mills, he's really been the only back that they played besides the many others they got in the game.
Buford tips up the penalty. Elks now warming up quarterback Snyder on the sidelines. Stampeders, 2nd down, 19 yards. They're way back at their 31-yard line. 4 on the clock. Griswold takes the ball. He's back, sets up a screen, dumps it in the spot. Stewart makes the catch, but is grabbed right away. Put down at the line of scrimmage. The Elks sniffed that one out with Jubiner on the tackle.
Yeah, he was right there. He just saw that, saw the back kind of go in, and he was looking at him and saw the back kind of weak sneak out. You knew right away and didn't even rush the quarterback. It's almost like he knew what the play was and went right to it. Good defensive play by the Elks.
Stampeders will be punting. Hodge on to punt. Luther, the solo returner for Edmonton. Lights now starting to take hold here in Edmonton as we get into the evening. Play clock, and Stampeders are going to be called for a time count violation.
Yeah, they had too many men and now a time count violation, but that's what happens when you just got... He's got so many guys that you're doing with special teams. It's not like you can get very difficult for the defense or the special teams coordinator. Every single time you're out in the field, you got a new 12 guys or a different mix of guys.
Yeah, that's the issue.
And you're always going to get one guy that just doesn't go on the field or whatever.
Or two guys I think they should be on the field.
And, it's usually not the coaching. It's just the players not focusing.
So 5 yards further back, the Stampeders will punt. Ball will be snapped from the 26-yard line. Dawson pounds the ball high, fluttering kick. Luther's going to run up and catch it in traffic. Flags all over the place, and catches at the 50 before he's tackled, but I'm certain that's 2 yards.
Our punting has not been good at all this game, Mark. That was like a 25-yard kick, and you got your guys going to get down the field. They're obviously going to get a no yards, and I don't know, they just not good kicking at all.
That's on the Regina product. Jackson Sonback. So the Elks have had some pretty good field position. If they cashed in on all their chances, this game would be over from a score viewpoint.
Well, they should have scored on the opening drive, and they didn't. But
so they'll scrimmage on the 40 of the Stampeders with make that 19 seconds to play in the quarter. Stampeders leading 14-11. Zabrowski at the game at quarterback. One back set. He's back, short drop, pitches downfield. That is caught by Luther right away. He goes down. And that'll end the quarter.
Another flag.
Oh, boy. We'll figure it out in a moment. We'll step aside entering the fourth quarter. It's the Stampeders 14, the Elks 11. In 2 minutes, we'll be back into the fourth quarter play-by-play action. Get the iHeart Radio app to listen to our football broadcast or tune in on your smart speakers.
The 0% event is back at the all-new Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, featuring the all-new Buick Envision, designed to make every day an occasion. The compact SUV featuring stunning design, intuitive technology, and the power to explore new horizons. Available now for 84 months at 0% OAC, only at Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, giving you more. Become part of the Wolf Pack. Check out the new state-of-the-art dealership at 768 101st Street Southwest or online at wolfcalgary.com.
Football fans know it can get pretty rowdy when a big play is made. But they're also respectful of their neighbors. Sorry, my bad. That's what makes Shane Holmes duplexes in Calgary, Airdrie, and Chestermere so special. Each duplex passes the yell test. So while this is going on, all they can hear next door is this. So you can maintain harmony with your neighbors. Visit ShaneHolmes.com. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Holmes.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Thanks for listening to Stampeder Football. This is DB Jaden Grant.
And welcome back to the fourth quarter. Stampeders leading 14-11. Here we go from the South Point Toyota Billy Powers broadcast booth in Edmonton. This is fourth quarter action. And Greg, how about stats through three quarters?
First downs, Mark. Calgary 11, the Elks 16, so they shot ahead in that category. Offensive plays, they were tied at halftime. Stamps now have 32, Elks 42. Yards rushing, Stamps 31, Elks 66. Yards passing, Stamps 139, Elks 165. So the time of possession, last stat I will give, Stamps about 20 minutes, Elks now about 26 minutes. Oh, one other stat, Stamps have kicked the ball 6 times, averaging 34 yards. Then the Elks have kicked the ball 5 times, punt the ball, I should say, and they average almost 50 yards. So big.
That's a lot of switch in real estate.
Well, and that's exactly what I was going to say. That's a lot of real estate you're giving up by your punts.
Anyway, so that's the story. As the team's a reminder that the Stampeders will open up the season against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. 7 o'clock kickoff, 5:30 pregame show, 81st season of Stampeder football. And also the 2001 Grey Cup champions will be honored. I'm not sure of the invite list. I'll have to check that. But I know some of the stars of that team were Marcus Crandall, had a tremendous playoff run. Calvin Anderson. Had some great times there. Vince Danielson, tremendous receiver. And hope we see a lot of those guys. We'll just find out who's coming in the next couple days there.
Mark, in the quarterback category, Woldridge had 9 throws, completed the ball 5 times. Love's done really good. I didn't know it was so good. He's got 7 for 8 for 80 yards, so he's played a good. And Grizzle's only passed the ball once. I'm sure he'll get some more passing, but that's pretty good stats for Love with 7 out of 8. That's pretty good.
Well, he fired that ball.
Well, that last throw, or the one throw in the end zone, that was a beautiful throw.
Sure was. Fourth quarter set to get going as the Elks move right to left to the Commonwealth Stadium end of Clark Field.
Mark, we're in the throwing area of they're throwing the balls up. We can go out and catch one. We're only 12 yards up.
Yeah, we got a great vantage point. Short yardage play on second down and 1. Stampeder 31. Snyder takes the ball and pushes straight ahead. Yeah, they are playing here, not in Commonwealth. They're setting it up for soccer. I think they might have 50,000 to that soccer game. Is that crazy? But I guess
well, it really shows to me how much money FIFA has, so they can rip out the turf and put in grass and then put new. Well, that we were told though that they did need new turf, so got to get it anyways, I guess. But still, that cost about $2 million to do that.
Mm-hmm. Elks on the march. They're at the Stampeder 29-yard line. One back set with Powell. Zabrowski has the ball, throws on across the grip. That ball is caught. Get down to about the 15-yard line of the Stampeders. Ball is caught by Victor Benjamin.
L.A. Benelli, he was right there as a linebacker. He was looking at the quarterback's eyes and just missed it, Mark, and he was kind of hitting the ground after he could have had 6 the other way.
They put the ball on the 17-yard line of Calgary as the Elks break the huddle. Carter Kettle and the gentleman who caught the last ball last time, Victor, going right to the far side. Play fake by the quarterback. He rolls left, throws to the near sidelines. That ball is caught on a comeback route, and that is pulled in by Hilaire before he's pushed out of bounds by Ben LaBrosse. And is that enough for a first down? It's real close if it isn't.
No, good throw, good roll out to the right, and you wait till another comeback route. The Elks do a lot of those, and Ben LaRoche just pushing them out of bounds. Playing a little bit better than he did last year.
Yep.
Great rookie year, and sophomore year kind of was throwing a little bit of injuries, but they say he's doing pretty good in camp.
Yeah, I like him. He's been mostly with the number 2 unit. When the game is done next week, no need to rush off. Be part of the team at Stamps House. Players, music, stamp fans, and so much more. Stamps House after every game. Here come the Elks. They have the ball deep in Calgary territory. Give out of the backfield. Powell runs into the teeth of that defense. Pinballs around down about the 1. He bounced off a couple of players in the inside, including Powell linebacker.
Up the middle, and just good power running, and Elks now second down 1. I anticipate they're going to push this one through.
They're bringing in Snyder, their short yardage quarterback.
Yeah, they'll probably have nobody in the backfield. And it's kind of the way the CFL's gone now. No threat at all in the backfield, and just have that quarterback, and he just gets over there and kind of looks where he wants to run the football.
Lines are down. He carries the ball left. He is struggling and fighting and makes it to the end zone. Touchdown, Edmonton.
Well, even though it's the preseason, you know the Elks coaching staff want to beat the Stampeders coaching staff. So still means something to him as these fans are giving him a hand for that touchdown. And they've had the offense of the Elks have had great field position. A lot we've talked about because of punting, but other reasons. So they've been down there many times and finally got a punch through.
Thank you for being with us today on Stampeder football, 17-14, first lead for Edmonton. Here's the extra point kick by Blanchard and splits the uprights with authority, no questions asked. We'll go to timeout. The score is the Edmonton Elks 17, the Calgary Stampeders 14. Let's get things going in fourth quarter action. Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak are proud game day sponsors of Calgary Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
Red Tag Days are wrapping up at South Point Toyota. Save up to $10,000 on in-stock 2025 and 26 Crown Signias, Tacomas, Prius plug-ins, and fully electric BZ models. Plus, financing as low as 0%. Plus, free winter tires and a free tire and rim warranty. Plus, up to $10,000 off in-stock 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days end soon under the tower at South Point Toyota.
Calgary, come on down to play Prize is Right. Only at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
Enter your free ballot Friday nights with hourly draws from 6 to 10 p.m. for your chance to spin the Prize is Right wheel to win your share of over $5,000 cash. They've already given away over $105,000 with lots more to go around. Prize is Right every Friday night at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
We're fun!
2026 is the year of the horse and the year of the Calgary Stampeders. It all kicks off with our home opener on June 5th, presented by Tim Hortons, when we host the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Don't miss the start of the season and see the 2001 Grey Cup champion Stampeders team who will be in attendance. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. and tickets are available now. Visit stampeders.com to secure your seat. 2026 is the year of the horse and the Calgary Stampeders. Together we ride.
QR Calgary hosts podcasts, news, and opinions that you care about. All at QRCalgary.com.
Edmonton Elks will kick off as they have taken the lead 18-14. Stampeders with two returners back. Nudu Watley and Vashon Janusis. Ball's on the tee. We'll get things going here momentarily. And ball blows off the tee.
There is a wind, quite a bit of wind down there right now, Mark. It's really picked up as they look at the goalposts, and those flags are flapping pretty good.
Yeah, the Elks are going into it. It has picked up tonight.
Calgary has the wind. This got a chance to come back here. Lots of still play to go on.
Kick is in the air. And one of the up men is going to catch it. The wind knocked it down. That's Marois, a lineman, a draft pick, who caught the ball and fell forward.
Well, good job. You got almost up to 45-yard line. Yeah, that ball real hung up in the wind there. So
that was knocked down. By the way, make sure you join Jock and Greg after the game for the fifth quarter call-in show. So the ball is spotted at the 45-yard line. First down and 10. Jacoby Criswell remains in the game. Now Ludovic Choquette is in the backfield as a setback. Criswell takes the ball. Deep drop. Sets up, firing a streak right down the near sideline. Looking for Watley. Has the ball and dropped it. Bobbled it and lost it in and out of his hands at the 35. Good throw, and he just couldn't squeeze it.
Yeah, Griswold, that was a great throw, Mark. He had a guy right in his face, but let it loose, and the speedster beat his defensive back, but he just didn't make the catch. Yep. That one should have been caught.
He is one of the top speedsters on the team. Second down, Stampeders, as they go with that win. Stampeders fan out again. Watley lines up on the line of scrimmage, near man to this side. Bird on the corner, backs off uncovered. Snap back to the quarterback, Criswell. Standing, he throws it out. Caught on the play by Davison. Has the ball, gets up to the Edmonton 50, then is knocked out of bounds.
Nice throw again by Griswold. He's he's in the pocket, Mark, and he's got lots of pressure on him, but he just stood there calm, cool, and collective, and Griswold just threw that little deep out and got it right there. Good throw, good route.
Yeah, Davison, a little guy from Mercyhurst. At the 40-yard line, that's what the Stampeders are. Make that the 50-yard line in Edmonton territory. Griswold has Choquette the block. Owens in the slot right. Watley outside him to this side of the field. Griswold takes the snap. Fake to the line, flag in the air. Criswell is back, dancing, comes to the line of scrimmage, now tucks it home. At the 50, at the 45, he slides and is down. However, a marker on the field.
Yeah, it's by the side judge, offside by somebody, but good job by Criswell to step into the pocket and take off. And as I've said many times, if you're going to run, just go run.
First down. So it's Stampeder offside. No Stampeders. Ball is just a hair on their side of midfield. It'll be second down. They must gain the Edmonton 40-yard line for first down. Clock says 10:22 remaining in the fourth quarter. Criswell directing traffic. Play clock is at 6. Criswell takes the snap, but we'll give it to Ludovic Choquette. He power runs and is stopped after a couple of yards as the Elks bring him down. Looked like he had a hole. It was closed quickly. Thompson on the tackle for Edmonton. Second down and 13.
Yeah, Stamps got 5 running backs in their roster, Mark, and Ludovic Choquette being the only Canadian, and he's done a good job when he's got him there. We got Mills, Choquette, McMahon, and McAllister, Stewart, lots of guys.
So the line of scrimmage will be the Edmonton 52-yard line. Here come the Stampeders breaking the huddle. 3 receivers right for the quarterback to Colby Criswell. Edmonton sends the linebacker. Back is Criswell in the pocket. There's an opening. He runs 50, 45, 40, up to the 35-yard line where he's tackled by the far sideline. But the Elks hit the linebacker. He saw it and took off and picks up big yardage.
Did the right thing. Saw that the linebacker was coming, saw where the gap was, and didn't hesitate at all. He was running all the way, and your DBs are down covering their guys, and a lot of them turning their backs. So that was a good heads-up play, good play. That shows his athletic ability. That's something he does bring you. He's a big guy, too, when he's running.
Yeah, very stout, stocky, about 230 pounds.
Fullback.
He does look like that. Choquette in the backfield from the Edmonton 34, first and 10 Stampeders. And the give is Choquette, runs right down the line, finds a seam, pushes ahead to the 25-yard line. That was a nice play before Baum, the end, brings him down.
Choquette just seems to find a hole. He gets in there, and every time he runs the ball, like the first play he had last week, he ran for 20 yards. He just seems to have that good vision. Doesn't have that breakaway speed or anything, but every time he gets the ball, he makes something happen.
Badon brings him down. The Stampeders are second down and 2. They're at the Edmonton, let's make that 26.5-yard line. Criswell up and under center. The Elks stack the box. Criswell takes the ball, pushes ahead, and I have no clue. They'll have to unpile.
I don't know if he got it, but he's got another chance. That's what happens when you get, probably not going to give it to him, but he's got about a foot. I'm sure the Stamps are going to go for it.
Yeah.
They only need about a foot. They got a foot, and they need one more.
He was swallowed up in that massive green jersey.
He hasn't done the quarterback sneak and kind of doesn't know really where to go. Sniff it out, as I say.
Only needs a foot here this time as well. He comes up again under center. Has the ball, hesitation move, runs right, and this time has a first down for the Calgary Stampeders.
Well, you picked it. He had a hesitation move. Sometimes if you let the hole kind of develop or your eyes just take you to it, and that's where you go. Last time he just went forward and didn't even look. Sometimes that little hesitation gives you that vision, and that's what happened on that play.
So the Stampeders marching to the Edmonton 23.5-yard line. We're in the fourth quarter with 7 minutes and 6 seconds remaining. The Edmonton Elks leading 18-14 from Clark Field.
So far as my drive of the game.
Stampeders out of the huddle. Owens in the slot left. Watley outside him to the far side. Elks come on the blitz. Criswell is back. Pitches to the near side. Caught by a one-hand grab by Choquette as he was being clobbered by Reed, the defensive back. What a superb play to
Like
hang
I
on.
say, the guy's just a player. He makes things happen because that ball was tipped. And Criswell, and he made a one-handed catch and just makes plays when he goes out in the football field.
Well, as he was looking for the ball, trying to get that, the defensive back
it was a
clobbered
flutter
him.
going end over end because it was tipped at the line of scrimmage. Good read, though, because they blitz, and that's where you want to throw the ball.
Second and 6 at the 20-yard line for the Calgary Stampeders. Criswell, the quarterback. Choquette with him. In the backfield as a running back.
Blitzing again.
On. Criswell is back. He's in the grass. Breaks one tackle. Gets up 20 to the 15. Now at the 10, at the 5. Heading to the end zone. Dives ahead. And what do they rule him down? I think at the 1. That is a superb play as he eluded all the blitzers.
All athletic talent. They came with the all-out blitz, and he saw it. You can't. Everybody could see it. I could see it up here, and he could see it down there, but he just says, okay, if you're going to blitz me, I'm going to find a sliver of a hole and then break a couple of tackles and get it down to the 1.
Goal to go for the Stampeders from the 1. Griswold looks at the wristband. He lines up in the gun. Now comes under center. Takes the ball, runs to his left. He's in the end zone. It's a touchdown. Calgary Stampeders on a nice drive executed by Jacoby Criswell.
Well, Jacoby Criswell just said, okay, Calgary, if you don't keep me, other teams are now going to look at what he has done. That was just a heck of a drive to put him in the lead.
It sure was. And that's what you have to do, Greg. You're down the depth chart.
Yeah, well, he had some great runs and showed good quarterback play. He had some good throws, Mark, but I was very impressed with his decision-making on the field, knowing where to throw the ball on the blitz. And the Elks started to go for him, but you're learning if you go for a quarterback like that, and sometimes you're going to get hurt.
Extra point by Hodge. Bassett, the holder, puts it down. Hodge kicks the ball towards the uprights.
Then he got hit.
And
that's going to be a penalty for sure.
Oh, he was hit, went down. Okay.
You can't hit the kicker after he kicks the ball. That was just a dirty play by the Elks.
So that'll make the
kickoff a little bit. Yeah, he just went in and drove right into the kicker.
Yeah.
Knocked him down.
We have a timeout on the field.
15-yard penalty on the kickoff. Convert is good.
And we're going to take a timeout here with the Calgary Stampeders. 21, the Edmonton Elks 18. Stampeders will be kicking off. That's our score. You're listening to Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder Football on QR Calgary 770 CHQR.
It's the final days. This is it. Hearth and Home Spring Savings Event ends May 31st. Savings like this only happens once a year. Demo and discounted units are up to 80% off. New models 10 to 25% off. These are showroom specials. Beautiful fireplaces built for your home, not a warehouse shelf. Limited quantities are available, so shop early for best selection. When they're gone, they're gone. Hearth and Home Fireplace, bringing family together. Visit their showroom at 5740 1A Street Southwest or hearthandhomefireplace.com.
Red Tag Days are coming to an end at your Toyota giant, Country Hills Toyota. It's your last chance to save $10,000 on Prius plug-ins, Tacomas, Crown Signias, and Toyota BZ models with financing as low as 0%. Get free winter tires, lifetime free oil and filter offer, and free tire and rim warranty. Plus, save over $10,000 on remaining 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days ends May 31st at your Toyota giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Football fans know it can get pretty rowdy when a big play is made. But they're also respectful of their neighbors.
Sorry, my bad.
That's what makes Shane Holmes duplexes in Calgary, Airdrie, and Chestermere so special. Each duplex passes the yell test. So while this is going on, all they can hear next door is this. So you can maintain harmony with your neighbors. Visit ShaneHolmes.com. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Holmes.
This is your home for Stampeder football. I'm Adrian Green, DB. Thank you for listening.
Well, a back-and-forth game. Stampeders had Edmonton had an 8-7 lead. No, actually, it was 14-8 for the Stampeders at the half. Got to get the score right. And the Stampeders now lead 21-18. Hodge will kick the ball off. Two returners back for Edmonton. And that ball will return inside the 5, the 15, to the 20. 25 down the sidelines, breaking more tackles. Finally, he's pushed out of bounds, Luther. And
one of the
ball
boys, they ripped the sign down and all got tackled into it. And one of the ball boy got tackled pretty good, and the fans kind of were surprised at that.
And we'll go to break here. You're listening to fourth quarter Stampeder football action. You're listening to Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
Wolf Cadillac has brought back the 0% event. Get 0% financing on 2026 XT5s, 2026 Vistix, Lyrics, and the all-new 2026 Optic. No matter your needs, no matter your roads, there's a Cadillac for you. Wolf Cadillac makes the car buying process efficient, hassle-free, and transparent. Discover the Wolf Cadillac Advantage today and become part of the Wolf Pack. A luxury experience at our new Cadillac location, 756 101st Street Southwest, or online at wolfcalgary.com.
When something goes wrong at home, you don't need a quick fix. You need someone you trust to put your best interest first. At Plumbing and Heating Paramedics, we handle it all. From plumbing to heating, air conditioners, and boilers, for emergencies or cost-saving proactive solutions, our trained professionals are available 24/7. And we do it right for you. Because even when the forecast fails, the experts at Plumbing and Heating Paramedics don't.
We Plumbing and Heating Paramedics to the rescue. Don't forget cooling and boilers.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant. Safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down, and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
Listen to Stampeders play-by-play in high-definition radio. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. 105.1 FM, Channel 2. QR Calgary, 770.
The Edmonton Elks will take the ball. Stampeders leading 21-18. It's Edmonton ball on their 31-yard line. And Snyder, the fourth quarterback to play, is in the ball game. Pre-snap motion behind him. And they throw a receiver sweep. Hicks has the ball, turns it upfield, 30-35. Up near the 40-yard line where he's dragged down by the Calgary Stampeders.
Well, the Elks definitely want to win, so a little snap to the quarterback and a flip forward. A guy coming across the motion, got outside, got 9 yards.
9-yard gain. The Elks will bring in their short yardage gang. Flamondon from the University of Calgary on the field.
Yeah. Well, as I said, Mark, 4 minutes and counting. They want to march this ball down the field. They do want to win this game.
4:06 remaining in the quarter. The fourth, 21-18. No short yardage play. Snyder under center.
That's going to be that's one of the offensive linemen. Elks have had too many of those, and so instead of it being 2nd and 1, now you're going to have 2nd and 7.
Yeah, flags everywhere.
Well, you get all juiced up as an offensive lineman wanting to fire out, knowing it's going to be a run, and he was in a 4-point stand, that being the offensive lineman, and he just got too excited and fired out of his stance.
Cade with the infraction as the Elks now send in another player. They're struggling to get their personnel on. This is standard fare in the preseason. The Elks 2nd down and 6 yards to go. There goes right to the far side. Delaney Robinson, close coverage on that corner. Snap back to Snyder. He lofts the street crowd down the side, looking for Hilaire. He grows up. And did he make the catch?
No, he was just good solid coverage down the field.
He went up and then lost the ball in the middle of the Stampeder bench. So it's
that was a good play by, I think that was our Sam linebacker on that time. But
yeah, he was in the Stampeder bench. It looked like he had it. And he fell into the bench. So Kalen Horton is deep to return. We're going to have a dressing room interview with Dave Dickinson, but because we don't have the full technology here today, we'll just stick with the coach tonight. Don't know exactly what he'll have to say, but always good to catch up. Maybe we'll get an injury update, just some overall thoughts. So Julian's on to punt as we approach the 3-minute warning. Now back, Julian steps into the kick, a high floating kick. Wind holds it up. It's going to bounce at the 50-yard line of the Stampeders. Rolling, one of the Stampeders jumps on it. Wasn't the returner, Horton. I think that was Polk, the defensive back.
Well, there is, the wind is a howling now, so the kicker, but you can't, you got to drop it right. That was just, again, he kicked it straight up in the air. It's kind of like if you're a golfer and you just sky one up in the air. That's exactly what the kicker did.
Yeah, Stampeder picked it up anyway. Wasn't the intended target, but yeah, that wind is noticeably picked up, and it's at the Stampeders' back right now.
Well, not as clean a game as last game, but in many ways a better game for the Stampeders. Game's not over, but they've had some real good positives.
Well, I don't know what to make of this. Was that Woolridge back in at quarterback? And now we have the 3-minute warning.
I think you're right.
Okay.
I think it is. Yeah.
It is the 3-minute warning. The Stamps 21, the Elks 18. Stamps offense on the field when we return. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant. Safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down, and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test.
Pruning for all types of trees and safe removals to protect your home. Ask about our tree and lawn package and bundle your services and save. Improve tree health with deep root injections and green grass with our Green It Up fertilizer. Spruce it up, green it up, prune it up. We got you covered.
Calgary, come on down to play Prize is Right. Only at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
Enter your free ballot Friday nights with hourly draws from 6 to 10 p.m. for your chance to spin the Prize is Right wheel to win your share of over $5,000 cash. They've already given away over $105,000 with lots more to go around. Prize is Right every Friday night at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
We're fun!
Thanks for listening to Stampeder Football. This is receiver and returner Kaylon Horton.
Stampeders take the ball. Woolridge is in the game. He drops back, but he's in the grasp and is throwing down. Pace, the linebacker, brings them down. 2:55 remaining. First and 10 at the 49, and he takes the sack.
Yes, I'm wondering why they put Woolridge back in after Griswold did such a good job. I guess maybe they just want to give him a chance to get out in the field in a critical situation.
From the 42-yard line. The Eagles have 5 receivers. Choquette is the running back. And Woodfordson will go to the air. Woolridge's back, steps up, but there's no room. He is tackled. Sacked.
Well, get in and do 2 sacks, Mark, and just didn't want to throw the football to give it away. So
Juvenor in on the sack for Edmonton.
Edmonton's got a chance. 2:32 left. They're going to get the ball back.
Yeah.
See if they can do something.
So maybe with the win, the Stampeders' punting game will be a little better.
Yeah, it hasn't been good. I'm certainly not going to pick as my special teams player of the game any of the punters for this one. Quite sure that they'll have better games, so they're 2 good punters.
Stampeders are challenging the call.
First, they challenge you.
Not quite sure. Didn't quite hear the announcement.
Well, generally it's been going and got my keys to the game. It was mostly who's going to win out of what position. But you look at that quarterback position, Mark, and all 3 of them went in and played pretty well.
I agree.
With Griswold with his running ability, that was really something he's left a mark on.
At the 36-yard line. After the challenge, we'll see if it's successful enough. Get the word from the officials. They're conferring.
Taking a little bit of time.
Stampeders getting touchdowns today. Right, the receiver. And plowing into the end zone, Woolridge. Then later on, quarterback Griswold.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. 3rd down.
All right. So Hodge will punt it away. Deep is Luther. Hodge will punt with the wind.
You're right. We'll see how well he does because that wind is really picked up. He should just let this one sail.
And that's what he did. Nice high kick. Tracking and catching with the ball. Luther goes straight ahead. And
good downfield tackle.
He's got a lot. Ashton Miller-Melanson, a defensive back candidate. Tackle.
Zai Alexander was in there too, so it's good to see some of these young guys making those tackles.
By Ashton Miller-Melanson.
All right, we got 2 minutes left, and the Elks got in a position to win, and we'll see if these rookies can stop them and Really, it's a bunch of rookies out on the field right now.
Well, that's a good test.
Yep.
So the Edmonton Elks have Snyder as their quarterback. One back set. His short drop, rifles a ball across the middle, caught by Kettle, gets up to the 45, really close to the first down, where he's put on the ground.
Well, they only need a field goal to tie the game. I wonder if they'd settle for a tie or they'd go for the win. We'll have to see. Still lots of plays to happen before that decision has to be made.
At the 46-yard line. That's where the Edmonton Elks are, more of the 45. 1:55 remaining, 1:54. Kettle going left for Edmonton. Now pre-snap motion behind the quarterback. Snap is back. Snyder retreats. Snyder sets up, fires a strike over the middle, and in and out of the hands.
That was a good
He
throw.
will be reliving that one for a long time as Johnson couldn't squeeze it.
Yeah, Johnson, that was a good solid throw by Schneider. He had some zip on that ball. It was about a 20-yard one just over the middle and went right through the receiver's hands.
Second and 10. Second down and 10 yards to go at the 45-yard line again. 1:37 remaining. 21-18 Stampeders. Kettle starts in motion to the line. Again, back to Snyder. He pitches downfield, caught by Kettle. Runs between the hash marks, breaks the tackle. 40 up at the 35 before he is brought down. The U of A product picks up big yard poke on the tackle.
Well, they're in field goal range already, but they're not thinking field goal. They want touchdown. Some good solid throws by Schneider. Just he's hitting the seams right now.
Illegal interference, blocking downfield. Edmonton number 19. 10-yard penalty. Repeat second down.
That is a tough call because that was a tremendous
Yeah,
play.
it really was, but blocking downfield, he must have, in other words, that was a pick.
Yeah.
So Calgary playing man-to-man that time, and the guy that was supposed to be covering him was picked by the other wide receiver coming across.
A rookie, left Andres Rijabald.
Well, if you're going to try and do a pick, and every team's got them, the offense don't call them a pick, they call it a rub, but you have to do it inadvertently. You kind of just have to act as if you're kind of running right to the side of it. You can't just go and do a straight.
Edmonton is challenging the ruling on the previous play of blocking downfield. Play will be reviewed.
Well, I guess both coaches realized they had challenges to use. They
I
better
didn't
spend
even
them.
know they did in preseason.
Yeah. Okay, that was a beautiful play, I got to say.
Yeah, it really was. And
but it might have been pick 8 of that.
The one before that was good as well, but
the players got some refreshment from the sidelines.
all of them are, I guess, are looking at the replay screen, which we can't see. So one of the disadvantages we have of being here in this booth.
Yeah, it is a temporary facility. Of course, Elks will be back in their regular facility. All right, so the officials break their little huddle up.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. Edmonton loses their timeout.
Well, a big break for the Stampeders. And a tough break for the...
Well, it probably definitely was a pick.
Yep. 1:30 remaining, second down and 20 for Edmonton. Kettle again in the slot left, Hilaire outside him. He started in motion to the line. Back is Snyder. He is clobbered. Knocked to the ground by Kalon Thomas, the end, who busted through and put him on the ground.
Yeah, Kalon Thomas having a great year. He's just got better and better. Hardly had any football experience when he first got in the league. Basically, they were teaching him how to get into a stance, but they saw that athletic talent at 6'5", 244, and he's got better and better now in his fourth year.
Elks are going to punt it away as Julian runs on the field. 3rd and 27. 1:26 remaining.
Yeah, and I don't think you're going to try a fake here.
No.
Not when it's 3rd down and about 30.
Hart ready to return. He stands just past the Stampeder 40. Outside the hash marks. Snap back, and as he punted the ball, a whistle sounded just as the ball entered his hands. Oh boy, we spent the pregame talking about how great the pace of the game against Saskatchewan was.
Yeah.
We're paying for it.
It was just a lot of penalties.
Yeah. They didn't move the ball. They blew a whistle. The officials have not told us why that play was blown down. So we'll do it again. They're down to the 27. Low snap. He picks it off the third. Julian pounds the ball high. It hangs up. Hartman catches at the 45. Flag flies. He runs right, cuts left, and then turns up the middle. And before he's put down by the Elks, but Mogensen on the tackle. But I am certain that is no yards.
Mark, Calgary has 12 penalties, and the Elks have 14. That's a lot.
No yards. Edmonton, number 49, 15-yard penalty. First down, Calgary.
Woldridge in the game for the Stampeders.
That's over 25 penalties.
Yeah.
So I think last game we had about 4.
Well, the Stamps had 9. They had 7 in the first half. But only 2 in the second half.
Well, Stampeders should be able to eat up the clock here and go home.
Yep.
Not that it means anything, and nobody will care in a year from now or a month from now that they went 2-0 in the preseason.
Great point. Saul Woldridge in the gun. They'll go conservative on the ground to Choquette, but he runs into a mass of green jerseys and pushes ahead for a couple of yards. That's about all. Second down, maybe 1.
Yeah, they're just going to let that clock run down, and they're probably going to have to punt it away if they don't get a first down here, which if they run it, they probably won't.
Second and 10. Crowd beginning to file out.
Yeah, I don't care preseason, whatever. You always want to go out and try and win a football game.
Yeah. All right. Full blitz is on for the quarterback. Give is Choquette. He runs right away for the pressure. Gets to the 50, down to the 48-yard line.
Another penalty.
Yeah, another penalty.
This referee and crew are really liking to throw those flags up in the air and watch them flitter in the sky and to have the wind take them.
Benny on the tackle, but now we sort out this penalty.
Yeah, we had lots of conferences with this referee crew, too.
44 seconds remaining.
There's no infraction on the play. Third down.
Good.
All right. Well, he basically says, I haven't thrown my flag 5 times, so I'm going to just throw it up in the air so I can get that privilege.
The Stampeders going to look at a field goal or
they're going to try a field goal, Mark. But field goals, you're more susceptible to a big return, so you got to put the big linebackers on to cover down. So if you want to be conservative, you just punt it out of bounds. But they're going to let his guy kind of...
Yeah, be a 54-yard field goal.
Yeah, well, he's got the wind going, so he's just got to be... He's got a good, strong leg. He's just got to get the accuracy.
All right, here we go. The snap. The kick by Hodge. It's going, and it is good. A 54-yard
penalty.
Oh, no.
Unbelievable. They just are throwing the flags. This looks like it's going to be on the Elks. So Stamps are going to decline the penalty.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm Mark Killam, head coach of the Elks, I do have to say something about the penalties.
I agree. Yeah.
You can't have first down. You take the points off the board and take the first down.
That's what they did.
Yeah, well, you know what? You can't have get into double digits in penalties and expect to win football games. No. Calgary's a little lucky. They had 12, but countered by the 15 now of the Elks.
Penalty moves it to the 37-yard line. Woldridge, the quarterback. And they'll just run the clock out here. It gets under center.
Got a new rule on this, Mark. Do you want to explain it? We learned it this week about running the clock down.
Yeah, and they can do this again. 22 seconds remaining, and there it is. There's your ball game. You can run it off, and that's what they did with 18 seconds remaining. The clock will tick down, but guess what? It's not going to change anything. Our final score, the Calgary Stampeders end the preseason with a 21-18 win over the Edmonton Elks in a drawn-out long game because of rain and a few other things. Final score is the Calgary Stampeders 21, Edmonton 18. Up next, the Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC postgame show. This is QR Calgary Stampeders football.
Red Tag Days are wrapping up at South Point Toyota. Save up to $10,000 on in-stock 2025 and 26 Crown Signias, Tacomas, Prius plug-ins, and fully electric BZ models. Plus, financing as low as 0%. Plus, free winter tires and a free tire and rim warranty. Plus, up to $10,000 off in-stock 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days end soon under the tower at South Point Toyota.
Football fans know it can get pretty rowdy when a big play is made. But they're also respectful of their neighbors.
Sorry,
my bad. That's what makes Shane Holmes duplexes in Calgary, Airdrie, and Chestermere so special. Each duplex passes the yell test. So while this is going on, all they can hear next door is this. So you can maintain harmony with your neighbors. Visit ShaneHolmes.com. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Holmes.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big deal. Not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford, it's a big deal event is on. Really? Now. Until June 1st, lease an eligible 2026 F-150 STX with black appearance package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford, it's a big deal event. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca.
The final whistle is blown. What went well? What went horribly wrong? Time to reflect on how things unfolded with the Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC postgame show. Up next on your home of Stampeders football for 35 seasons. QR Calgary 770.
And welcome to the postgame show for Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC. Visit our new state-of-the-art location at 768 101 Street Southwest or online at wolfcalgary.com. The Calgary Stampeders hang on for a 21-18 victory in Edmonton as they take down the Elks in a final preseason game of the year. And it was a nice game for the Calgary Stampeders. Dave McIver and Jock Wilson here with you live from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. It all started with the Edmonton Elks in the first quarter. A 1-yard TD run by Cole Schneider. The Stamps would answer right back. Josh Love hitting Dante Wright with a 42-yard touchdown. That would even the game at 7 apiece. It was a 1-point single for the Edmonton Elks to get things going in the second quarter. The Stamps, once again on the very next drive, would answer right back. A 12-play, 69-yard drive capped off by a Ben Woldridge 1-yard TD. The Calgary Stampeders took a 14-8 lead into the third quarter. The Edmonton Elks would get a field goal in the third quarter, a 47-yarder by Blanchard. The Calgary Stampeders would then find themselves only up 14-11. The Edmonton Elks would take the lead, a 1-yard touchdown from Cole Schneider. He was the touchdown man for the Elks in this one, but once again, the Calgary Stampeders, another great 11-play, 65-yard drive led by quarterback Jacoby Criswell. He had a 18-yard scramble, a 19-yard scramble, and he would punch it in for 1 yard, and that would give the Stamps a 21-18 lead. Let's go back to Edmonton and talk to our color analyst, Greg Peterson. Greg, that one was an interesting one. The Stamps didn't exactly get out of it unscathed, but hey, it's a victory in your second preseason game of the year.
Or know that you won both your preseason games, but yeah, they did a good job in the preseason. I thought today a lot of players played very well. Way too many penalties this game, but you look at the quarterback position and all three quarterbacks did very, very well, and some other guys kind of stood out. So the Stamps got a lot to learn on from this preseason game. I thought it was a pretty good preseason game for them, a good preseason as a whole for the Stampeders.
Mark Steven down on his way to the Calgary Stampeder dressing room for the post-game huddle with Coach Dave Dickinson for Hearth and Home Fireplace and renovations. Yeah, Greg, I'm with you. I thought all three quarterbacks, I thought it was surprising, and I'll get your thoughts on it, surprising that they brought Ben Wooldridge back into the game after Jacoby Criswell did so well on that drive.
I don't know why, because he did great. Maybe it was they wanted to put Woolridge in a position to do the last drive where you're trying to kill it or whatever, but he went out and got sacked twice, so he's probably wishing he didn't get put back in. But yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, and we'll have to ask the coach about that.
Yeah, it was one of those things where it was just like, okay, what's going on here? All of a sudden, Jacoby Criswell's out of the game. He had a great scramble. You know, Jock and I were talking about it here, Greg. Did he put his name in that ring for maybe being the third string quarterback on this team? He maybe doesn't have a good as arm as Ben Wooldridge, but hey, the athletic ability was fantastic.
I think he did. I think he went out and really said, I thought Josh Love did a really good job. Went 7 for 8 and threw that beautiful touchdown pass. And next thing you know, we have Wooldridge went in and he did pretty well. And I thought, okay, this is it. We got our two. And then Jacoby Criswell steps up and he just had some fantastic runs. So, yeah, I think he did put himself into it.
We'll take a look at that stat story for the Calgary Stampeders. Josh Love, as you heard Greg say, 7 for 8, 80 yards. Very impressive 42-yard strike to Dante Wright. Ben Wooldridge was 5 for 9 for 58 yards. Jacoby Criswell only 3 for 4 for 19 yards, but he led the team in rushing in this game basically on that one drive. 5 attempts for 41 yards. Greg, obviously the big story in this one was Sheldon Arnold in the first quarter going down, getting carted off the field. That's a tough one for the Stamps. That's a guy you're looking at to be your weak side starting halfback. Going to be interesting to see what they do in the coming days, and we'll see how serious that injury is.
Well, yeah, and then they had, who was it? Ike, sorry, my name is escaping me, but the other guy, halfback that I thought was doing pretty good, he went down a couple plays later, so really a bad game for the position of defensive halfback with those two injuries.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the next couple of days here. Obviously, the big decisions will be made on the bus ride home tonight when they get back to the offices at McMahon Stadium. And we'll most likely know by tomorrow night what this team is going to look like, what guys are going to be starters, what guys are going to be on the practice roster, and what guys are going to be trying to find work in another line, whether it's football or maybe that's it for their football careers. I thought Rashad Owens had a great game, Greg, the receiver, 5 receptions, 4 receptions for 59 yards, so a good game for him as well. Let's get straight to one of our features for this one, Greg, and let's go straight to the drive of the game for your Alberta Ford dealers. A couple of good picks here. I think you got one at the end of the first half and one in the fourth quarter. Where are you going with the drive of the game?
Well, I'm going to go with the one in the end of the fourth quarter. The score is 18-14. You needed a drive. The Elks are in the lead. They went on a 70-play drive. I'll call it the Jacoby Criswell drive. 11 plays, 4 passes, 7 runs. Some just great runs up the middle by Jacoby Criswell and made the score 21-18. I thought that was the drive of the game.
So the drive of the game, the 11-play, 70-yard drive from the Calgary Stampeders that gave them the lead and gave them the victory as their defense was able to stop the Edmonton Elks. I thought, Greg, at the end of that, in the fourth quarter, really in the last couple minutes there, I know the wind had picked up. We couldn't tell that. We saw that the kickoff that only went to the 40-yard line, but the defense stepped up when they had to, and they made some big stops. Obviously, a big sack on that last drive.
Yeah, we just got such depth at the defensive line and the linebacker position. Those guys were flying around, the rookies. You know, there's a couple of drives that the Elks got in, but generally, I think the strongest or positions that we have the most depth at right now on the football team are both the linebacker and the defensive line position.
Well, let's get to another feature for this one, Greg, and the marquee matchup, which is brought to you by Country Hills Toyota. That was basically Josh Love versus all the other quarterbacks. I would say that Josh Love he won that matchup, but you're looking at that battle for the third-string quarterback position now.
Well, Josh Love, I thought that one pass that he threw in the end zone and a post corner was just a super way you throw the football, but I don't know. They all went out and played well. They all did their things, and I'm like you, Jacoby Criswell. You say, okay, he's kind of out of it now, but he gets in and just look what he did. tough decisions by the coaches. What it did do is you're another team that maybe one of these guys get cut, and you look at him and say, okay, the guy can play in the CFL. So if anything, he might get picked up by another team to go in the practice roster or something. But I don't know who's going to come on. That's when you and I are glad we're not coaches and let them make that decision.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting decision. Does he go to the practice roster? If that happens, does he get picked up by another team? It's going to be interesting to see what happens at the quarterback position. The marquee matchup brought to you by Country Hills Toyota, where you get free winter tires always at your Toyota Giant. Country Hills Toyota. We're still waiting for Mark Steven to get with head coach Dave Dickinson for our post-game huddle. We'll wait for Mark there. While we do that, because Greg Peterson has to get on the road, we'll go to the game turning point brought to you by Wolf Cadillac. Greg, where was the game turning point? This is the one I had a tough time picking, and maybe it was the sack to get the Stamps the ball back late in the game and kind of seal it. I had a tough time picking a turning point because there wasn't really one of those super big plays that really changed the momentum of this game.
No, you're right. And in a game, there's always many turning points. But I'm going to go on that last drive by Jacoby Griswold, where he's driving the ball down the field. And around the 30-yard, it's second and about 5-6 yards to go. And he got blitzed. They came with an all-out blitz. You could tell he picked it up right away, found the one hole that they had in the line for the blitz, and then he broke about 3 tackles and got it down to the 1. At first, I thought, they're going to sack him, and that's going to be the end, or we're not. And he gets it down to the 1-yard line with straight athletic talent. That to me was a turning point in the game. Without that big play by Jacoby Griswold, we wouldn't have won the football game. So I picked that as a turning point.
Game turning point brought to you by Wolf Cadillac, a luxury experience at our new Cadillac location, 756 101 Street Southwest, or online at wolfcalgary.com. Hey, obviously, this is not a game where you're going to be going to Stamps House, but of course, home opener next Friday, June 5th. That will be one of those things that, hey, maybe the Stamps House is a good little spot you can go to. Sounds like we're going to have the coach in about a minute here, Greg. So why don't we get to our last one here, because you did have your keys. Or let's go to your stars of the game, my friend. Let's go to your stars of the game for this one. You got some options on offense tonight. Okay,
yeah, I did. You know what? Okay, let's go down.
Ahead,
we do now have the coach, so let's go down to the locker room. And, Mark, I believe you have the coach.
We do have head coach Dave Dickinson here. And, Dave, just an overall view. Win was nice, but did you achieve what you wanted to achieve in this game?
Well, the thing that I guess I look at, I was a little, obviously we had some guys get hurt early. That was disappointing, and they're fighting hard. Put us in a little bit of a bind. What I liked is our guys, a lot of them played out of position, didn't even play what they've been practicing. They just kept battling. I thought we took too many penalties. For sure, that's something we got to be better at. But a lot of belief in the room, and we did make the plays when we had to. We finished the job and got the win.
Sheldon Arnold, speaking of injuries going down, any update there?
No, but I mean, when he's down and getting off a cart, you're not liking that. And we're a little thin already there, so we'll try to figure it out.
The quarterbacking picture, how did you size that up? You had the nice bomb from Love, and I thought the other two did some nice things as well.
Agreed. I mean, it was good to see Jacoby get in there and really do some great things running around. And, I think both Josh and Ben have had their moments and done really well in practice well. And we were waiting to see what Jacoby could do. We gave him that opportunity, and I thought he responded.
Nice run. He really showed he's got some power. He's a big man.
Yeah, I mean, and fearless, and he did some good stuff on short yardage. I mean, there's a lot of good things there.
All right, well, I guess some more work to do, and appreciate the update, and thanks for being 2-0 in the preseason.
Sounds good, Mark. Thanks.
Right, Dave Dickinson joining us, guys. The Stampeders are packing up and heading back to Calgary. Obviously, the coaches have a very busy time to figure out the team, and they will set the Calgary Stampeders, who will be on the field for the first game of the new season, June 5th, against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, 7 o'clock, meaning a 5:30 pregame show. And that's our story from the dressing room tonight.
Thanks, Mark. Well, if the team's packing up, that means Greg Peterson is packing up as well. That was the post-game huddle with Dave Dickinson, brought to you by Hearth and Home Fireplace and Home Renovations. Whether gathering for a game night or enjoying some me time, Hearth and Home brings the heat, love, and family. Hearth and Home. Visit hearthandhomefireplace.com. Greg, we'll pick the stars of the game. Jock's volunteered. He's going to do it. He was going to disagree with you anyways on it, so we'll let you pack up. We'll let you get on the road and go home.
So, Greg, the only question I have for you is, you're not a coffee drinker. You got to get in your car and drive home tonight. Like, what are you going to do to keep you awake? Like, are you a Red Bull guy or what?
No, but have you ever heard of Coca-Cola and about 5 in on the way home?
little Coca-Cola will keep it going. Okay, buddy, I appreciate it.
All right, I appreciate it, you guys. Thanks a lot. Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, bye-bye.
Greg Peterson hitting the road as we wrap up the Hearth and Home post-game huddle with Coach Dave Dickinson. We'll take our first time out here on the post-game show, the only place for Calgary Stampeder football, QR Calgary, all season long. Jock and I have the pregame, halftime, and post-game shows for you, and when the Stamps are on the road, we do it live right here from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. When we come back, we got the stars of the game. We're bringing Jock back in. We're putting him back to work. He's a little tired. He's been yawning this whole second half, but we will come up a little bit on those last couple of drives. So we'll be right back here on QR Calgary. This is the post-game show.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Only in Calgary can you wake up to snow and need your air conditioner by lunch. Fortunately, when the forecast fails, the experts at Plumbing and Heating Paramedics don't. From plumbing emergencies and water heaters to furnaces, air conditioning, and boilers, the Plumbing and Heating Paramedics have your back 24/7. Certified, local, standing by when you need us the most. Don't wait. We're one click or call away for any comfort crisis.
Plumbing and Heating Paramedics to the rescue. Don't forget cooling and boilers.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant. Safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down, and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
Watching breaking news in your community? Call us 403-262-NEWS.
Welcome back to the postgame show, broadcasting live from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. I'm Dave McIver with Jock Wilson. We've taken care of a whole bunch of stuff because Greg Peterson had to get on the road. He had to get out of there. The Calgary Stampeders had to get out of there. Normally, if you haven't heard our pregame show before, we'd have 3 or 4 player interviews after this with Mark. We'd have Greg doing his features throughout the postgame show. But when it's wrapping up that quick, the game gets delayed by an hour, and the coaches have a ton of decisions to make. We sped it up a little bit.
I was hoping to be home in bed by 11 o'clock.
Oh, I know you were.
Because I was here at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino last night for the All In for Kids charity poker tournament for kids up front. I didn't get out of here until 1 o'clock in the morning. This morning, I guess, when it's all said and done. I want to be out of here before 1 o'clock this morning.
I'll just say that's like 3 in the morning for a guy your age.
Yeah, exactly right, man. Exactly right.
Well, let's get right to it then. Let's go to the stars of the game,
Okay.
Jock. It's your choice tonight, buddy. I won't argue with you. I might argue with you. We'll find out. But where are you going on offense?
The story in the pregame show was Josh Love. You did a great interview with him on the pregame show and our player profile. And I wanted to see if Josh Love could answer the bell because the pressure was on him. We were questioning whether or not, as an older quarterback, was he ready to be a true number 2 quarterback here in Calgary? I thought he answered the bell. And I liked the way he played. The opening drive, there was, an early penalty that extended the opening drive for him. So it wasn't a great start, but he found his rhythm. He threw a beautiful touchdown pass. And you look at his final numbers, I think he has solidified himself as the number 2 quarterback heading into the season. Now, will he be number 2 at the end of the season? That is still to be determined. I think the real battle now, and you mentioned it a little bit with Greg, is who is going to be the number 3 quarterback. I like what Jacoby Griswold brought to the table. I loved his athleticism. I loved the way he ran the ball. But I also like the way that Ben Woolridge commands the huddle. I like his height. I like his arm strength. So that to me is a very interesting decision. You can't keep all 4 of them, maybe one on the practice roster if that individual wants to go on the practice roster.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting because if he doesn't, then maybe there's a team that's watched these preseason games for the Calgary Stampeders say maybe that guy's a good fit for the third QB in our room. So it will be interesting to see what happens with the quarterbacks. But Josh Love is your offensive player of the game. What about on defense, Jock?
Well, it's
tough. It's tough here.
A guy that caught my eye early in the first half was Morris Brash. Tremont Morris Brash. He had a quarterback sack. I thought it was a dominant quarterback sack. He ended the game with three tackles. There were some good defensive performances in this game, but I really thought Morris Brash stepped up.
Special teams.
Special teams. Now, that is the million-dollar question, isn't it?
It really is tough.
I thought you were going to go to top Canadian. I was going to give that to Micah Tights, and Micah Tights will be my top Canadian in this game. When it comes to special teams, the wind was blowing, and we're here at the Deerfoot Inn Casino, so we couldn't really see, what was happening. But here's the deal. The Calgary Stampeders are not going to have Rene Paredes, I think, for week 1. I don't think he's going to play. My gut tells me he's not going to play in game 1. Mark Bassett was one of the best punters in the game last year. Tricky conditions at Clark Stadium, so I'll give Mark Bassett the special teams player of the game.
Mark Bassett, the punter, the special teams player, and your top Canadian tonight, Jock.
Micah Tights. Micah Tights, I thought, was all over the field, and good on Micah. We had him on the pregame show too on our homegrown feature for Spruce It Up Garden Center. So Micah Tights, good defensive numbers, and he was noticeable.
And congratulations to Micah and the family. Welcomed a new baby. Last week it was kind of funny because he was dressed originally to play that game against the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and then all of a sudden he was in front of me on the sideline, and he had his cell phone out. And I'm going to tell you right now, in 5 years, I've never seen a player with their cell phone out. That was the only time, and I think it was allowed because he was awaiting news. So congratulations to Micah.
So who's your number 3 quarterback on this team?
To be honest with you, it's probably Ben Woolridge at this point. I think he's got the better arm. We've discussed this many times. Did the Stampeders let opportunities slip away? And it sounds weird saying this because of how good Tommy Stevens was with his short yardage, but we've always looked at that spot, and you have especially, as a developmental spot for the Calgary Stampeders. So I think in terms of upside and arm strength, Ben Woolridge is probably the guy. But, if they did pick Jacoby Criswell and you think that he's got an arm, look, we're not in practice every single day. What's he been able to do in practice? How many reps is he getting in practice? What do they think of his arm?
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the deciding factor because we know mobility-wise, athleticism-wise, Criswell is a step above Woolridge.
That's why I hope Jacoby sticks around, if he does get offered a practice roster spot, because I do like his athleticism. The knock on Ben Woolridge is he's not a mobile guy back there. It was quite noticeable when he was trying to take off with the role. And so Jacoby, I just think Josh Love is not a real prototypical running quarterback. Vernon Adams can be, but you don't want him running too much.
No.
But Jacoby can be a really good running quarterback with a pretty good arm. And you look at his college numbers, he had a pretty good passing numbers as well. So I do like that element of his game. So I do believe all 4 of them will be there. One of them will be offered a practice roster spot, and 3 will be on the roster.
We'll take a timeout 1 second here, but I want to ask you, what does this mean for Quincy Vaughn? Because Quincy Vaughn is listed as a quarterback on their roster. He plays more as a fullback and even comes in on bigger sets, your heavy sets, as a tight end.
Right.
But if you have a Jacoby Criswell, who's going to be your short yardage guy, and Quincy Vaughn was your short yardage quarterback last year, but let's say Jacoby Criswell's the third guy, where does that leave Quincy Vaughn moving forward?
Yeah, well, I seem to agree with you. I think Ben Woolridge will be your number 3 quarterback, even though I like Jacoby's game. And I like the size of Ben Woolridge on the short yardage situations because he is such a big body. So it's a good question. I don't think you give up on Quincy Vaughn just yet because he's got that, Canadian passport, which is so important. And, they never drafted him as a quarterback. So he's not supposed to be a quarterback. He is supposed to be that, tight end, that fullback position that, is obviously that big body for some of the short yardage situations. So obviously Quincy Vaughn is still on my team.
Perfect. Let's take another break here. Jock will be right back with more post-game coverage. You're listening to QR Calgary.
Red Tag Days are coming to an end at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. It's your last chance to save $10,000 on Prius plug-ins, Tacomas, Crown Signias, and Toyota BZ models with financing as low as 0%. Get free winter tires, lifetime free oil and filter offer, and free tire and rim warranty. Plus, save over $10,000 on remaining 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days ends May 31st at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Calgary, come on down to play Prize is Right. Only at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
Enter your free ballot Friday nights with hourly draws from 6 to 10 p.m. for your chance to spin the Prize is Right wheel to win your share of over $5,000 cash. They've already given away over $105,000 with lots more to go around. Prize is Right every Friday night at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
We're fun!
Football fans know it can get pretty rowdy when a big play is made. But they're also respectful of their neighbors.
Sorry, my bad.
That's what makes Shane Holmes duplexes in Calgary, Airdrie, and Chestermere so special. Each duplex passes the yell test. So while this is going on, all they can hear next door is this. So you can maintain harmony with your neighbors. Visit ShaneHolmes.com. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Holmes.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford, it's a big deal event is on. Really? Now. Until June 1st, lease an eligible 2026 F-150 STX with black appearance package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford, it's a big deal event. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca.
Thanks for listening to Stampeder Football. This is Tevin Jones, receiver number 4.
Welcome back to the post-game show. The game is in the books. Time to relive and enjoy. If it was a home game, you could go to Stamps House. At the north end of McMahon, every game this season, every home game this season, Stamps House featuring your favorite players, music, and the other loyal red and white fans. This is the Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC post-game show. Jock Wilson, Dave McIver from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. Jock, let's look at the receivers. I don't think there's a ton of spots open there, but I got to say, Rashad Owens today, he had a very good outing. 4 receptions on 5 targets, 59 yards. He led the way for the receivers. You know, maybe there's a spot for a guy like that as a practice roster guy and a good depth position for him as we move into the regular season.
You're right that there's not a lot of positions open. I am a little concerned about, Clark Barnes being dinged up again, not being able to play in this game. And, what is his status for week number 1? Dejon Brissett has been basically injured all of training camp. Reggie Bagleton, still not quite 100% from that broken leg last year. So maybe in the early going, that will open the door for one of these players. But you still have Tevin Jones. You still have, Eric Brooks. Jalen Philpott. I really believe this is going to be a big year for Jalen Philpott. At least I hope it's going to be a big year for Jalen Philpott. So I think that's going to be one of those situations that you're going to look at, when final cuts come tomorrow night.
Keelan Horton had a good game as well.
Yep.
He only had 8 yards receiving, but he drew 2 big pass interference calls. He's been around the squad the last few years, so we'll see how that goes for him. Yeah, there's not a lot of spots on this team when it comes to the wide receiver position. I thought Dedrick Mills looked good in his 1 series tonight. Ran hard, ran like we like seeing Dedrick Mills run. He had 3 attempts for 12 yards, so that was decent. I didn't mind the new guy, Stewart. I thought he ran hard.
He was noticeable.
He was noticeable. I thought he ran hard. Terrion Stewart, they just brought him in last week. I thought he had a good game. Ludovic Chiquette, he was in late. He still had 4 carries for 17 yards. So this is going to be really interesting. There's a lot of tough decisions for this coaching staff, basically in the next 24 hours.
Yeah, and it's not. We're not talking starters because we know who the starting running back is going to be. We know who. Basically you can probably pick your 24 starters right now, and we will be bang on with probably 22 of them. It's that simple as far as I'm concerned. But there are some backup positions that certainly are in play right now, special teams positions, so those come into play. Now, people are going to ask about the cuts. Mark talked a little bit about this during the broadcast. 8 o'clock tomorrow night, you're going to have to put your rosters into the league. We probably won't hear the final cuts from the Stampeders until Sunday morning usually. Sunday morning, we'll get the release and see exactly what happens. Some of the kids are going to go back to school. some players have probably played their last preseason game, and there's always like one or two surprises where you go, wow, didn't see that one coming. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll take a quick look at the stats story before we take our second to last break here on the post-game show. Ended up first downs. The Edmonton Elks had 21, the Calgary Stampeders 17. The Stamps were 8 for 19 on second down, 9 for 20 were the Elks. Net offense, it was the Elks with 264, the Stamps with 225. Total plays pretty close, 52 for Edmonton, 47 for the Calgary Stampeders. We talked about how there wasn't a ton of penalties last game. Hold my beer, says this game, because the Edmonton Elks had 16 penalties for 154 yards. The Calgary Stampeders 12 for 103. Yeah, it was one of those games that got bogged down by a couple of injuries and a couple of, I shouldn't say a couple, 18 penalties, I should say, in this game for 200.
That was ugly. And
257 yards and penalties and 18 penalties. That's a lot.
Especially late in the game when the officials were just throwing their flags. They're a little flag happy at the end. I'm saying, get this game over with, boys. Let's, we don't need this to happen. It was a fairly clean game, though. There was the one turnover on downs early. By the end, that could have changed the whole outcome of the game. Right? Yeah. You talked about the turning point earlier. The fact is, Edmonton takes that opening drive. They go all the way down the field, and they decide to go on it 3rd and 1, and they don't get in the end zone. And so the Calgary Stampeders took over on downs, and then Mark Killam goes 3rd and 3rd and 11.
Yeah,
it was 3rd and 11. 3rd and 11, and they made that one, and that set up their first touchdown by Snyder.
Yeah, it was an interesting one for sure. 3 sacks for the Stamps, 2 for the Elks, the 1 turnover. You know the rule, though, about turning points in the first drive of the game.
Yeah, well,
that's not allowed.
That's Greg Peterson's rule. That's not my rule. That's not my rule.
No, I know it's not your rule. Let's take our second to last time out here on the post-game show. We are at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. We'll be right back with one more segment before the fifth quarter call-in show.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant. Safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down, and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Comfort can turn into a crisis quickly. Good thing there's a team built for emergencies. The Plumbing and Heating Paramedics. From burst pipes and broken water heaters to furnaces, air conditioning, and boilers, we handle it all 24/7. Fast response, skilled pros, no delays or surprise cost. Because even when the forecast fails, the experts at Plumbing and Heating Paramedics don't. We're just one click or call away to save you from any comfort crisis.
We Plumbing and Heating Paramedics to the rescue. Don't forget cooling and boilers.
This is Markel Lee, linebacker for the Calgary Stampeders. Thanks for listening to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
One more thing to take care of as we wrap up the post-game show. Of course, at the end of the post-game show for here at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino, well, we give a 4-pack of tickets. How it works, so you come down. We got the booth set up here. We got a little ballot box that's kicking around, and if you come down and want to check out the game, or you're just at the casino, want to listen to us chit-chat, do the pregame show, you can put your name in a box and you can get tickets to the game. And this one should be a fun one because the next game, of course, is our home opener. The Calgary Stampeders hosting the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. 7 o'clock? 7 o'clock next Friday, right?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. 5:30 pregame show. And congratulations to Leah Smith. Leah Smith has won the 4-pack of tickets to the home opener. Our promotions will be in touch via email. And come on down to the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. Every away game this year, you can enter yourself to win. Just might find yourself a 4-pack of free tickets. Final thoughts, Jock?
You don't need a subscription to listen to QR Calgary.
Never do. Won't cost you $25. Here's the thing with that DAZN subscription. I'm guessing there's going to be some pricing changes there. I don't think you're going to need to get the full $25 a month. I don't know for sure, but I imagine there's going to be a knockdown on that price. Don't take my word for it. I'm not guaranteeing anything. I don't work for DAZN, but I imagine that's probably what they're looking at, and maybe that will be something that eases the anger around there being a streaming service.
There is anger,
league.
but you know what? I still think it's really good for the league.
It is really good.
And it is the future of sports broadcasting. You know, obviously live sports drives it, whether it's radio, whether it's streaming, whether it's television. Live sports is king right now, and that's why you want to bring in partners like that.
And it's going to be interesting because DAZN has come out and said, we're going to have our own personalities. We're going to have our own people. So it's going to be a whole new way. Like, you might just want to check out the first game because it's going to be a way to watch CFL you never have before.
Well, and as far as I'm concerned, I think it's going to make TSN better. I think TSN's going to have to step up their game a little bit because there is going to be a little bit of competition out there. And, you know, they've already changed it a little bit, you know, because you've got Luke Wilson now as the color analyst on Friday Night Football, so he's going to be your set spot. So that's getting a little more NFL-ish, right? You know, you've got your main host guys. You know, Glenn Suter is still one of their main color analysts too. So you got your play-by-play teams that stick with those nights. So I think to establish a good Thursday night, establish a good Friday night, establish a good Saturday night, and then you got your weekend games on Sundays or holiday Mondays. So it's good.
Nothing wrong with a little competition, my friend.
100%.
Speaking of Glenn Suter, he is back this year. Tom's House of Pizza sponsoring the CFL Insider with Glenn Suter every Tuesday and Thursday night. June 4th, Thursday night, the day before the home opener. Jock and Glenn, maybe I'll pop in. They're going to be having a nice little time at Tom's House of Pizza. They'll be broadcasting the show from there. Lots of fun. I know you did that with Craig Button and your NHL Insider earlier this year. It was a nice, fun time down there, so I'm sure it'll be a blast again.
We love Tom's House of Pizza. They love Sports Talk with Jock, which is fantastic. And, yeah, brand new sponsor for the CFL Insider. Glenn Suter will actually kick things off on Tuesday night on Sports Talk with Jock. That'll be our first show of the season, but he's based out of Vancouver, so he joins me over the phone. Thursday night, he's there in Calgary because the Stampeders do open the season Friday night against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. So Thursday night, Glenn said, Jock, let's go out and have some pizza and do a live show at Tom's House of Pizza. So we got some prizes, some gift certificates, some football tickets. And, hey, it's going to be pizza. It's going to be football talk. It's going to be a lot of fun with the CFL Insider.
And, of course, don't miss the coach, Dave Dickinson, head coach, GM of the Calgary Stampeders, Monday. Always one of the most interesting coaches show of the year because Jock gets to break down some of those maybe surprising decisions when it comes to cut down day and just what the team is going to look like. Obviously, we might have some more info on maybe some of the injuries.
Well, we're going to find out how many players start on the 6-game injury list. You already know there's going to be some, like Bailey Devine Scott is starting on the 6-game injury list. Preston Nichols is starting on the 6-game injury list. Justin Sambu is starting on the 6-game injury list. Daniel Joseph is starting on the 6-game injury list. I would not be surprised if Sheldon Arnold doesn't start on the 6-game injury list because it's what Dave Dickinson said. You know, when you get carted off, obviously that's not just a weak injury. That's a little more serious injury from that standpoint. I want to see what's going to happen with guys like, Flora Malade, Reggie Bagleton. Damon Webb, I think he's a little bit closer. Dejan Brissett hasn't done much in the preseason. So these are all big question marks for me heading into a brand new roster.
Well, that'll do it for the Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC postgame show live from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. Our final score, the Calgary Stampeders 21. The Edmonton Elks 18. The Stamps a perfect 2-0 in the preseason. Up next, the fifth quarter call-in show here on QR Calgary.
Think you know football? Have a hot take on what went down? Get your phone ready. The Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC postgame show is done. Up next, the fifth quarter call-in show with Jock Wilson and Greg Peterson. Call or text 403-974-8255 on your voice of the Calgary Stampeders for 35 years. QR Calgary 770.
Red Tag Days are coming to an end at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. It's your last chance to save $10,000 on Prius plug-ins, Tacomas, Crown Signias, and Toyota BZ models with financing as low as 0%. Get free winter tires, lifetime free oil and filter offer, and free tire and rim warranty. Plus, save over $10,000 on remaining 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days ends May 31st at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
It's the final days. This is it. Hearth and Home Spring Savings Event ends May 31st. Savings like this only happens once a year. Demo and discounted units are up to 80% off. New models 10 to 25% off. These are showroom specials. Beautiful fireplaces built for your home, not a warehouse shelf. Limited quantities are available, so shop early for best selection. When they're gone, they're gone. Hearth and Home Fireplace, bringing family together. Visit their showroom at 5740 1A Street Southwest or hearthandhomefireplace.com.
Football fans know it can get pretty rowdy when a big play is made. But they're also respectful of their neighbors.
Sorry,
my bad. That's what makes Shane Holmes duplexes in Calgary, Airdrie, and Chestermere so special. Each duplex passes the yell test. So while this is going on, all they can hear next door is this. So you can maintain harmony with your neighbors. Visit ShaneHolmes.com. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Holmes.
2026 is the year of the horse. And the year of the Calgary Stampeders. It all kicks off with our home opener on June 5th, presented by Tim Hortons, when we host the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Don't miss the start of the season and see the 2001 Great Champion Stampeders team who will be in attendance. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. and tickets are available now. Visit Stampeders.com to secure your seat. 2026 is the year of the horse and the Calgary Stampeders. Together we ride.
All right, Stamps fans. Our hosts have shared their views on the game. Now it's time to hear yours. It's the fifth quarter call-in show. Call or text 403-974-8255 to have your say. This is Stampeders Football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770.
It is time for the fifth quarter call-in show. I'm Dave McIver with Jock Wilson. We are live from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. As you can hear, the band's playing. Jock, you're going to go shake a leg, or you shook too many legs off?
You are live. I am almost asleep. So I tell you what, let's make this a quick one tonight.
Okay.
And hey, we've been working overtime because we did have an hour delay earlier tonight at Clark Stadium.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it was a 21-18 victory for the Calgary Stampeders. They kind of did just enough in this game to get the job done. It's got to be so hard for, some of these players that they're going in the third and fourth quarter, and they haven't played for 2 quarters. They got all warmed up. Then they had to do an hour delay. You somehow got to stay loose and you get out there. It's got to be a battle for those guys.
Yeah, it is, and yet they're professionals. So suck it up and do your job. That's what you have to do. And you look at what the Calgary Stampeders did tonight. The fact that they won this game is number one. And if I'm the Edmonton Elks, I'm a little more concerned because the Stampeders B players, and let's call them what they are, the B players. They beat the B players of the Edmonton Elks, so that shows the depth that the Calgary Stampeders have, at least in the Battle of Alberta.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And you even look at Josh Love playing, almost as well as Cody Fajardo. You could say he played better. He had the touchdown pass. That was such a great throw. That ball was hanging up for a little bit, but he threw it He threw it perfectly over his right shoulder. Perfect post corner. Didn't give the DB a chance to intercept that pass. Threw the ball to that sideline. It was just a perfect catch and run by Dante Wright and Josh Love. Nice touchdown.
You go into the preseason, your ultimate goal is to win, and Dave Dickinson will always tell you that, and they did win this game. Was it a pretty game? No. Was it a highly entertaining game? No. Was it a quick game like we saw at McMahon Stadium? No. But the fact of the matter is, I think you did answer some questions, and when the Calgary Stampeder coaching staff breaks it down, tonight coming home and tomorrow when they're at the office, you'll have a reason why player X, Y, or Z did not make the team.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be some tough decisions, obviously, on the defensive line. There's going to be a tough decision in the quarterback room. There's going to be tough decisions all over the field, especially with the injuries we were talking about at the end of the post-game show. So interesting. We do have a caller. We're going to take a timeout because I can't hear Steve in my headphones to tell me who it is. So let's take our first timeout. We'll take that call when we get back. More of the fifth quarter call-in show in a moment on your Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
Red Tag Days are wrapping up at South Point Toyota. Save up to $10,000 on in-stock 2025 and 26 Crown Signias, Tacomas, Prius plug-ins, and fully electric BZ models. Plus, financing as low as 0%. Plus, free winter tires and a free tire and rim warranty. Plus, up to $10,000 off in-stock 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days end soon under the tower at South Point Toyota.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
It always happens at the worst time. A pipe bursts, the furnace quits, the AC taps out, or the boiler decides it's done. That's when you call the team trained for it all. Plumbing and heating paramedics. Plumbing, heating, cooling, boilers. Handled quickly, properly, and whenever you need it. Fortunately, when the forecast fails, the experts at Plumbing and Heating Paramedics don't. We're one clicker call for any comfort crisis.
We Plumbing and Heating Paramedics to the rescue. Don't forget cooling and boilers.
Beyond our 50,000-watt radio signal, get the Radio Player Canada app. Favorite QR Calgary and listen to Stampeders games no matter where you are.
And welcome back to the fifth quarter call-in show. Dave McIver live from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. We are hanging out, me and Jock Wilson, getting tired, but that's okay because we got a phone call. Fred is with us. Fred wants to talk quarterbacks.
Where you are. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what was that, Fred? Say it again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, so I want to ask you guys, when's the last time that the Stampeders had a quarterback who really knew how to move his feet?
I would say right now with Vernon Adams Jr.
Okay, I get you. But I like the guy that, I can't remember his name, but the guy that they had on, he ran a couple of plays there. I really like him, so I think that's one option.
Yeah, that would be Jacoby Criswell, and I think that's going to be the big decision they have to make basically tonight and into tomorrow. Is Ben Woolridge the guy? Because I think we could both agree that I think Ben Woolridge has the better arm, but man, Jacoby can move, right? And I think this goes back to essentially, you know, the Tommy Stevens debate. Do you have your third-string quarterback be a guy who you can develop, and you think he's going to turn into a starter maybe down the road? You know, we always use the example of Jeff Garcia. Not everybody's going to become a Jeff Garcia, but can you become the guy that can be, you know, a throwing quarterback in this league? So I think he has the better arm. So then do you develop that guy, or do you think, okay, this guy in Jacoby Criswell is going to be our short yardage guy, and he can move and he's athletic, and does he have a good enough arm? And I think that's the toughest decision for the coaches to make.
Yeah, gotcha. Hey, enjoyed the game, and it was fun that it was a Clark of all places, you know.
I'm surprised you didn't think Jake Mayer was a good running quarterback.
Okay, yeah, I get it. I think he was good.
No, he wasn't. I was just pulling your chain, Fred.
I'm just trying to be
good
to you guys now.
I get it. Thanks for the call, man. It's good stuff.
Care,
and you know, but he makes a great point, because you know, to be a little bit mobile. Hey, not everybody's can be Doug Flutie. I get it. And there's only one Doug Flutie, and we were lucky enough to see him here in Calgary. But you know, somebody that can have a good, accurate arm. A guy like Henry Burris comes to mind. A guy could take off, run from the pocket, extend plays with his drives. You know, and I get it. In most recent years, you didn't see that from, obviously, Jake Mayer. You didn't see that from Bo Levi Mitchell. You know, and those are the two most recent quarterbacks that you had running the show here in Calgary for a long time. So Vernon Adams, I think, can do it, but you don't want Vernon Adams running very much because he has had some injury issues as well.
Slide. Or just slide.
Yeah, slide properly.
Slide. That's the big thing with Vernon.
You know, slide, man. What makes Nathan Rourke so effective in this league? Because, boy, he's kryptonite for the Calgary Stampeders. Every time that you think you might have him in trouble, he seems to use his legs to get out of trouble and puts the Calgary Stampeder defense on their heels. And it's not just the Calgary Stampeder defense, it's pretty well every defense in the Canadian Football League.
Yeah, and me and you have had this debate, I think, every year. They had Tommy Stevens. It was what should we have Tommy Stevens be the... Now, Tommy Stevens is a different animal because Tommy Stevens could turn a 2-yard scramble into a 70-yard touchdown.
Right.
And he's one of the few guys in the CFL who can do it. Maybe the only short yardage quarterback who can really do that on any time he goes out there. But let's be honest, we saw Tommy Stevens. We've seen Tommy Stevens. He's just not a guy who's going to be able to throw the ball at this level in his career. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
He's a professional quarterback who's got a job and he does it probably better than anybody else in the league. But do you have that third spot be a developmental spot, or is a guy so good and undeniable as a short yardage guy that you keep him around there?
Yeah. Dave even said it. He said, last year with P.K. Walker, with Josh Love, with Vernon Adams, they had an old quarterback room. And they were all older players. They were more established players. And even Dave said, we need that number 3 quarterback to be a development position. Now, Josh Love is not a young quarterback. He is approaching 30. So you've got a situation where we know Vernon Adams is in his 30s, early 30s right now. And so I really do believe that number 3 spot is going to be a development position. And the question is it going to be, who's going to wear the mantle? Because I would like to see this team develop Jacoby Criswell, because I think he's got some potential. But I think at this point, it's probably Ben Woolrich, just because of the way he's been really good in training camp, from what I understand, and can control the huddle, and he's got a great arm. So we'll see how that plays out. That's why the coaches make the big decisions, and Jarius Jackson, Pat Delmonico, Dave Dickinson, they will make the call, and we'll find out Sunday morning.
Big decisions to be made. We got one more break here on the Fifth Quarter call-in show. We'll be right back with more of your Alberta Ford dealers Stampeder football on QR Calgary 770 CHQR.
Red Tag Days are coming to an end at your Toyota giant, Country Hills Toyota. It's your last chance to save $10,000 on Prius plug-ins, Tacomas, Crown Signias, and Toyota BZ models with financing as low as 0%. Get free winter tires, lifetime free oil and filter offer, and free tire and rim warranty. Plus, save over $10,000 on remaining 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days ends May 31st at your Toyota giant, Country Hills Toyota.
It's the final days. This is it. Hearth and Home Spring Savings Event ends May 31st. Savings like this only happens once a year. Demo and discounted units are up to 80% off. New models 10 to 25% off. These are showroom specials. Beautiful fireplaces built for your home, not a warehouse shelf. Limited quantities are available, so shop early for best selection. When they're gone, they're gone. Hearth and Home Fireplace, bringing family together. Visit their showroom at 5740 1H Street Southwest or hearthandhomefireplace.com.
Spring has sprung at Spruce It Up. Spring bulbs, seeds, and grower supplies are now in stock, and our annuals and veggie plants are arriving daily. Freshen up your space with beautiful houseplants, pots, and home decor as well. Ready to transform your yard? Book now with our landscape design team before spots fill up. And for the greenest grass and healthiest trees on the block, sign up today for our Green It Up fertilizer program and deep root injections. Spruce it up, green it up, prune it up. We got you covered.
The 0% event is back at the all-new Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, featuring the all-new Buick Envision, designed to make every day an occasion. The compact SUV featuring stunning design, intuitive technology, and the power to explore new horizons. Available now for 84 months at 0% OAC, only at Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, giving you more. Become part of the Wolf Pack. Check out the new state-of-the-art dealership at 768 101st Street Southwest or online at wolfcalgary.com.
This is Derek Moncrief, Sam linebacker. Thanks for listening to the Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
Once again this season, Shane Holmes is partnering up with Kids Up Front in our Yards for Kids program. For every offensive yard gained during the regular season, Shane Holmes donates $1 to Kids Up Front. Last year, the Stamps set at 6,777 yards of offense, with Shane Holmes once again bumping that total up to $10,000. Well, Jock, final thoughts, bud.
Well, I tell you what, I don't care if it's the NHL, the NFL, the CFL, any professional league. I do not enjoy the preseason. I am so happy.
With you.
I am so happy the preseason is now in the books. I understand why you have preseason, but as a fan, as somebody who is part of the broadcast team, I don't like broadcasting preseason games. I don't like watching preseason games. I am just very excited that a brand new season is right around the corner, because things start getting real. Thursday night, the CFL season actually kicks off, but the Calgary Stampeders kick off their season a week from tonight. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers are in town. Winnipeg did go out in the offseason. They tried to improve their team. They spent some money, but they're relying on Zach Collaros, who I think is on the downward trend of his career. So I think this will be a good start for the Calgary Stampeders, and I'm looking forward to seeing the final roster when we get it on Sunday morning. So let's get it on, because the regular season is upon us, and the Grey Cup game is here in Calgary. There's high expectations with this football club. So I think when it's all said and done, Dave McIver, is this team going to be over or under the 11 wins that they got last year? And I don't want to make that prediction until I actually see their final roster and see what their injuries are like.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I was going to say yeah. I was just going to say 12. We're gonna get 12.
I know you would.
But I'm positive Dave.
Yes,
always
exactly.
have been.
But again, injuries can derail you. And all of a sudden, if you have a season where Flo doesn't play, Reggie doesn't play, Vernon gets hurt, then the answer probably could be no. So you just don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Let's go around the CFL, just see what happened in the final preseason week. The Ottawa Red Blacks beat Montreal 27-3. Hamilton got by Toronto 20-14. It was the BC Lions over the Winnipeg Blue Bombers 30-19. Of course, the Calgary Stampeders went 21-18. In the NHL, it is the Vegas Golden Knights and the Carolina Hurricanes. Tuesday night, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. If my brain works correctly, which is a very big toss-up most of the time, there will not be a hockey game next Friday when the Calgary Stampeders are playing.
That is a fact.
So, good news. Good news for the CFL, good news for the Calgary Stampeders. Everybody, thank you so much. Thanks for hanging in there with us. We did have a 1-hour delay going into this game. We're getting good at those delays, Jock, I'll tell you that much. I think we've had one every year. It wasn't a 5-hour delay from last year, but fun being back, and can't wait to get the season going. Sports on 770 CHQR is how you'll find us on Twitter or X. Our final score, Calgary 21, Edmonton 18. Big thanks to the broadcast crew, Jock Wilson, Gio Kegwit, Mark Steven, Steve Norton, Greg Peterson. I think that's it. I think I covered the bases. We're in good shape. Thanks to myself as well. I'm tired. On behalf of the entire broadcast crew, I'm Dave McIver. We'll catch you for the first game of the regular season on Friday night.
QR Calgary is the proud radio home of your Calgary Stampeders and has been for 35 seasons. Thanks for joining us on the voice of the Calgary Stampeders. QR Calgary 770.
Do you have high blood pressure, sugar, cholesterol, or poor circulation such as erectile dysfunction? These are big markers for heart disease. Common stress tests can miss heart disease. The HeartFit Clinic bridges the gap, providing accurate heart assessments only available at the HeartFit Clinic. No doctor's referral is required. Book your free consultation today at heartfit.ca and listen to Talk to the Experts this Saturday at 11 as Diamond Fernandez of the HeartFit Clinic shares his heart health secrets.
Top down, your hands on the wheel of your new 2026 BMW Roadster. Calgary Health Foundation Home Lottery Mountain Edition is back, and the BMW Roadster VIP prize could be all yours, or choose $100,000. The VIP prize deadline is midnight tonight. You're also in to win the $2.8 million Canmore Grand Prize in Spring Creek, plus $50,000. VIP prize deadline midnight tonight. CalgaryMountainHomeLottery.com.
With a PC Financial credit card, earn up to 7 cents per liter in PC Optimum points at Esso and Mobile. Redeem on gas, groceries, or special treats and fuel your everyday wins. Apply today at pcfinancial.ca.
Alberta is constantly evolving, and the future for Albertans is looking brighter than ever. As we enter new frontiers, we're sure that you have questions for the Alberta government, and QR Calgary has a way to get you your answers. Tune in to Your Province, Your Premier, Saturdays, where Premier Danielle Smith will be on air, taking your calls, addressing your concerns, and answering your questions. Listen online live to Your Province, Your Premier, this Saturday at 10 a.m. at QRCalgary.com.
Hey sports fans, I'm Alistair Johnston with Canada Soccer. The biggest sporting event in the world is coming to Canada this summer, and we hope that you're just as excited as we are. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I can't wait to share it with the whole country.
Sentinel Storage, official storage partner of Canada Soccer.
Something big is coming to Bondar's showroom, so set a reminder. And circle the dates. Bondar's biggest event of the season runs June 4th to 14th for 12 days only. Enjoy store-wide savings with significant price reductions across Bondar's entire showroom. Floor models, in-stock furniture, signature living room sets, handcrafted bedroom pieces. Limited quantities available. Once they're gone, they're gone. Get access to deals and insider updates. Sign up today at bondars.com.
It's the final days. This is it. Hearth and Home Spring Savings Event ends May 31st. Savings like this only happens once a year. Demo and discounted units are up to 80% off. New models 10 to 25% off. These are showroom specials. Beautiful fireplaces built for your home, not a warehouse shelf. Limited quantities are available, so shop early for best selection. When they're gone, they're gone. Hearth and Home Fireplace, bringing family together. Visit their showroom at 5740 1A Street Southwest or hearthandhomefireplace.com.
Experience the high-energy, razor-sharp comedy of Sterling Scott as he turns everyday life into unforgettable laughs. Get ready for a night with Sterling Scott, 2024 Canada's Got Talent Golden Buzzer winner, whose high-energy comedy and razor-sharp wit have made him a crowd favorite across the globe. Don't miss Sterling Scott, May 29th at the YMCA in Seton and May 30th at the YMCA in Rocky Ridge. For show details, visit ymcacalgary.org/events. Recommended for ages 18+. May contain mature subject matter.
You want more than a piece of paper. You want purpose, confidence, and a paycheck. At Bow Valley College, programs are built with industry, taught by people who know the work, and focused on skills employers actually need. That's why graduates don't just finish school. They hit the ground working. If you're ready to build skills that open doors fast in fields like business, tech, health and wellness, community studies, and arts and sciences, take the leap with Bow Valley College. Start today. Visit bowvalleycollege.ca.
I'm Susan Holzman with the Calgary Children's Foundation. QR Calgary is happy to welcome Agnew Insurance, representing cooperators, as our Hero of the Month. Agnew Insurance is well known for their outstanding service when it comes to your insurance and financial needs. What you might not know is their dedication to their community and local charities. This month, Agnew Insurance will be making a generous donation to the Calgary Children's Foundation to help make the lives of children better in our community. Join QR Calgary as we salute Agnew Insurance as our Hero of the Month.
Summer's here, and some say it's going to be among the hottest in recent years. That's why more homeowners in Calgary are choosing heat pumps with Enercare A1 Chesney. It's a 2-in-1 smart system that cools your home in the summer and efficiently heats it in the winter. For a limited time, get up to $4,000 in prepaid credit cards when you lease a new heat pump, installed as soon as the next day. Keep your home humming along at a1chesney.com. Conditions apply.
Enercare, experts at home.
It's time to connect the dots between hormones, aging, and sexual health. This Saturday at noon on Talk to the Experts, join Dr. Natasha Iyer from liveyounger.ca for a candid conversation about why normal blood tests can miss hormone imbalances that can make you struggle with your sleep, weight, and energy, and how changes in sexual health are often the first sign your body is under stress. Learn about the latest treatments and how hormone balancing can restore energy and desire. That's this Saturday at noon on QR Calgary's Talk to the Experts.
Did you know when it comes to your hearing, one size doesn't fit all?
Really?
Yeah, that's why I went to Hearing Art. They're locally owned and proudly independent.
So they're not just tied to one brand of hearing aid?
Exactly. Unlike the big box stores, they offer a wide variety of options, tailored to your unique needs.
Nice.
Plus, they're fully licensed for tinnitus testing.
Visit Hearing Art in Harvest Hills or Tuxedo Park and hear what you've been missing. Call 403-680-2323 or visit hearingart.ca. Better hearing is a work of art.
Heart disease, hypertension, high cholesterol, and diabetes can leave you vulnerable to serious complications from viral infections. The HeartFit Clinic specializes in preventing and reversing heart disease. They have the most accurate screening tests and proven treatments only available at the HeartFit Clinic. No doctor's referral is required. How old is your heart? Book your free consultation today at heartfit.ca. And tune in to Talk to the Experts this Saturday at 11 to learn essential steps to keep your heart healthy. Don't let postal interruptions slow down your business. Overnight Expedite is here to keep your business moving. With our X-Pack mailbag service, you can ship almost anywhere in Alberta with next-day delivery for just $12 plus GST. No hidden fees, no hassle. Overnight Expedite, proudly part of One Transport Group, is perfect for offices and home-based businesses alike, delivering trusted service across the province. Visit shipexpedite.com today to learn more. Overnight Expedite. When time matters, they deliver.
Turn grocery pickup into points with PC Express Pass. The only grocery pass where you earn 2% in points with every pickup. Get your first year for $2.50 a month. PCExpress.ca.
A new name and 30 years of community. Betty's Run is now side by side for ALS. On June 14th, walk 5K or run 8K to fund services, equipment, and research in Alberta. Register at sidebysideforals.ca. Calgary stands side by side for ALS.
Summertime is here again. Purchase your 2026 Callaway Park Season Pass today. Just $73.95 plus GST per pass for a whole season of fun. That's a savings of 52%. Only until May 19th at your local Calgary Co-op or online at CallawayPark.com. Enjoy unlimited rides, live entertainment, CP spray and play, and so much more. Callaway Park, your family playcation destination. Callaway Park for everyone.
Rock chip, forget about it. Cal Alta Auto Glass gives you free repairs for 3 years. All you gotta do, listen close, is get your windshield replaced at Cal Alta Auto Glass, and your chip repairs are free. It's like a family discount worth about $300. Keep your friends close and your glass shop even closer. So take the deal. It's just good business. You got my word. I'm the glass father, and I go through a lot of windshields.
Cal Alta Auto Glass.
The class of auto glass.
Hi, I'm Patricia from Bow West Appliance. Times change, but the one thing that hasn't changed is our commitment to saving you money. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your hood fan, this is it. Right now, we have an excess inventory of Miele hood fans, and they're priced to move. Come see us and save big on 30 to 48-inch hood fans at rock-bottom prices. Upgrade to a quieter and sleeker-looking Miele hood fan today at prices you won't find anywhere else. See you at Bow West Appliance, Barlow Trail Southeast and Boness Road Northwest.
You say you can't imagine your child being diagnosed with cancer, but you can. Imagine thinking your child has a tummy ache, but it's actually a tumor. Imagine some kids are headed to practice, and yours is headed to another procedure. Imagine every week there's yet another appointment and another payment you can't afford. Imagine losing your job, losing your home, and then losing it all.
We can't conquer childhood cancer until we confront it. Donate to Childhood Cancer Canada, and let's face the unimaginable.
You worked hard all your life. Now it's time to live the life you've always dreamed. It's Blair Gordon from Century 21 Foothills. Since 1977, we've been helping families find the perfect place to call home. Whether you're drawn to Okotoks Fiber Community or the stunning mountain views of Diamond Valley, we've got something that fits your lifestyle. So call the Sarah and Angie team, 580